Chapter 1 10,000 Worlds Clay Pot System. Unfamiliar room, Su Yang opened his eyes in a daze. Where am I? Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, he still didn't return to his senses. At this moment, a stream of information suddenly appeared in his mind. As this stream of information was absorbed bit by bit, he immediately widened his eyes. The eyes are full of incredible. I've crossed over. Su Yang was stunned. He did not expect that he would encounter such a thing as time travel. Awakening is no longer the original world, but, to the Marvel world. After a while. After accepting the memory in his mind, he also accepted his own transmigration situation. Su Yang scratched his temples, which were slightly sore from the influx of memories. The expression on his face was a little helpless. Marvel world, this is really bad. Su Yang smiled wryly. He is no stranger to the Marvel series of film and television works, and he is naturally very familiar with the situation in this world. But it was because of his familiarity that he knew how bad his trip was. This is a dangerous world where half of the human beings in the universe will disappear at every turn. Even if Iron Man snapped his fingers at the last moment to restore the universe, that would be a one-possibility after all. What if there was an accident and the snap of fingers didn't come out? No, have to figure out a way to keep Thanos from collecting all 6 infinite gems. Find S.H.I.E.L.D. Let Director Ludan call back the shock team, and kill Thanos in the cradle in advance. Difficult. Don't say that the director of Ludan believes that there will be a crazy family planning director like Thanos in the future. It is impossible for him to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. just by his own identity. After all, I came dressed in clothes, and I was still a black household in the United States. Not to mention entering SHIELD. As long as you get close, you may be directly deported as a smuggler. Or Tesseract, that is, the space gem, has now appeared, or should I destroy the space gem first? Make this universe one less infinite gems. This is even more impossible. It's also in S.H.I.E.L.D, and don't say if you can get it. Even if you can get it, there is no ability to destroy it at all. It's a headache. Su Yang was completely helpless. Didn't the protagonist walk to the pinnacle of life in minutes after crossing over? How did it come to me? It became a start with 3 NOS, and there was not even a special system. Ding, Wanja Pottery Pot System is happy to serve you. At this time, there was a sudden ding. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Su Yang's mind. System. Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked impatiently. System, tell me, what functions do you have? I hope it's a sign-in system, or it's okay to play, billions of times, etc. Su Yang's eyes shone brightly, waiting for the system's answer with anticipation. After reading online novels for so many years, he is no stranger to the various systems in the novels. In his opinion, these systems belong to the super powerful category, which can make the host stronger in minutes. Just take one and blow up Thanos, isn't it enough to have a hand? But the crock-pot system, the name sounds a little weird, doesn't it? But remembering the name that the system just revealed, Su Yang had a bad premonition. Ding, hello host, this system is called the Wanja Pottery Pot System. As the name suggests, its ability is related to pottery pots. This system. As the prompt tone sounded, Su Yang's understanding of the system gradually became clearer. Wanja Clay Pot System, as the name suggests, the main ability of this system is clay pot. There are countless pots in the system space, and they are filled with mysterious items from all worlds. Treasures of each plane such as Dragon Ball World, Ultraman World, Super Seminary World, Naruto World, Pirate World, etc. And all Su Yang has to do is sell these pots. For every one sold, he will be rewarded with 10,000 trading points. Through these trading points, he can buy any reward he wants in the system mall. Cyan Blood, Void Engine, Devil Fruit, various ninjutsu. As long as there are enough trading points, he can get it from the system. It seems that the ability of the system is also quite strong. After listening to the introduction, Su Yang rubbed his chin and his eyes shone with light. Although it is not a system that can become stronger while lying down, such as sign in, but these functions have already made him very satisfied. The question now is how to sell the jar. As a dealer of the system, yes, dealer, this is the word that Su Yang thinks best fits his relationship with the system. As the dealer of the system, he does not have the right to price the pots on his own. The system clearly marked the price and gave the price, a clay pot, $10,000. $10,000 is a small number. But use it to buy a jar that I don't know what to make. Su Yang felt that her sales journey might not be so smooth. Yeah, isn't this guy very rich to save me back? You can take him down first. Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking excitedly. Hey, are you awake? At this moment, a man's voice came from the door of the room. Asterisk. Chapter 2 The First Transaction. Chapter 2 The First Transaction Kneeling for flowers to reward evaluation tickets. A man in a suit and sunglasses appeared at the door. Yellow-brown hair and a Van Dyke beard. Although there are some traces of years on his face, whether it is the posture of leaning against the door frame loosely, or the lipstick mark that has not been wiped clean between his neck, all exuded a sense of frivolity. At first glance, people will think of four words subconsciously. Playboy. It looks like you're fine. The playboy whistled and took off his sunglasses. So sorry. Your stay at my house has expired. But thanks anyway. No. Stark. Su Yang smiled and stood up. Hey, you actually know me. Tony glanced at Su Yang, but immediately reacted. As the boss of Stark Industries, he is a famous figure in the United States and even all over the world. It is obviously not too unusual for this Hyuxia kid in front of him to know him. Well, it looks like I asked a really stupid question. But none of that matters. Turning slightly to the side, Tony let the door open. Now I have a very important thing to do, so, you know. He shrugged. I don't want a stranger at my house when I leave. To let this stranger who fainted at his door into his house to rest, Tony felt good enough to see God after death, even though he didn't believe there was such a thing as God. But, that's it. He didn't want to see a ransacked home after he came back from a night of fun. Facing Tony's eviction order, the smile on Su Yang's face did not disappear, but instead grew stronger. Don't worry, Mr. Stark. What a joke. I was worried about where to sell these hard-to-sell jars. I finally met a rich owner. How could he let him go so easily? Thank you so much for helping me, so. With a wave of swish swish, 3 clay pots appeared on the floor. Su Yang bowed slightly and said, so these gifts should be regarded as my thanks to you. Omega. Is this magic? Tony was taken aback when 3 jars appeared out of nowhere. He pointed to the jar on the ground, surprised. How did you do it? Su Yang was satisfied with Tony's reaction. Come to such a hand, I don't believe you are not curious. Without answering Tony's question, Su Yang squatted down instead. Putting his palm on the jar, he looked straight at Tony, smiling. No matter how I do it, anyway, they're great, aren't they? After a while, Tony pointed to the clay pot. You mean, you don't know what's in those jars either? Su Yang nodded. But what's inside is amazing. Su Yang continued to nod. And Tony had a weird look on his face, and $10,000 each. Su Yang still nodded. Tony felt a little funny. Man, you must be crazy. A broken jar that I don't know what's in it, maybe it's still empty, you'll sell me $10,000. Do you think my money came from the wind? Su Yang looked at Tony, smiled and said nothing. Tony. Well, although I'm rich, $10,000 is no different to me than a dollar or a cent, but why do you think I'll buy it? Because you're curious. After asking so much, don't you want to know what's inside? And having said that, Su Yang smiled, pointing to his nose. Also, you're curious about me, so you'll buy it? Hearing this, a serious expression finally appeared on Tony's face, and he gave Su Yang a deep look. As a rich man, his home is not accessible to anyone. From the moment Su Yang appeared on his doorstep, J.A.R.V.I.S has already used face recognition to retrieve data from databases across the country for identity inquiries. As a result, no such person was found. There is no information in the nearby surveillance. Clean. Such a big living person seems to have fallen from the sky. Appeared suddenly, and fainted at the door of his own house. Although he is a playboy, he occasionally shows kindness. But don't forget, Tony is at the helm of Stark Industries. If there is no vigilance, there will be no scum that has been eaten long ago. Su Yang was right, Tony was really curious about him. Okay, $10,000, right. Tony finally stopped going around in circles, picked up a clay pot and looked at it in front of him. Cash or card? Oh, by the way, I don't have cash if you want. I haven't carried any money with me for many years. He took out a gold card. So, do you have a POS machine? Definitely. Seeing that the first transaction was negotiated, Su Yang enthusiastically took out the POS machine produced by the system. $10,000 was swiped from Tony's card with a click. Then took out a small hammer and handed it to Tony. Come on, this jar is yours now, break it open. Tony nodded and took the hammer. See, the first jar is about to open. Su Yang couldn't help but wonder. Tony's first can open, what will he open? Asterisk. Chapter 3 Fairy Bean, Mark Number 1 Design. Chapter 3 Fairy Bean, Mark 1 Design. Taking the hammer, Tony glanced over the 3 clay pots, trying to find a special one out of them. But these 3 pots are exactly the same in terms of file size, shape, and patterns on them. Yes, just knock one. Pick up the hammer. Pop. Obviously without much effort, I heard a click. The clay pot Tony had chosen burst. Looks like an ordinary bean. Tony's eyes were sharp, and at a glance, he saw a green bean in the bottom of the can. Measure in hand. Regular peas file size, but not peas. Although I don't know what kind it is, it looks like, just ordinary beans. $10,000, that's all. Is this the magic thing you're talking about? Tony's tone was a little dissatisfied, and the look in Su Yang's eyes was also a little unkind. As if looking at the expression of a profiteer. Su Yang said, this is no ordinary bean. The moment the jar was opened, he already knew the information inside. Fairy bean, a magical food from the world of Dragon Ball, cultivated by Kalin Fairy, Cat Fairy, who lives in Kalanta. As long as one eats one, the injury can be quickly recovered, and it can be used in the shortest time, nearly instant, in extreme fatigue, to restore stamina and energy. Tell Tony about the fairy beans. Although Su Yang's words were vivid, there was still some disbelief in Tony's eyes. Just such an ordinary bean, can it have such a magical effect? Holding the beans in his hand, he glanced at it carefully. Then, slap. Throw it right in your mouth? Hey, don't. Su Yang stopped again and again. It's not as amazing as you said. Tony chewed and swallowed twice, feeling that his body didn't change much. If I really want to say anything, at most I just feel I have a little more energy and more stamina. After working all night yesterday, the sore waist is completely healed. The feeling of being hollowed out, full of blood. You're not injured again, it definitely won't work. Su Yang shook his head. I am very sorry for Tony's ruthless behavior. If history doesn't change. If you take this fairy bean after you snap your fingers, you might be able to save a life. But all the food has been eaten, and it is no longer necessary to say that. Anyway, the jar is still there, maybe it can be opened again in the future. Come on, open 2 more. After eating fairy beans, Tony tasted the sweetness, and then brushed another $20,000. He kind of wants to continue to open fairy beans. If nothing else, the effect of making up for the sequelae of intercourse was very useful to him. However, this time it was not fairy beans. Inside is a stack of manuscripts. What's this? Tony picked up the manuscript and opened it, design drawing of the Mark I steel armor. After reading the name of the manuscript, it was Su Yang's turn to be surprised. Isn't this thing Tony's own design? Under what circumstances, he actually opened his future works from the jar. Tony flipped through the manuscript. Although a businessman, he is essentially a scientist. Soon, he was fascinated. Although the weapon system is very crude and outdated, this kind of thinking is great. I saw a new way of weapon development appear in front of my eyes. Tony's eyes sparkled. This novel design is simply amazing. As long as the power core problem is solved and the most advanced weapons are mounted, it will be a terrifying killing machine in war. Sue, do you know who the author of this stack of manuscripts is? Can I meet him? Tony couldn't bear it. He found a sense of familiarity in the manuscript. In the process of watching, the inspiration that appeared in his mind often appeared in the following pages. It's like a partner who is very in tune with himself, and many ideas coincide. Bosom friend. Yes, it is the feeling of bosom friend. Unfortunately, I don't know who the author is, maybe, from another world. Su Yang thought for a while, but didn't tell Tony the truth. You can't say I use your own things to make your money, right? It's a pity. After sighing, Tony put away the manuscript. He decided to wait until tomorrow's weapon transaction was completed, and then try to manufacture the mecha on the blueprint. Proceed to open the third jar. Slap. Accompanied by the sound of a jar shattering. A rough, cheap toy of some sort fell into Tony's hands. Congratulations, you got something good this time. Su Yang smiled and congratulated. Good stuff? You mean, this toy? Looking at the toy in his hand, Tony looked unconvinced. This thing, it doesn't look like a good thing. That's right, it's it. Su Yang nodded and began to introduce. Divine Light Stick, imitate a transfiguration stick from the Ultraman world, which can be transformed into Ultraman Tiga for a short time after use. Imitation, the actual effect is different from the original, and it is a one-time use prop. After listening to Su Yang's introduction, this time, Tony's face turned slightly positive. From the introduction, this thing is really good, although he doesn't know what Ultraman is, it's cool just to transform. How do I use this thing? How to use? Su Yang scratched his head, feeling a little unsure how to speak. This system is too spoofed. The magic stick actually needs to be transformed like that. If I said that, Tony wouldn't think I was playing him on purpose, would he? Cough cough, I'll show you a demonstration. With the professional attitude of a dealer. Although feeling a little ashamed, Su Yang bit the bullet and spoke. Asterisk. Chapter 4 200,000 trading points, Tony was kidnapped. Chapter 4 200,000 trading points, Tony was kidnapped. Are you kidding me? After watching Su Yang demonstrate the transformation process, Tony opened his mouth with a look like you're not kidding me. Yes, this is the step for the transformation of the magic stick. Seriously, as if the person who made the action just now was not himself, Su Yang nodded. Tony was speechless. Damn it, Tony Stark, wouldn't die with this goddamn shapeshifter. It's cool to be transformed, but compared to that shameless transformation action that can't be more ashamed. God damn it. Whatever you want, I've already given you the way to transform anyway. Su Yang shrugged. Although he also wanted to see Tony transformed into Ultraman. But obviously, it should not be possible in a short time. Unless he changes his mind. 3 jars have been opened, so come on Tony. The 3 jars taken out in the first round have been opened, and Su Yang waved his hand and took out the 3 jars again, and continued to sell with a smile. Swipe your card. 3 more. Although the magic stick is slightly pitted, the design of Mark I is still a good harvest. Tony tasted the sweetness, and put aside the matter of going out for fun, and continued to smash the jar with great interest. After half an hour, there are already fragments of pottery pots in the room. Maybe his luck had run out, and Tony couldn't get anything useful for the next dozen or so jars. Kakashi's favorite QR paradise, Conan's voice-changing bow tie. There's nothing useful, it's all gadgets. Forget it, come back next time. Today, the little girl from the Goddess of Luck didn't stand by my side and won't open. After knocking on the 20th jar and getting a little dragon girl sleeping rope, Tony's patience was finally worn out. He waved his hand and ended the trip to open the can. Okay, then that's it for today. Su Yang was a little embarrassed and fooled Tony to continue smashing the jar after he didn't give out a big deal. Packed up a bit, then said goodbye to Tony. Now that the business is done, I think it's time to say goodbye. Su Yang smiled and reached out to Tony. Tony nodded and shook hands with Su Yang. Actually, you can stay here today. He patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Su, I feel good about you, maybe we can be friends. After opening the jar, Tony's impression of Su Yang has changed. Also, your jars are interesting, and I think I'll keep buying some jars tomorrow, or when. Forget it, I don't want to be heard by some strange noises while sleeping. Su Yang joked with a smile. He remembered that Tony would often bring some girls back for the night. That's fine, whatever you want. Tony shrugged. At this moment, Pepper, who was walking in high heels, walked in. Tony, tomorrow's arms deal with the J side, here is the list. Hey, Tony, do you have a guest? Pepper notices Su Yang in the room. Su Yang nodded to Pepper and said goodbye to Tony, then I won't bother you, I'll go first. Tony didn't hold back any longer. After watching Su Yang leave, he turned his head and walked towards his studio. Pepper followed behind Tony, holding a stack of documents in his hand. Tony, this is the list of weapons that will be traded tomorrow, I think you should finalize it. Hey, don't bother me with these little things, you know that my time is precious. Pepper's expression was a little helpless. This order from the J side is not a small number, so it is, or a trivial matter. My own boss is really out of tune. I think there should be nothing more important than this right now. No, you were wrong, Pepper. Tony looked up with a signature Stark smile. Then he took out a stack of design drawings and spread them out on his workbench. There's a big toy waiting for me now. Slap. He snapped his fingers. J.A.R.V.I.S, help me generate a 3D model from the manuscript on the blueprint, I can't wait to see it. No problem, sir. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang out. Then a blue light curtain rises on the workbench. Tony's Mark I project started. The next morning, Su Yang woke up from his big house. After leaving Tony's house yesterday, he originally wanted to find a hotel to make do with one night, and then he thought about buying a house. He made $200,000 from Tony. Although the land in New York is very expensive, He has already bought a small apartment. No difficulty. But before he got to the hotel, he unexpectedly discovered that he could buy a house in the System Mall. After some selection, he settled on an apartment in Queens. The condition of the apartment was good, and what impressed him most was that there was a small shop downstairs facing the street. It's just perfect for him. It's time to open a small shop selling clay pots. What I didn't say, I directly spent 50,000 transaction points to buy it. Sold 20 jars, made $200,000 and 200,000 trading points, and now there are 150,000 trading points. Let's see what can be exchanged. The house has everything, even the refrigerator is full. After making a breakfast, Su Yang opened the System Mall while eating breakfast in front of the dining table, thinking that it was time to improve his strength. But after looking for a while, he found out. Although 150,000 trading points sounds like a lot, but the price of Dog Days system is so high. For example, the magic wand that Tony offered was 100,000 trading points. What else do you buy? You can't buy good stuff. Forget it, don't buy it, try your luck and draw a lottery. The items in the System Mall are vast, and after looking at it over and over for a day, Su Yang finally decided to just draw a lottery. If the 150,000 trading points are used to purchase, the strength of the promotion is very limited. Instead, it's better to take it directly to the lottery. The 100,000 lottery draw is expensive, but if you get something good, it will make a lot of money, right? Lottery. After making up his mind, Su Yang stopped hesitation and directly invested 100,000 trading points to turn the lottery button. Congratulations on your prize, Super Cyan template. After the lottery wheel spins a few times, it slowly stops. And as the turntable stopped, the foggy area the pointer pointed to became clear. Super Cyan template? This thing is good. As the lottery reminder appeared, at the same time, information about the Super Cyan template also appeared in Su Yang's mind. He was instantly overjoyed. Earn. This raffle is a big hit. Breaking news. According to the J-Side, Stark Group CEO Tony Stark disappeared in a Fukan. There are traces of firefights at the scene. According to the investigation of the J-Side, Tony Stark may have been kidnapped by the KB organization. Su Yang was about to try out the Super Cyan template when a news flash came on the TV. Tony was kidnapped? So soon. So the Iron Man 1 plot has begun. Su Yang raised his brows and looked up at the TV screen. He knew Tony had been kidnapped once, but he didn't expect this day to come so soon. It's a little surprising, but Su Yang can't say how surprised. After all, in the original plot, Tony finally managed to escape, and also embarked on the beginning of becoming Iron Man. And, with the Divine Light Stick, the guys from the Ten Commandments gang shouldn't pose any threat to him, right? I'm going to try the Super Cyan template anyway, why don't I just go and see Tony? With a heartbeat, Su Yang suddenly thought. Tony suddenly turned into Ultraman. Just thinking about it is exciting. Asterisk. Chapter 5 The Advent of Mark 1. Chapter 5 The Advent of Mark 1. It's okay to have time, Su Yang can do whatever he thinks. Boom. A circle of golden flames appeared on the surface of the body. The next moment, Su Yang soared into the sky and flew straight towards a Fukan somewhere. Stark, your people are looking for you now. But they'll never find it here. Deep in the Fukan desert, in a base in a cave. Dr. Ethan squatted in front of Tony, leaning forward slightly, watching him. And in front of him, Tony's expression was dismayed. The originally deep eyes at the moment also became a little bleak. But what else can I do? Make weapons for them. Don't tease Ethan, they'll kill me anyway. And a wry smile. Tapping the battery reactor on his chest, Tony let out a long breath. And even if they don't kill me, I'll only have one more week to live. So this is your crucial week, isn't it? Dr. Ethan pressed Tony's shoulder and stared into his eyes. You can see it very clearly, after he finished speaking. Tony's eyes, which were already a little dark, suddenly glowed. Mark 1. The 3D model in the studio last night appeared in his mind. Yeah, you're right, Ethan. Even if it's only for a week, I can't give up. And it's not that we have no chance to escape. If I use this place as a studio, there should be enough light, so I'm ready for it. After a while, headlights were set up in the dark cave. The minions of the Ten Commandments gang come in and out, or carry, and move pieces of tools and equipment into the cave. Tony, on the other hand, was wearing a felt hat that he had picked up from nowhere, holding the blueprint and giving instructions continuously. Back to the confident Tony that went into work. I need welding equipment, acetylene propane will do. And a welding station, helmet, and goggles. By the way, the crucible also needs 2 sets of cutting tools. Hey man, that thing can't be put upside down. Tony saw a minion carry a piece of equipment in backwards, walked over, and slapped him in the head. Isn't there even one of you who knows a little bit? Let me do such a big project alone. Damn, are you trying to exhaust me? I got a chestnut, and I was despised for a while. Some of the minions want to attack. But a stocky head with a beard on the side glared at him. The scumbag immediately put up with it. Mr. Stark, don't forget who you are. Although I need you to make missiles now, don't forget, you are our prisoner. What does the word captive mean? I think you should know. After drinking away his subordinates, the bearded man did not forget to tap Tony. Tony glanced at him, pursed his lips and said nothing. But the moment he lowered his head, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Done, tried it out. None of these people know anything. What is this for? After a boulder not far from the cave, Su Yang landed. Looking at the 10 Commandments gangsters who came in and out, kept moving tools in, and transported the sundries out, I was a little puzzled. This situation. It looks a bit similar to the original plot. Could it be that Tony made a battle armor for himself again by using the pretext of making missiles? Shouldn't be, with the magic stick, one transformation can solve it, right? Su Yang muttered. But soon, he thought of why. Looks like the transformation. Tony still can't take it? Su Yang was happy. But the more he did, the more he wanted to see Tony transformed. After all, he has already done that action once in front of him, how can Tony not do it? In that case, I will help you. Rolling his eyes, Su Yang had an idea. Su Yang waited quietly outside the cave. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. With Tony's help from Ethan, Mark 1's progress is fast. Although they don't know how to make missiles, the people of the 10 Commandments gang at least know what missiles look like. Soon they found what Tony had made, seemed to be different from the Jericho missile. Halfway through, Lazar, the leader of the 10 Commandments gang, brought people in once. But fortunately, it was smoothed out by Tony's panic. But it also gave Tony a sense of urgency. Ethan, the time left for us is running out, we have to speed up the progress. Ethan at the moment had figured out what Tony was going to build. Nodded. The two began to speed up the completion of Mark 1. The power system has been tested and there is no problem. The jet device has been tested and there is no problem. The flamethrower and the mounted missile have been tested, very good, and there is no problem. Inside the cave, Tony and Ethan made their final adjustments. Nice. Tony snapped his fingers and walked to the blind spot where the camera couldn't see. Come on Ethan, I think it's about time. Is it finally done? And as Tony and Ethan started equipping mechas. Outside the cave, the monitoring equipment was exchanged from the system mall, and Su Yang, who was paying attention to the whole process, also found it. After nibbling on the last donut in his hand, he took a sip of Coke. He stood up and looked in the direction of the hole. Hey, why is it different from what I expected? However, in the next moment, Su Yang was a little stunned. Asterisk. Chapter 6 The button on the magic stick, the times are calling. Chapter 6 The button on the magic stick, the times are calling. Su Yang looked in the direction of the hole. He was slightly taken aback when he found Tony Eason who were equipped with mechas in the cave. Because the monitoring screen returned from the system props clearly shows. It's not Tony who's wearing the mech, it's Ethan. Tony gave the mech to Ethan. This made Su Yang somewhat unexpected. But after a second glance, he understood. Obviously, after getting along for a few days, Tony regarded Ethan as a friend and wanted to take him with him. Inside the cave? Tony, no, Mark 1 is your hope of escape, I can't wear it. Originally thought it was just to let myself dress and debug it. But seeing Tony actually start the powertrain, Ethan finally understood. Tony gave up Mark 1 to himself. He was a little anxious. Although he was not skilled, he still tried his best to control the mechanical arm and wanted to open the mecha. Don't move, Ethan. Tony turned around to stop it while operating the computer to activate the power system. Ethan, we only have one chance to start the powertrain, and if you come out now, this Mark 1 won't work. You don't want to see our only hope of escape dashed. And Tony pursed his lips and felt the magic wand in his pocket. And I still have a way back. Believe me, it will be more useful to give you Mark 1. But, Tony. Ethan became more anxious. No buts. Tony snapped and hit enter. The progress bar for powertrain activation begins to read. It's done. When the progress bar is finished and the startup is complete, we can leave this damned place. Everything went according to plan. Tony frowned excitedly. Dong dong dong. Bang bang bang. However, before he was too happy, there was a sudden slam on the door. Open the door. UN hashtag %. UN at UN hashtag %. The slamming on the door was mixed with all kinds of yelling, many in languages that even Tony and Ethan didn't understand. The Ten Commandments gang found something strange in the cave and came, and it seemed that there were a lot of people coming. Come on. Hurry up. Tony immediately became anxious as the slamming on the door got louder. Stare at the progress bar on the screen, clench your fists and hope it runs faster. 40%. 50%. 60%. 80%. However, the more impatient, the slower the progress bar goes. At this moment, the ping-pong outside the door became quiet. This silence didn't let Tony let down his guard, it made him feel bad. Look out through the holes in the irons. Tony's hair stood on end. Fake. I saw that in the passage outside the door, the bearded leader was holding a grenade launcher, already aiming at the iron door. In a critical moment, Tony's subconscious reaction saved his life. Leap to the side. Boom. A bang. The iron gate that was firmly blocked was immediately blown through. Looking back at the iron door that was blasted open, Tony couldn't help but feel a little scared. 1 step later, 1 second later at night. It wasn't just the iron gate that was broken on the ground, there should also be his internal organs. Picking up a little life, Tony huddled next to the box, not daring to make a sound. Work hard to hide your body from being discovered. The Ten Commandments gang have come in. He was unarmed and could only pray now that the Mark 1's powertrain would come on quickly. 88%. 90%. 93%. 97%. After wearing the mecha's stand, Ethan stared at the progress bar on the computer, also very urgent. He could already hear footsteps behind him. The people from the Ten Commandments gang were very cautious. After entering the cave, they did not make a rash move, but cautiously went deeper and deeper, looking for Tony and Ethan. Seeing that Tony's location was about to be discovered, Ethan knew he couldn't wait. Snapped. He kicked down an iron bucket at his feet. The sound of metal crashing made a very clear sound in the cave. Here. They are here. Put your hands up, don't move. Get out from behind that damn shelf. Swish swish. The guns are all aimed at Ethan behind the shelf. While raising the gun, the bearded leader waved his hand. The two men flanked around Ethan's position, one left and one right. And while they were outflanking the pest. 98%. 99%. 100%. The power train starts. The moment a Ten Commandments gang member with a gun appeared in the corner of his eye, Ethan suddenly raised his hand. Boom. 2 fire dragons spewed out. Directly cover the 2 Ten Commandments gang members. Da-da-da-da. The first time the flames appeared, Beard and his subordinates shot off decisively. Ethan's feet fell to the ground of bullet casings. Mark I is very bulky and lacks offensive weapons, but defense is his best attribute. Ordinary bullets can't do any damage to him at all. Nice. Seeing Ethan turn the fire dragon and melt the rest of the 10 Commandments into the sea of fire, Tony clenched his fist excitedly and shouted Ness. Mark I started successfully. Escape, there is hope. The gangsters in the cave were quickly cleaned up by Ethan. Picking up a gun, Tony followed behind Ethan, and the two of them got out of the cave and began to break through. But he was a little surprised. In the cave passage, there is no strong resistance as expected. There is almost no difficulty, killing all the way, the two have already seen the light at the entrance of the cave. It's too easy, Ethan, it's not right. With the exit right in front of him, Tony's bad premonition intensified. You're behind me, I'll go out first. Ethan feels the same way. But the exit is in sight, and it is impossible to stop here. 2 steps ahead of Tony, he was the first to get out of the hole. Tony, don't come out. As soon as he walked out of the hole, Ethan stood there and stopped Tony, who was also coming out behind him. Good on. Ethan couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of water. The joy of escape that had not appeared for a long time was swept away in an instant. He was desperate. The open space in the valley in front of you. Several times as many members of the 10 Commandments gang in the cave were armed with live ammunition, and countless black muzzles were all aimed at him. Even the barrel of the tank. Heck. Although the iron sheet of Mark I can block ordinary bullets, it cannot block the shells of tanks. I knew you were working on more powerful weapons. The bald leader Lazar grinned, threw away the cigarette butt, and walked forward. Stark, you really gave me too many surprises. To be honest, I'm very reluctant to kill you right now. Now, are you obediently getting out of my new weapon, or let my tank blast you to smithereens? Tony was startled when he heard Lazar's voice behind Ethan. Heck, why do they even have tanks? Ethan, give me a minute. There is no room to hide from tank fire in the narrow opening. Tony knew it was the last minute. Take out the magic wand from your pocket. Sue, I hope this toy is as useful as you said. Holding the magic wand, he recalled in his mind the action that Su Yang showed him yesterday. Slightly attentive, very solemn. A button on the magic wand was pressed. The second National Radio Gymnastics for middle school students, the time is calling, begin now, stay where you are, go. Inside the cave, a burst of music suddenly sounded. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Do you believe in light? Tiga. Chapter 7 Do you believe in light? Tiga. What sound? Ethan turned his head suspiciously when he heard the voice behind him. And when he saw it, he was stunned. Walter, Fark. Eyes widened, Ethan looked dumbfounded. I saw Tony holding a colorful toy in his hand. accompanied by the sound of 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, chest expansion movement coming from the toy. Dancing with a serious face. Jump, kick, expand chest, stretch arms. Very busy. Tony, what are you doing? Ethan is messy. The barrel of the tank was right in front of him, and at such a critical moment, Tony was actually doing this weird movement. Nemas, is this a stroke? Ethan, buy me time, and I'll be done with 8 beats left. Don't let them find out. Tony started doing full body exercises, not forgetting to remind Ethan between knee squats. I found Nema #% Looking at the serious expression on Tony's face, Ethan's rants are nowhere to be found. Don't let the 10 Commandments gang find out. Man, I'd love to see everyone down here. It's not even necessary to fight, it will make them all laugh to death on the spot. Hey. With a helpless sigh, Ethan was desperate. Tony said before that he still has a way to go, which originally made him look forward to it. I don't think there is a chance to break out and escape. But now. Forget it, anyway, I have no family anymore, so I will die if I die. Click. Click. Controlling Mark 1, Ethan took heavy steps and took 2 steps forward. He has reported the belief of mortal death. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. After the boulder opposite the cave, I saw from the surveillance that Tony finally did radio gymnastics, and Su Yang was already laughing so hard. It's so funny, the times are calling, even if you are the richest man in the world, you have to do aerobics with me obediently, haha. Su Yang burst into tears. However, he did not forget to turn on the recording function. Film Tony doing radio gymnastics. Man, when will this video be shown in Times Square? Maybe it will lead to a wave of radio gymnastics in the United States. Stark, since you refuse to surrender, then I can only send you to see God. In front of the cave, I saw that Tony Stark did not come out of the armor, but raised the flamethrower. Lazar sneered, then raised his hand, ready to give the order of fire coverage, etc. But just when his arm was about to be lowered, he suddenly noticed that another person walked out from behind the mecha. Lazar came to his senses at this time, not Tony in the mecha, but Ethan. It dawned on him. But that's just fine, Tony's not in the mech, so it's easier. He was really reluctant to smash this precious mecha into pieces. Ignoring Tony for the time being, Lazar continued to shout to the mecha, Ethan, I know the one in the mech is you. You hand over the mecha, and I will spare your life. You know, I was going to invite you to join us. Lazar is confident that Ethan will accept his offer. Because since he detained Ethan, he has always treated him preferentially. But Ethan's family died at the hands of Lazar, how could he surrender? You're dreaming. Ethan's cold response came from Mark 1. I know what you want. You want this mech, right? Tell you, even if I die, I won't leave you a complete fragment. You are courting death. Lazar was furious. He raised his hand again, ready to let his men attack. Is it Lazar? But this time, Tony stood up. Seriously, your name is really ugly. I suggest you better change your name, such as. Forget it, I don't think you need to change it now. After a radio gymnastics set last night, Tony was refreshed, grime-covered, but with that signature cynical smile on his face. He chuckled lightly. By the way, before the battle begins, I want to ask you a question. Raise the magic wand. Tony murmured, you believe in light. What? This unreasonable sentence made Lazar a little confused. He didn't understand a bit. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Because Tony didn't even look at him after he asked. Instead, he looked up at the divine light stick in his hand. Get a big drink. Tiga. Boom. A holy light broke through the clouds and shot straight down. I'm busy with moving today, so I've only completed the second update now. Let the readers wait for a long time. So the author will stay up all night and write a little more. Then from tomorrow, it can be updated normally. Everyone's flower evaluation tickets and monthly reward tickets have been seen, thank you for your support. In the comment area, I saw someone asking how much the daily update is. Chapter 6 Start, No Ceiling. The more flower evaluation rewards, the more updates. Ori give it. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Tony Ultraman Tiga Stark, come and meet. Chapter 8 Tony Ultraman Tiga Stark, come and meet. The light pierced through the sky and enveloped Tony within. This strange scene gave Lazar a bad premonition. Fire! Fire! He immediately waved the order. The next moment, gunfire roared, and countless bullets bombarded Tony wildly. But in the holy light, there is no one. Lazar's men attack a loneliness. Boss, there seems to be something wrong. A little leader came up with a gloomy face. Lazar also had a gloomy face. Always, believe in the light. At this time, a figure appeared in the holy light. Not Tony, but a red, purple, and white giant. The timer in my heart shone with blue light, and the milky eyes were full of hope. Tony Ultraman Tiga Stark, come and meet. Gudong. Seeing this giant, the little leader beside Lazar couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The hand holding the gun was trembling slightly. It was the first time he had encountered such a strange situation after decades of fighting in the artillery fire. Heck, what kind of opponent did we meet? Red, purple, and white. This is Tiga in a composite state. But this body seems to be a little small. Su Yang is also looking at Tony after transforming into Ultraman. In the end, it is a one-time imitation magic stick, and it is still somewhat different from the original. With a height of more than 3 meters, although he could be called a little giant compared to the others present, he was still inferior to the original version. Although it's a little shorter, it still looks good, but I don't know what the strength is. Don't let Su Yang guess too much. Tony Ultraman Tiga Stark has done it. He jumped up, crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, and appeared directly in front of the 10 Commandments gang. Snapped. One punch, one punch. Whoa. One kick swept across and kicked several people again. Like wolves entering the flock, although there are people around, but Tony is like no one can stop his attack even a little bit. Da-da-da-da. The other people who were not attacked by Tony frantically pulled the trigger, and the bullets were fired like crazy. But none of the bullets could penetrate Tony's defense, and the bullets that hit the 3-line armor on either side of the timer actually bounced. Hit the rest of the 10 Commandments gang. Strong, too strong. Is this the power after transformation? Tony is totally excited. This powerful force not only swept away his depression for the past few days, but also gave him a kind of joy to vent his heart out. Mark 1 Mecha, Ultraman. Made. Decided. After going back, build the Ultraman version of the Mark Mecha. Between the attacks, Tony even had time to think about the future. On the other hand, Ethan looked silly again. Omega. Tony is, hell, is that what he's talking about? His mood today is really like a roller coaster. The hope after successfully launching the battle armor, the despair after seeing Lazar, and now there is hope again. Boom. He fired the only missile on the mech at the tank, turned on the flamethrower, and joined the fight. Fake. Fake. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Lazar has gone crazy. Tony's kick after entering the field directly kicked him several meters. After getting up, he threw off his legs and immediately began to run out. What to catch Tony alive, what to snatch the mech. Go to hell. Tony Stark, what the hell did he make in the cave? Escape. The farther he escapes, the better. Want to run away? Did you run away? After killing all the 10 Commandments gang, Tony also found Lazar, who escaped. Seeing Lazar climbed into a jeep, started the car and drove outside quickly. He did not chase, but raised both hands. The right hand was raised, the left hand was placed horizontally, and the fingertips were placed under the right elbow. Nirvana, Zaparis light. Bayubia Bayu. The white ultra-high heat light appeared from Tony's hand, and it spanned a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant. Boom. The jeeps that were hit, including Lazar inside, instantly turned into flames. After an explosion, there is no slag left. Beep beep. After the Zaparius ray, the timer on Tony's chest sounded a low-energy alarm. After a few beeps, Tony Ultraman Tiga Stark disappeared and returned to the normal Tony. It's gone. After the transformation was over, Tony was still a little unsatisfied, and even wanted to add another ray of light. After I go back, I have to go to Sue's place to open some jars. He muttered depressedly. Tony. Behind him, Ethan, who was controlling Mark 1, came up. Asterisk. Chapter 9 You are so lecherous. Chapter 9 You are so lecherous. Tony. The fight was over and Ethan walked up to Tony. Looking at the corpses of the 10 Commandments gang members lying around him, Ethan was completely dumbfounded. Was that giant you just now? God. How did you become like that? It's just incredible. Despite the Mecha's mask, it was not hard for Tony to imagine how shocked Ethan's face was at the moment. Patted Ethan on the shoulder, definitely, the shoulder of Mark 1. Tony said, "Okay Ethan, get out of this big guy, don't you want to wear him into the desert, right?" Although the final light Nirvana turned Lazar into fly ash, it was embarrassing that the last car was also blown up by Tony. The other cars had already been burned to scrap by Ethan. It's a pity. After coming out of the mecha, Ethan gave Mark 1 a reluctant look. Although it's just made of ordinary steel and Jericho missiles, it's still very rough. But in the end, it was the first mech that I drove, and Ethan still wanted to take it back. Don't look at it. Tony guessed at a glance what Ethan was thinking. I'll make a better one for you when I go back. Okay. Nodded. Ethan no longer had any nostalgia, and walked side by side with Tony towards the desert. Behind them, Mark 1 stood there, as if watching them leave. Clang. After Tony left, Su Yang came to Mark 1. Reached out and knocked, making a crisp knocking sound. Although it doesn't have too many functions, how can it be said that it is Tony's first steel armor? Would you like to take it back and collect it? In the original world, Su Yang was already obsessed with Tony's various mechs in the movie. At the same time, he also collected a lot of Iron Man figures, barely considered a mecha lover. At the moment, the Mark 1, which was handcrafted by Tony, was in front of him, and he also wanted to collect it. Forget it, let's leave this mecha to Obadiah, Iron Man vs Iron Overlord. Tisk tisk, if I take it away, won't I be able to see this good show? But after thinking about it, Su Yang still didn't move Mark 1. Although Lazar had been killed by Tony, Obadiah was a very cautious person. According to his urine, he will definitely send someone, or even come here to check it in person. At that time, he discovered Mark 1, so wouldn't there be a good show of Iron Man vs Iron Man? The United States, New York. A military airport. A military transport plane landed slowly in several fields. The transport door opened, and Ethan, Roddy, and Tony stepped off the plane. Pepper and Happy have been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the wound on Tony's face and the bruises at the corners of his eyes, Pepper's eyes were already red. Tony enjoyed a lot of special treatment when he was just caught by the 10 Commandments gang, and the expression on his face at the moment was not clear. Your eyes are red? Why, So happy to see your missing boss come back. Tony quipped. I'm so glad that I don't have to look for a new job anymore. Holding back tears, Pepper forced a smile. It's a pity then that you have to put up with my terrible boss again. Tony shrugged, said goodbye to Ethan Roddy, and got into his own car. Boss, where are we going? Happy asked from the cab. Before Tony could answer, Pepper spoke first. Happy, go to the hospital. I think Tony should go check it out. No, not to the hospital. But Tony refused. This is not the time to be headstrong, Tony. Pepper said sincerely, you have been kidnapped for so long, and you have been injured. What you need most now is to go to the hospital. Tony shook his head. You know I was kidnapped too. Damn, it really sucks in there. Not only is being kidnapped a bad thing, but it's also very bad to eat. So now Tony snapped his fingers. So all I need right now is a cheeseburger. Yes, the first thing is the burger. Happy, find a shop and get me a hamburger, I'm starving. No problem, my boss. Happy started the car immediately. But the second thing. As the car started, Tony found a comfortable position and leaned back on the seat. Turning to look at Pepper. Okay, you're really lewd, Tony. Pepper gave Tony a helpless look with a depressed look on his face. Hey, where did you go? Tony froze for a moment, and soon realized that Pepper had misunderstood the second thing he was about to say. Spreading his hands, do I look like such a horny person? Please remove the image, thank you. Pepper nodded. Tony. Well, although sometimes, occasionally, yes, I said a few times. Tony put on his sunglasses to hide his embarrassment. But now what I'm going to say is. Having said that, the cynicism on Tony's face dropped a bit, and turned to a rare serious expression. I need you to hold a press conference for me right away. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Tony's Decision, Obadiah is going crazy. Chapter 10 Tony's Decision, Obadiah is going crazy. Press conference. Pepper didn't think that was what Tony was going to say. You just came back, do you want to release 10? Tony looked out the window. This experience of being kidnapped has made me see a lot. A lot. Things I've never seen before. Watching everything going backwards fast outside the car window, Tony's mind went back to when he was in the cave. It wasn't just him and Ethan who were kidnapped in that cave, there were many others. Every few days, there are quite a few civilians, yes, civilians. Not a rich man like him, or a brilliant scientist like Ethan. Many civilians were also captured by the 10 Commandments and even killed there. And the most painful thing for Tony is that the weapons used by the 10 Commandments to kill civilians are actually made by his Stark Industries. This time made Tony feel very uncomfortable. Before that, he was proud of himself and the weapons he had developed. Because he felt he was the one who armed the military so that the people of the United States and so many others were protected. But now, the people he thought were protected by him actually died under the weapons he developed to protect them. So I sell weapons all over the world, is it really right? I decided. Starting today, Stark Industrial Weapons Department, whether it is weapons research and development, or weapons trading, will be closed. When Tony spoke his decision at the press conference, Pepper was stunned. Obadiah was stunned. Hundreds of reporters were also stunned. Boom. The next moment, all the reporters swarmed up and scrambled to hand the microphone to Tony's face. Mr. Stark, is this decision of yours true? Mr. Stark, is this your decision, or the decision of the Stark Industries Board of Directors? Stark, is the closure you're talking about temporary? Crazy reporters rushed forward, but fortunately, security personnel came in time to form a human wall. But even so, Tony was staggered. It's not temporary, I'm talking about an indefinite shutdown, Yes, indefinitely, which is a permanent shutdown. And, is there a difference between the board's decision and mine? Don't forget, Stark Industries has the final say. Giving the reporters a signature Stark smile, Tony picked two of the topics that everyone was most concerned about and answered. Seeing how the reporters were going crazy with their decisions, Tony was even more interested in answering. He was about to pick a few lucky ones to continue answering questions, but at this moment, a burly figure suddenly hugged him and grabbed the microphone. Thank you, Tony, for the April Fool's joke, and it seems like Tony forgot about it even though April Fool's Day is over. Obadiah, who is bald but with a white beard, took the microphone and said to the reporters under the stage with a smile, "Want to remedy this way?" But the reporters in the audience didn't bother to listen to what he was saying, and the microphones and cameras were still aimed at Tony. Obadiah didn't care and continued. "I guess the point of the conference right now is that Tony is back. While he was gone. Look at what you've done." After finally dismissing the reporter, Obadiah found Tony in front of the huge amounts of arc reactor in a factory building in Stark Industries. He felt like he was going crazy. Damn, why didn't Lazar just kill Tony in Afghan? Tony, we're a weapons company, we're an arms dealer who makes weapons and sells them. Obadiah forced himself to calm down. He wanted to convince Tony to take back that damn decision. However, I don't want to make money from weapons alone. Tony was calm. You don't know what I saw there, Obi. If you saw it too, I think you'd support me. I don't care what you see, I just know that if we don't do something to fix it quickly, our stock price will crash like crazy, crash. That's all our money, Tony. Tony shrugged. Maybe, but I don't think it matters. The slump is only temporary. I think after my new baby is unveiled, the stock price will rise and come back faster than it will fall. Obadiah froze for a moment. He thought Tony might have a secret. Putting away a bit of anger, Obadiah said solemnly, "Tony, your new baby, eh?" Tony unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the small, blue-tinted arc reactor inside. "Oh my God. Tony, how did you do it?" Obadiah was stunned. Tony buttoned up, "Trust me, we have plenty of other ways to make money besides weapons. Like this." Knocking on the chest, Tony said, "Isn't this very good? Tony, you're the most amazing scientist I've ever met, and if your father was still around, I think he'd be proud of you." Obadiah at the moment is no longer as aggressive as when he entered the door. Returning to his senses, he patted Tony's shoulder with a look of emotion on his face. "But I still want to say that if this happens next time, you can't do it first, at least discuss it with me first, understand?" "I'm very sorry." Tony apologized. "Go to Afghan and see that damn cave. I want to know what Tony has discovered during this time." Separated from Tony, Obadiah made a phone call and the opponent gave the order. Although there is no evidence, but he has a feeling. Tony must have discovered something new during the time he was kidnapped by Lazar. And this discovery will bring more wealth to Tony. I've been ripped off too much by the Stark family, and now, maybe it's time to get some compensation back. Put away the phone, Obadiah is already frosty. Asterisk. Chapter 11. The pot shop opened. Tony came to the door kneeling for a flower reward evaluation ticket. Chapter 11. The pot shop opened. Tony came to the door kneeling for a flower reward evaluation ticket. "Hello, Miss Pepper." In the lobby of the Stark building, Pepper walked in with a stack of documents. At this time, a short, bald man in a suit came over. "Hello." Pepper turned his head and asked, "What's the matter with you?" "I'm Phil Carlson, agent, and I'm part of the Homeland Strategic Intervention Executive Logistics Unit." Phil Carlson hands over a business card. It's a really tongue-in-cheek name. Pepper took the business card and glanced at it, a little puzzled. "Although I don't know what department this is, it sounds like a ZF department." An agent came to look for him. What's the matter? Phil Coulson explained his purpose. I just attended a press conference with Tony Stark. Very curious about the decision he made at the press conference. So I'd like to hear the details of his escape from kidnapping. Okay. Pepper frowned. What, does Tony need your permission to get back safely? There was some displeasure in her tone. Tony was kidnapped for such a long time. During this time, ZF did not provide any effective help. Not to mention, when he came back, he still came to investigate. Don't do your best when it's time for you to help, but things are resolved sooner than anyone else. This made Pepper a little uncomfortable on the spot. Don't get me wrong. Phil Coulson heard Pepper's displeasure. He continued, the main job of the logistics department for the implementation of Homeland Strategic Intervention is, in short, we are different from the guys you usually come into contact with. I just wanted to know how Tony Stark got out. If you can, please make an appointment for me, I want to meet Stark. I'm so sorry, I don't think Tony has time to see you right now. Pepper tucked the business card into the folder. You know, Tony just said at the press conference. So you understand. She shrugged. He probably won't have much time to meet with you in a short time. After all, he has to deal with the board of directors. I see. Phil Coulson nodded. It's fine in a few days. We can wait. When Stark has time, call me. He pointed to the business card. It has his phone number on it. Said, smiled, turned, and walked out of the hall. Director, I have already contacted Stark, but unfortunately, in a short time, no, I don't think he will see me. The chief on the phone was obviously not surprised by the result. In this case, the active contact is changed to observation. Phil Coulson, you'll be responsible for staring at Stark for the rest of this time. Clear. Phil Coulson nodded and hung up. 369 Queens. In a shop facing the street, there are clay pots on the shelves. After the container, Su Yang boredly passed the time holding a novel. After returning from a FoodCon, he changed the shop downstairs into a pot shop. It has been open for several days, but no single business has been made yet. But he was in no hurry. He has figured it out. A clay pot priced at $10,000, although this is New York, the most prosperous metropolis in the United States, not everyone can afford it. And the jars contain items from other worlds. This kind of gimmick is said, I am afraid that few people will believe it. So Su Yang has been prepared to not open for 3 years, but to open for 3 years. Alternatively, targeting the customer base on those superhero might also be a good choice. After all, they have powers that ordinary people have never mastered, and it is easier to believe in these supernormal concepts. Hey, Su, you are indeed here. While thinking about it, the door of the shop was suddenly pushed open. A man wearing sunglasses suddenly walked in. It was Tony. I thought you left New York, but you didn't, that's great. Tony was visibly happy after seeing Su Yang. Sitting on the high stool in front of the counter, he happily greeted Su Yang Roar. After the press conference, he spent a few days in the basement building the mecha. The design of Mark II was almost finished today, and he suddenly remembered Su Yang, and his mysterious clay pot. The magic wand was so easy to use, he still wanted to buy another one. So he immediately asked J.A.R.V.I.S to find Su Yang's location in the national data. Soon, J.A.R.V.I.S discovered that there was a property in Queens with Su Yang's name on the transaction records. Tony, congratulations on your safe return. After being bored alone for several days, someone came to talk to him, and Su Yang also smiled. Hey, did you know that I was kidnapped? After finishing speaking, Tony realized that he had said something nonsense. I almost forgot, I guess the news is all over the place. Su Yang smiled without saying a word. He simply watched the whole process in Afghan. By the way, give me 10 more, no, 100 jars. This time I'm going to open another magic stick. Tony looked at the cans on the shelf behind Su Yang, his eyes lit up. Asterisk. Chapter 12 SpongeBob, Let's Go Catch the Jellyfish. Chapter 12 SpongeBob, Let's Go Catch the Jellyfish. 100. Su Yang was startled when he heard Tony reporting 100 jars. Good guy, this one breath is $1 million in income. Moreover, with 1 million trading points the lottery can be drawn 10 times. That's right, 100 jars. Su, you don't know how useful the magic stick you gave me last time was, it almost saved my life. Tony is still a little scared now, remembering when he was in Afghan. If it wasn't for that magic wand, he might have been feeding the dog by now. As long as he can open another one, let alone 1 million, he does not think it is expensive even if it is 100 million. After all, it's a life. No problem, I'll arrange it for you. Su Yang snapped his fingers, and immediately, 10 jars appeared on the counter in a neat row. Tony readily swiped his card to pay the bill and picked up the small hammer on the counter. With a snap, a clay pot was smashed open. A booklet appeared at the bottom of the pot. Blue cover with a few big characters on it: Experience Book Fighting. Congratulations, you have delivered a good thing. Su Yang glanced at the jar and said with a smile. Nice one. Picking up the brochure, Tony asked curiously, what does it do? Experience book, which contains 10 years of fighting experience. Su Yang introduced, after using it, you can master good fighting skills. Although it is not enough to make you a fighting master, it is more than enough to protect yourself. Seal 10 years of fighting experience in one booklet. And can you master it after using it? This novelty item immediately piqued Tony's interest. After asking Su Yang how to use it, the booklet turned into a stream of light that flowed into Tony's palm. This feeling. Tony froze for a moment. He looked at his hands in disbelief. At this moment, a lot of fighting knowledge that he had never understood before appeared in his mind. As if he had practiced for many years, it was firmly branded in his body. Swish. He suddenly throws 2 punches. The fierce fist wind roared past. Although it is just an ordinary 2 punches, the way of exerting force is impeccable, which is completely different from the past. Marvelous. Tony threw his fist straight in excitement. Keep going. Clap clap clap. This time, Tony smashed open 3 cans in one go. A bamboo dragonfly. A bag of bread. And a tooth of an unknown beast. Bamboo dragonfly, a technology product from the future, it can fly for a short time when worn on the top of the head. Memory bread, memory aid food, print the bread on the page of the book that needs to be memorized, and remember the printed information after eating. Beast tooth sword, when you hold it in your hand, you can change it into a big sword, cutting iron like mud. Su Yang introduced the things that were opened in the 3 jars one by one. They are all gadgets, not too precious. Tony wasn't discouraged either. Out of 100 jars, only 4 were opened. He wasn't in a hurry at all since he had not yet shipped a large shipment. Clap clap. In one go, all the remaining 6 jars were opened. The harvest this time is no different from the previous one. They are also small things, not very practical, but they are all interesting enough. Sweep jar debris off the counter. Su Yang continues to distribute goods. Just when Tony was busy opening the jar and enjoying it. Outside Su Yang's small shop, in a bright car on the street. A pair of eyes stared at the door of the small shop, very focused. Stark doesn't look like a person who likes to go shopping. Why did he go in for so long? Is there something special about this store? Seeing that there was no signboard, and I didn't know what it was selling, the person in the car muttered. That man was none other than Phil Coulson. After Nick, the head of the Braised Egg, gave him the task of observing nearby, he has been quietly following Tony's side. For the first few days, Tony had been staying in his mansion. Phil Coulson spent days outside the mansion in depression, almost crazy. He was wondering if he should sneak into Tony's house to install some equipment, or apply for someone to change shifts with the chief. At this time, Tony went out. Phil Coulson had thought Tony was quiet and thoughtful, where to go. But unexpectedly, after Tony left home, he went straight to this strange little shop. And once you get in, it's a half-day effort. This makes Phil Coulson a little curious. After thinking about it, he called Nick. Strange little shop. On the other end of the phone, Nick was curious after hearing Phil Coulson's report. Turning on the computer, through the network of S.H.I.E.L.D, I quickly found the information of this store. Su Yang bought the shop and an apartment upstairs half a month ago. That name doesn't sound like someone from the United States. Su Yang, a name full of Oriental style, aroused Nick's curiosity. He immediately looked up Su Yang's personal information. In the official information database of the United States, there is no problem with Su Yang's personal information. There is no problem with the growth trajectory such as birth and educational experience. He looks like an ordinary Oriental who just came to the United States. When buying a house through the system has already solved all the problems of Su Yang's black households. Procedurally, he is legal. But this kind of normal information without any errors and omissions just gave Nick an abnormal feeling. So clean. Too clean is not right? This store is a little weird, Phil Coulson. After Tony leaves, you go to the store and meet the owner and get a feel for him, he said into the phone. Clear. Phil Coulson, who is outside the store, has been given a new assignment. But Tony and Su Yang in the store had no idea. And at the moment, 100 jars have been opened to the last 3. Hey, there's something nice. After opening 97 jars in succession, but never opening the magic wand he wanted, Tony was already a little desperate. He smashed open the remaining 3 jars at will, and was wondering if he should try his luck with another 100 jars. At this moment, Su Yang's somewhat surprised voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Tony came to his senses. What happened? Is it a magic wand? It's not magic, but it's pretty good. Su Yang laughed and then introduced the items in the 3 jars one by one. Experience books driving, books that store 10 years of driving experience. You can have mature driving experience and ability after use. Storage ring, a small storage ring. There is a 5x5x5 space in the ring, which can be used to store things, and life forms cannot enter. Unknown Pokeball, contains unknown pets. The driving experience book is not very good. Tony had a lot of experience driving, and it didn't help him at all. And what really surprised Su Yang was the second item, the storage ring. In his previous life, he often read online novels, and he had long been interested in the storage ring, a piece of equipment that was often seen in fantasy novels. Sometimes even very hopeless thinking. If you have a storage ring, whether it is takeout or express delivery, it is the proper number one. This thing is very useful to you. Picking up the ring, taking a look, then throwing it to Tony. Tony should be working on the Mark II now. With this thing, it's just right to use it to put matches or something in the future. It's too strong to even have such a magical item. After trying the effect of the storage ring, Tony was also excited. This is the first time he has come across this kind of sci-fi blockbuster. No, there is nothing so good even in the movie. At the end, there is a Pokeball with a pet in it. I don't know what it is. Open it and see. Su Yang pushed another Pokeball in front of Tony. This stuff is pretty good too. Many Pokemon in the Pokemon world are quite strong. If a powerful Pokemon can be created, it will be a very powerful combat force for Tony. I don't know if there will be a Garlic King. Watching Tony pick up the Pokeball, Su Yang looked forward. However, the Pokeball was opened, and a chubby pink creature jumped out with a fishing net in its hand. Puff. Su Yang just took a sip of water, but he couldn't hold back, and immediately sprayed Tony all over the face. Damn it! Isn't this thing an elf? SpongeBob, let's go catch the jellyfish. And as soon as the elf that wasn't an elf landed, it screamed, picked up the fishing net, and patted Tony's head directly. Come for some flower tickets and rewards, and let Tony immediately tailor a steel armor for Pydaxing. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Dispatch the Star-Armed Plan. Chapter 13 Dispatch the Star-Armed Plan. FK me. Pink body, bulging belly, and only one diaper all over. Isn't this a big star? Su Yang is messy. Pydaxing turned out to be the elf in the Pokeball? This system is too good to play. What fact? Covering his head with fishnets, Tony was also stunned. What about pets? This thing is far from what I expected. Also, it doesn't look too smart. Hey, isn't it a jellyfish? After Pydaxing saw Tony caught in the fishing net, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he froze in place, biting his fingers. Su, what is this? Conical head, shiny and hairless, with only a yellow diaper under his crotch, looks like his underwear? Tony thinks it's an eye-opener with Su Yang, but at the moment he's still very surprised when he sees that this is not human at all. This is simply a starfish, right? Congratulations, Tony. Su Yang looks strange. This little elf of yours is pretty good. Tony's face darkened, and he pointed at Pydaxing. Are you sure? Oh, I have friends, and Pydaxing has friends. After a while, Pydaxing raised his hands excitedly and circled the room. Tony finally accepted that the sea star was a pixie he had shot out of a Pokeball. And Pydaxing was also happy when he learned that Tony was willing to accept him and take him home. Although he looks naive and simple-minded, he is usually optimistic and has no worries. But he is essentially a very lonely starfish. Just came to this strange place, and gained Tony as a friend, which made him feel very happy. And seeing the appearance of Pydaxing, Tony sighed slightly. With such a living treasure, he felt that his future days might be interesting. Okay, now it's time to go home. Tony stopped the crazy running star. The most important thing now is to change your clothes and go out in your underwear, which is too ugly. Pointing to Patrick's yellow panties, your taste is really bad, yellow panties? Hell, do you usually wear this when you go out? Actually. Pydaxing scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Actually, it's white, big shit. Oh no, Tony. Tony. Su, go and see my Mark II. Tony was speechless about Pydaxing wearing a pair of white underwear into yellow underwear, and invited Su Yang. There was no one in the store anyway, and there was nothing left or right. Su Yang nodded, then closed the door and left with Tony. Su Yang, Tony, Pydaxing. The three left the shop. Walter. And when they left the door, Phil Coulson in the car was taken aback. Heck. The thing that jumped past just now, is it a starfish? Bureau. Director, you may not believe it when you say it. I just saw Stark pass me with a starfish. Yes, starfish. A starfish who can walk and wear underwear. J.A.R.V.I.S is a very good AI butler. And the equipment in Tony's studio is the best in the world. After finishing the design drawings of Mark II, J.A.R.V.I.S had already controlled the machine and completed the construction of Mark II while Tony was away. Walking into the basement with Tony, Su Yang saw the completed Mark II parts on the workbench at a glance. Tony, this is your Mark II. When looking at the helmet from the unassembled Mark II, Su Yang had a constipated look on his face, and his face was full of weirdness. Definitely, this is the upgrade plan I came up with after several days of research. His ability is much better than Mark I. Tony picked up the Mark II helmet and patted it with great satisfaction. And this helmet, it is, exactly the same as Tiga. Su Yang was speechless. He never thought that after transforming into Tiga once, Tony designed his steel armor to look like Ultraman Tiga. How much I like Ultraman. J.A.R.V.I.S, help me put on the Mark II. Tony couldn't wait to stand on the assembly table. He couldn't help but experience it. Yes, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S immediately took control of the assembly table and began to work. A robotic arm picked up the Mark II components on the workbench and put them on Tony. Breastplate, leg armor, carapace, arms, and finally the helmet. When all components are fully worn, a whole body of silver steel Ultraman appeared in front of Su Yang. Aside from the color, the only difference is probably the timer on the chest. The blue timer has been turned into a small arc reactor. Su, how is it? Isn't my new clothes beautiful? Tony moved his hands and feet, and even tried the flight function. After hovering in the air, without feeling any stagnation and discomfort, I was satisfied and showed off with Su Yang. Good or good? Su Yang opened his mouth, but I think you might be able to change your look. It is difficult for Su Yang to combine the Iron Man in front of him with the Iron Man in his impression. A change. Tony glanced at himself. What, don't you think this look is bad? I think it's so cool. Su Yang. What do you think of this? With Tony's workbench, Su Yang drew the original steel armor Mark II with a few brush strokes. Looking at the smooth mecha shape above, Tony's eyes lit up. Su, I didn't expect your design to be so powerful, this mecha is amazing. In the previous life, he was a hand-painted madman. Although he only drew a rough image, the charm of the original steel armor has been completely drawn by Su Yang. Looking at Su Yang's design, and then looking at his Ultraman version of the armor, Tony had a hard time deciding. I like Ultraman armor very much, but this version of Su Yang's design is also great. Big shit, Pi Daxing also wants a battle armor. At this time, Pi Daxing, who came back from the studio, saw Su Yang's design drawings and Tony flying in the air, and went straight with excitement. Pi Daxing also wants a battle armor, and I want to be like a big piece of shit, fly I want to fly. Oh, Pi Daxing likes flying so much. Hearing this, Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, since both mechas want it, then make this version of the armor designed by Su Yang for Pi Daxing. Pi Daxing has become stronger equals I have become stronger. Send a big star-armed plan, start it. Asterisk. Chapter 14 The Star Wars Armor 1.0, Tony's Fury. Chapter 14 Dispatch Star War Armor 1.0, Tony's Rage. Thinking of this, Tony looked at Patrick. Do you really like this mecha? I like it. Pi Daxing likes it? Pi Daxing nodded without hesitation. He already has good friends, how could he not want to have them? Tony, what do you mean? Su Yang's face was a little weird when he heard Tony ask this, don't you want to? Looking at Pi Daxing and looking at the design drawings, Su Yang was suddenly tired. He felt that his attempts to restore Iron Man's image might be in vain. Not only is it in vain, but it may also go further and further. That's right, since Pi Daxing likes it so much, then I'll help him build a suit of armor. Tony said without hesitation. Su Yang covered her face. He can't imagine. Tony is wearing an Ultraman-shaped mecha, with an original Iron Man armor flying around him. At the press conference, as soon as the Iron Man armor landed, Daxing was sent out. In the face of countless cameras, say the classic line, "Yes, I am Iron Man." It's over, this style of painting is getting more and more deviated. But Tony said so, and Su Yang didn't bother to talk anymore. As long as Tony and Patty like it, okay. Pi Daxing is not human. Although his body is anthropomorphic, there are still some differences. Tony changed the design again according to the body of Peta, and named it, Peta Star War Armor 1.0. The blueprints were completed, and soon, the J.A.R.V.I.S control equipment began to manufacture the armor for Peta. While the mecha was being made, Obadiah was ecstatic in a secret space under the giant arc reactor in the Stark building in New York. Genius, Tony is a genius. Holding the blueprint in his hand, Obadiah's eyes lit up. He was thankful that he had made a special trip to Ophican to investigate how Tony had escaped. Unexpectedly, this trip to Ophican really allowed him to find a harvest. He found a pair of battle armor in front of Ophican's cave, and in the cave, there was even a design drawing of the Mark I battle armor that Tony forgot to take away. Obadiah knew immediately when he saw the Mark I and the blueprints that it must be Tony's invention. No wonder the Weapon Research and Development Department has to be closed. With this big guy, other weapons are scrap iron that can't be sold even if they are made. Having been immersed in arms for many years, Obadiah discovered the value of this armored weapon at a glance. This is simply an epoch-making huge invention. It represents the advent of a new era of weapons. It is conceivable that when this new weapon takes to the battlefield, what terrifying power it will bring. After serving your Stark family for so many years, I didn't expect you to be an unfamiliar wolf, Tony. You actually want to kick me off and swallow this piece of fat. If that's the case, then it's my fault. Tony hides from himself the Mark I and announces the closure of Stark Industries' arms department. This made Obadiah think that Tony definitely wanted to get rid of himself and make a fortune alone. Killing intent appeared in his heart. Although he had long wanted to kill Tony and take Stark Industries over. After all, the Ten Commandments gang kidnapped Tony, but he did it. Tony's mansion. Patrick's mecha was being built, and Tony's was not idle either. The newly made mech was still silver metallic, and Tony dragged it down again and arranged for J.A.R.V.I.S to paint it. Well, the color is naturally the classic red, purple and white colors of Tiga. The area 25 kilometers outside of Gamala has become a purgatory on Earth. This is the new bloody colonization. The farmers and herdsmen in the villages were forced to leave their homes, driven away by warlords supported by a new force, and the refugees had to live in the wilderness, or stay in other similar ruins. The culprits of the recent violence are foreign militants who call themselves the Ten Commandments gang. As you can see, these people are heavily armed thugs, and anyone who tries to stand in their way is dead. As we can see from the footage returned from the scene, the weapons equipped by the thugs are almost all from Stark Industries. Tony Stark, the boss of Stark Industries, has announced the closure of the weapons trade, but the weapons and equipment he made can still be seen here taking innocent lives. On the sofa in the living room, Tony was watching the news. As the reporter reported, Tony's face became more and more gloomy. Tony, there are a lot of bad comments about Stark Industries on the internet right now, our weapons. At this moment, Pepper hurried in. I saw. Tony's voice sounded a little cold, as if to suppress his anger. Pepper, you go check it out. I think someone in the company has disobeyed my orders and is still selling weapons. I want to know who it is. But Tony, it's possible that these weapons may have been traded by us before, Pepper said. Tony shook his head. It just so happened that at the moment was given a close-up on TV. According to the code on a group of missiles. Look, this set of codes shows that this batch of weapons should have been in our warehouse waiting to be destroyed, but now, it has fallen into the hands of the KB organization. Pepper was speechless. She had also wanted Tony to release a statement to dispel the rumor that Stark Industries was still selling weapons. But now, those are no more rumors. Tony, where are you going? Pepper saw Tony walking towards the studio. She quickly followed. Oh my God. However, having entered the basement, she saw Tony standing on an assembly table. The mechanical arm around him kept putting the mecha components on him one by one. In the blink of an eye, Tony was wearing his mech. Now, I'm going to deal with these damn thugs first. Tony's voice came from the mech. Boom. The next moment, the roar sounded. Tony got up, broke through the roof, into the sky. Standing still, watching Tony fly away, Pepper was still a little unresponsive and froze in place. Hey, beautiful lady, are you Tony's friend too? At this time, Pai Daxing, who was awakened by the sound of the mecha taking off, woke up. Seeing that there was one more person in the room, I was very happy to come over to say hello to Roar. Shit. Pepper was taken aback on the spot. Heck. Starfish can actually speak. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Phil Coulson opened the can, easy to use, just a little pit. Chapter 15. Phil Coulson opened the can, easy to use, just a little pit. Tony left. Su Yang did not follow to watch the fun, but returned to his small shop. It was getting late, thinking that there should be no business coming today, Su Yang was going to close for a rest. However, just as he was about to close the door, a man in a black suit walked in. It was Phil Coulson, who waited here all day and finally waited for Su Yang to come back. Excuse me, are you the boss here? Phil Coulson opened his mouth and quietly looked at Su Yang. The stance is loose, and it looks like there is no basis for fighting. The tiger's mouth has no calluses, and it does not seem to be constantly sharpening the gun. No matter how you look at it, he looks like an ordinary person. I'm looking at Phil Coulson's eyes. Su Yang had a playful smile in his eyes. Sure enough, did the S.H.I.E.L.D. guys notice Tony now? He came to touch me so quickly. Phil Coulson, agent, is your S.H.I.E.L.D. life so leisurely? You, a high-level agent, actually have time to hang out with me. After returning to the counter, Su Yang folded his arms in front of his chest and looked at Phil Coulson with interest. Or, the director of Braised Egg asked you to investigate me. Phil Coulson's pupils shrank suddenly. He knows me. Originally thought it was just an ordinary investigation task, and the target was just an ordinary person. But as Su Yang revealed his identity, Phil Coulson immediately became nervous. Who are you? Phil Coulson focused slightly, and at the same time quietly put his hand into his waist. Don't try to get your little toy out, trust me, that kind of thing is no threat to me. Su Yang still had an inexplicable smile on his face. Knowing that Phil Coulson was trying to draw his gun, he still didn't move or dodge a little. As soon as he met Tony, he knew that one day he and S.H.I.E.L.D. would meet. So I'm too lazy to pretend to be ignorant, and directly point out Phil Coulson's identity. Seeing Su Yang's carefree appearance, Phil Coulson faintly believed his words. But even though he knew that his pistol might not hurt the other party, he still didn't let go of the hand holding the gun handle. However, his face became calmer. Although I don't know what the background of this seemingly ordinary boss is. But since he chose to be open and honest from the beginning, he probably wouldn't have any ill will towards S.H.I.E.L.D. How did you know who I am, and S.H.I.E.L.D.? By the way, the director of Braised Egg is referring to. Is it not easy to know your identity? You are active outside all year round. I think there should be many people who know your identity. Su Yang said, and S.H.I.E.L.D. You built such an eye-catching three-wing headquarters, shouldn't it be a secret? As for Chief Braised Egg. Su Yang couldn't help but smile when he said this. Don't you think Nick Fury's head looks like a black braised egg? Phil Coulson. The questions raised were answered one by one. Although it all sounds like common information, Phil Coulson feels more and more that Su Yang is not an ordinary person. Ordinary people will notice themselves, notice which department the Three Curved Wing headquarters belongs to. Moreover, he knows the director's big bald head. Obviously, this person is very interested in S.H.I.E.L.D, and must have investigated S.H.I.E.L.D on purpose. So, the purpose of his investigation into S.H.I.E.L.D? It can't be because of curiosity, it's too ridiculous. Phil Coulson's pensive look fell into Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang could see at a glance what he was thinking. Don't think about me, seriously, I'm really not interested in your work. I'm just an ordinary businessman, an ordinary person who sells something to make a living. Businessman. Phil Coulson was curious. Knowing so many things, you still say that you are just an ordinary businessman? Su Yang nodded. Wei Wei turned to his side and let go of the clay pots on the shelf behind him. Look, these are my products. By the way, I feel that you need one very much. Although your skills are not bad among ordinary people, it is still too bad. Come and buy one, these jars can make you stronger. Su Yang's enthusiastic sales pitch. For Phil Coulson, his impression is quite good. There was a time when he was still suffering for Phil Coulson's death. At the moment, he has ability, and there is still a chance to help him change his destiny, and at the same time, he can achieve performance. Why not do it? These jars make me stronger. Although he knew that the boss in front of him might not be an ordinary person, Phil Coulson didn't quite believe the idea that the jar could become stronger. No matter how you look at them, these jars are ordinary crafts. A mysterious treasure? From the world? After a while, Phil Coulson was stunned after listening to Su Yang's introduction. He didn't expect that the jar Su Yang mentioned was actually used for this. Definitely, not because I heard Su Yang's introduction, but the most important thing is, he watched the video of Tony transforming into Ultraman given by Su Yang. Yes, Su Yang showed Phil Coulson the video. He was ready to use it this way when he was filming in a Fukan. This real effect, coupled with Tony's popularity, when the video came out, the sales effect was much more effective than a dry-mouthed introduction. Sure enough, Phil Coulson's expression has gradually become somewhat confident from the initial suspicion. It's only $10,000 anyway. As an old agent, his small vault is still very sufficient. After thinking about it for a while, he decided, give it a try. Give me one. With a snap to slap the card on the counter, Phil Coulson decides to open one first. Okay. Su Yang became enthusiastic when he heard that Phil Coulson was taking care of the business. Skilled in swiping, holding jars, and teaching Phil Coulson how to open jars. Then look at Phil Coulson expectantly. He was curious about what Phil Coulson's opening jar could open. Slap. Without much hesitation, Phil Coulson smashed the jar in no time. The pot was broken, and something that was obviously not an ordinary item appeared on the table. What's this? Looking at something never seen before, Phil Coulson asked. Hey, you actually opened this? Su Yang was stunned for a moment. The expression on his face was a little weird. This thing, although it is easy to use, it seems to be a bit pitted. Asterisk. Chapter 16 The Identification Technique of Cheating, Phil Coulson kneels. Chapter 16 The Identification Technique of Cheating, Phil Coulson kneels. Seeing the strange expression on Su Yang's face, Phil Coulson was even more confused. What, isn't this thing bad? Not bad, just. Su Yang pondered for 2 seconds, but chose to tell Phil Coulson's harvest. Identification, auxiliary skills, you can get detailed information about items. Isn't that nice? After listening to Su Yang's introduction, Phil Coulson was even more confused. Judging from the introduction, this is a good thing. Why does the boss still look constipated? Sounds like a really good skill. But Phil Coulson, you know, for what you want in this world, you have to pay a price. Phil Coulson, is it money? Although I'm not as rich as Tony, I still have some savings. Although Phil Coulson's work is very busy, but when he was in school, like most young people, he was still exposed to some online games. In those games, some abilities cost mana to cast, maybe others. In his opinion, appraisal techniques are more likely to consume money. Although it is a skill that can only be used by filling money, Phil Coulson didn't take it too seriously. There must be gains and losses, and he still understands the truth. Without continuing to struggle with these, he was very happy to absorb the light that represented the appraisal technique. I only felt a warm current passing through my body, and nothing else changed. Are these enough? He asked Su Yang. Yes, now you want to identify something, put your hand on it and touch it? With a nod, Phil Coulson reached for the pot. He has long been curious about this mysterious jar that can obtain treasures from all worlds. Looking at Phil Coulson, he stretched out his hand curiously. Su Yang remained calm and took 2 steps back quietly. At the same time, a face, sympathetic. Look at Phil Coulson. Wait, sympathy, what kind of gaze is this? Noticing Su Yang's expression, for no reason, Phil Coulson had a bad feeling in his heart. He was a little apprehensive, he wanted to retreat. But at the moment it was too late, the fingers had touched the shards of the clay pot. Pottery shards, ordinary pottery, which may have a great background before, but is now an ordinary item. A message suddenly appeared in my mind. Phil Coulson understood instantly. This is the identification technique in effect. It really works. Although the identified information shows that the pottery pot has been turned into ordinary pottery pot fragments after being smashed. But identification really worked, and Phil Coulson was delighted. What the boss said is true, this is really a magical reward. At this moment, just when Phil Coulson was overjoyed, he suddenly heard a faint sound like a splash of water. At the same time, there was a pain in the arm. He lowered his head and looked up at his arms. What the hell? How bloody? Phil Coulson was taken aback. When he just stretched out his hand to identify the pottery, he pushed up the sleeve. And now it can be clearly seen that on the furry arm covered with body hair, a blood arrow is oozing out blood. What fark? How is this going? Phil Coulson froze for a moment, then pressed down on the wound that didn't know how. At the same time, he looked at Su Yang with a confused expression. Thinking of the sympathetic look on Su Yang's face before, a hunch appeared in his heart. That's right, that's what I said before, the price. Wanting to laugh but not wanting to laugh, Su Yang, who tried his best to hold back his smile, looked at Phil Coulson, whose arm was bleeding. Every use of identification has a price. And the price is nothing else, as you can see, that's what's happening right now. The experience that senior tyrant Saber Songyi, who had only read about in books, had now appeared in front of his eyes. Su Yang was once again convinced by the powerful ability of the system. Good guy, as expected of the Wanja clay pot system, even this kind of thing has been rectified, it is too strong. After sighing for a while, Su Yang said again, by the way, this price will change as you identify the value of the item. The more precious and stronger the things you identify, the heavier the price you have to pay. Listen to me, starting today, you'd better learn how to stop the bleeding quickly, or wear a bandage on your body often. And a friendly reminder, if you see a hammer that no one can afford to fall from the sky in the future, it's best not to touch it. Su Yang looked at the poor Phil Coulson and couldn't help but give his sincere advice. He didn't want to see Phil Coulson not killed, but instead bleed to death after identifying the Meow hammer. Definitely, what he didn't know was Originally Phil Coulson would not touch the meow hammer, and it was precisely because of his advice that Phil Coulson stretched it out when he saw the meow hammer. Phil Coulson was completely messed up after hearing Su Yang's words. Well, I take back what I just said. Where is the good thing that came out? It's like a bomb. Phil Coulson was stunned. When he was stunned, he unconsciously released his hand from the wound and put it on the counter. Wood containers, common wood containers, manufactured by the old John's factory in Texas, made of oak. Puff. The sound of bloody arrows shooting again sounded. And this time, perhaps because the price of the container is more expensive, Phil Coulson shot 2 bloody arrows from the left and the right at the same time. What the hell? This can also activate the identification technique. Phil Coulson woke up with a sharp pain and quickly moved his hands from the container. Dare to love is still a passive skill, it can be activated by touching it. Phil Coulson was desperate. This bomb seems to be more dangerous than I expected. Walk slowly, welcome to come again next time. Half an hour later, at the door of the shop, Su Yang sent off the lost Phil Coulson. After 2 blood surges, Phil Coulson opened more than 20 jars in order to solve the problem of burping due to heavy bleeding at any time. He wanted to find a way to defuse this bomb from the jar. His idea was undoubtedly correct. Since the trouble comes from the jar, there must be a solution in the jar too. The solution is correct, but unfortunately, his luck is not very good. Carrie finished brushing more than $200,000, and smashed more than 20 cans in one breath, but Mao didn't see any solution. Watching Phil Coulson carefully wrap his hands in his sleeves, push the glass door with his shoulders and walk out, Su Yang shook his head and hung up the closed tag. This blood-rushing feeling may have accompanied Phil Coulson for a long time. At this point, Phil Coulson walked over to his car. Habitually opened the door. Puff. Several blood arrows shot out again. Su Yang who saw this scene. Worrying all the way, I walked back to Songqi headquarters. At the moment it is already midnight. The lights in Nick Fury's office were still on. Hey, Phil Coulson, what's wrong with you? The door of the office was opened, and when Phil Coulson walked in a bloody smell, Fury stood up in surprise. Director, today I was hurt by your investigation mission. Phil Coulson almost burst into tears. With a sad expression on his face, he walked towards Fury. Meow. At this moment, a raccoon cat suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Straight into Phil Coulson's face. The cat smashed in the face, and Phil Coulson subconsciously reached out to pick it up. Rushing, for a while, the sound of countless blood arrows soaring sounded in the quiet office. Phil Coulson suddenly turned into a blood man. Meow, this cat. One last thought flashed through his mind, Phil Coulson's eyes went black, he fell back, completely fainted. FK. Phil Coulson. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Design Drawings, District 16, Pepper's Discovery. Chapter 17 Blueprint, District 16, Pepper's Discovery. So, you bloody, super ability. Got it from the store Tony went to. The next day, Nick Fury learned the whole story from Phil Coulson, who was turning around. Looking at Phil Coulson, who was wrapped in a mummy on the hospital bed, he asked with a strange expression. Yes. Phil Coulson's voice sounded weak, it was pure blood loss. Director, the owner of this shop, is weird. Fury nodded quietly. In fact, Phil Coulson doesn't need to say it, you can tell just by looking at him. After thinking about it, he took out his phone. Natasha Romanoff. Although I know that it is not a wise decision to send someone to stalk Su Yang in the past now, once it arouses the antipathy of the other party, it may provoke a dangerous enemy to SHIELD. But Fury had no choice. Knowing that there was such a miraculous businessman nearby, he couldn't do nothing and let it disappear from his sight. Fury sends the task to Natasha Romanoff. A few days later, Tony was ready to go out again. Through J.A.R.V.I.S, he found that in many parts of the world, his weapons became the arms of KB organizations like the Ten Commandments gang. So he decided to find one and destroy one. Never let your weapons become accomplices in harming civilians. And today, is his 10th dispatch. Pepper, you came just in time, I have a task for you. Donning the mech with the help of the manipulator, Tony saw Pepper walk in. You go to Obadiah's office, hack the mainframe, and get back a list of all recent transactions. Saying that, he glanced at a USB flash drive on the workbench and motioned for Pepper to pick it up. This thing should work. The list should be in the administrative file. If not, it should be in the hidden disk. You can find the one with the lowest number. I don't know who buried me in the transaction, but their transaction records will definitely be in the system. Before Tony could finish speaking, Pepper interrupted him with a USB stick. If I take it back, what are you going to do? Tony answered without thinking, like what I'm about to do. As long as there is a secret deal, I will stop it, find my weapon and destroy it. Pepper shook his head. Tony, you can't do that. If you're going to mess around like you did yesterday, wearing your armor. I'm sorry, I don't think I can help you. Pepper turned down the job Tony offered for the first time. This surprised Tony a little. Staring into Pepper's eyes, he looked a little angry. Tony felt that Pepper didn't understand him. Tony forced his patience and said, "This is not what you think it is. Wearing this iron bump all over the world, do you think I'm showing off something? No, it's not like that. I'm not doing it for show, it's not for money, it's not for some damn contract. Find my weapon. And destroy it. That's all. That's all. Then I choose to resign." Putting down the USB stick, Pepper took one last look at Tony, turned and walked towards the door. Tony's voice came from behind her. "Sounds a little PD. You've been by my side for so many years, and you were there when I made money by destroying others. Now I want to save those threatened by my weapon, and you are leaving me." He didn't expect Pepper to choose to leave him at such a time. Does she also think she made the wrong decision to close the arms deal? Pepper turned around suddenly. "Tony, you're going to die, I don't want to help you kill yourself." Hearing this, Tony woke up a bit. Then he understood why Pepper refused to come here. After pondering for a few seconds, he spoke. He said in a low voice, "Pepper, you don't understand. I just understand my mission." Swish. The visor of the steel armor covered Tony's face. "Pepper, trust me, I was right this time." Boom. The heat wave erupted from underfoot, down the window overhead, and in the blink of an eye, Tony rose to the ground and flew out of the room. And in situ, the expression on Pepper's face, who was standing still, changed a few times. "Finally made up my mind." He went forward and picked up the USB flash drive on the workbench. Stark Building, Obadiah's office. Pepper was carrying a small bag, looked around cautiously, and after making sure that there was no one else, she walked in. There was no one in the office. Pepper came to the computer, plugged in the USB flash drive, and cautiously entered the server to find the transaction list. Administrative folder. Hide disk. According to what Tony said, Pepper didn't miss any corners and looked carefully. But there is no shadow of any transaction list in the server at all. At this moment, she suddenly found a hidden space hidden in the system mezzanine. After opening, a series of drawings appear on the screen layer by layer. Seeing the contents of this drawing, Pepper's pupils suddenly shrank for no reason. The blueprint shown above is for a huge amount of mech, and it looks like an enlarged version of the mech in Tony's studio. Area 16? Obadiah, what the hell are you doing? A message left on the blueprint was captured by Pepper. As Tony's assistant, she naturally knew where the 16th district in the Stark industry was. Isn't that an abandoned work area under the arc reactor? Keeping this information in mind, Pepper then opened the next folder. And as soon as this folder is opened, a video image jumps out. In the video, 7 or 8 masked gangsters with weapons stand around. On the middle stool is a kidnapped man in a hood. The gangster spoke a language of unknown country to the camera, and immediately took off the hood on the man's head. The face of the tied man appeared on the screen. Pepper was startled and almost screamed. This man is none other than Tony. Tony was kidnapped. We haven't heard anything from the kidnapper. Obadiah here, why does he have a video? Pepper's heart tensed for no apparent reason. At this time, a language she could understand appeared in the video. You didn't tell me you were going to kill Tony Stark, so Obadiah Stan, you have to pay a high price for your lies, and the price of killing Tony Stark has gone up. My God! Pepper couldn't help screaming, and then quickly covered his mouth. Obadiah, it turned out to be Obadiah. Tony was kidnapped and he did it. No longer hesitation, she immediately closed the video and chose to copy the file to the USB flash drive. 2%. 22%. 42%. The copy progress jumped a little bit, and Pepper waited nervously. Oh, who did I say? Pepper, I didn't expect you to be in my office. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened. Asterisk. Chapter 18 with a loud bang in the sky, Pi Daxing debuted. Chapter 18 with a loud bang in the sky, Pi Daxing made his debut. The door of the office was pushed open, and it was Obadiah who came in. Seeing him, Pepper couldn't help but his heart skipped a beat, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. After many years at the top of Stark Industries, Obadiah has a very strong ability to read the situation. Although it was only a slight fluctuation, it still caught his attention. This, coupled with the sudden appearance of Pepper in his office, made him even more nervous. Pepper is working on his computer, and he has the Iron Master blueprint and that video on his computer. For a moment, he thought a lot. But his face was still very natural. Pretending not to notice, he walked over to the wine cabinet and took down a bottle of wine. We're all happy to have Tony back. While pouring wine and finding an excuse, Obadiah talked to Pepper to distract her. We seem to have brought him back from hell. But now I realize. Picking up the glass, Obadiah moved closer to Pepper. Pepper squeezed out a smile, barely a response. At the same time, he glanced at the screen slightly. On the screen, the copy has been completed. What did you find, Obadiah? Pepper replied, quietly moving the mouse to bring up the screensaver interface, and at the same time quietly moving the newspaper on the table to cover the USB flash drive. But now I find out. Coming behind Pepper, Obadiah glanced at the screen. He frowned slightly. I found out that Tony is not the Tony he used to be. Obadiah at the moment has become a dangerous figure in Pepper's heart. The mission is complete, and she doesn't want to stay here anymore. But he's still our Tony, isn't he? After a casual reply, Pepper stood up. I still have something to do. I have to go. Goodbye, Obadiah. After she finished speaking, she pulled out the newspaper along with the USB flash drive by taking the satchel from the table. Pepper walked out the door with his bag and newspaper in his hand. Behind him, Obadiah, who was looking at her back, suddenly asked. Is it today's newspaper? Pepper stopped. Turned. Yes. Let me have a look, okay. After a few steps, Obadiah reached out to her. Definitely. Pepper pretended to be surprised, froze for a moment, and then smiled and handed the newspaper to Obadiah. Slightly bowed. This time, she walked out the door without looking back. The moment she walked out of the office, she let out a deep breath. So close. In the palm of her left hand, the black USB flash drive had already been sweated by her. Snapped. And in the office, the newspaper he got back was thrown to the ground by Obadiah without even reading it. Walking back to the computer, moving the mouse slightly, the screensaver disappeared. FK. Obadiah immediately uttered a curse. On the screen, the copied information box is very enviable. And below the information box, it is the video of Tony being kidnapped. After rushing out of the Stark building, Pepper's face was clearly flustered. He kept making calls with his phone, trying to get in touch with Tony. But maybe Tony went to some no man's land or a place where the signal was blocked this time, and the phone couldn't get through. Pepper panicked. Now she has Obadiah's evidence, but she can't contact Tony, so she doesn't know what to do for a while. Tony, hurry up and answer the phone. On the way back to Tony's house, she dialed the phone over and over again, hoping to get through. Hey, Miss Pepper, why are you here? Back at Tony's house, a chubby starfish turned his head. It is Pi Daxing. After Tony's introduction, Pepper at the moment was already familiar with Pi Daxing, and naturally he didn't have the panic when they first met. Pi Daxing, where's Tony? Is Tony back? Pi Daxing stuffed a donut into his mouth, his cheeks bulging, and he said vaguely. The big shit didn't come back. He doesn't know where he's going, and he doesn't bring Pi Daxing with him. Pi Daxing feels so lonely. Saying that, a sad expression appeared on Pi Daxing's face. Although there is an endless supply of food, and Su Yang occasionally comes to play with him. But the feeling of being alone at home, still too boring. Thinking of this, Pi Daxing was even more sad, so he picked up another donut and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, Pepper. At this moment, Su Yang walked in. Pepper turned his head and hurriedly said, Su, something is bad. Pepper knew that Su Yang was Tony's very trusted friend, so he quickly told Su Yang what he had discovered. Contrary to what Pepper expected, after hearing all this, Su Yang's face didn't have much surprised expression. Obadiah is the one who kidnapped Tony, and is secretly developing another mech. He already knew these things. But what made him a little puzzled was that the time of the plot seemed to have changed. In the original plot, now it should be Tony who will go out and deal with Obadiah. But now, perhaps because of his presence, Tony's gone. In this case, it seems that no one can solve Obadiah. Thinking of this, Su Yang's alarm clock suddenly flashed when he looked at Pi Daxing, who was still gobbling down. Hey, Pi Daxing, I heard that your armor is ready. How about it, do you want to wear it and go out to play? Battle armor. Pi Daxing's eyes lit up. I want it. Send Daxing to wear armor. Okay. Su Yang snapped his fingers and ordered JARVIS. J.A.R.V.I.S, open the studio and take out the mecha of Pi Daxing. Tony has granted Su Yang permission for the J.A.R.V.I.S section. No problem, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S immediately opened the doors of the studio. After a moment, above Tony's mansion, there was a bang in the sky, and the big star appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Pi Daxing, very angry now. Chapter 19 Pi Daxing, very angry now. Pi Daxing looks silly, but his ability to control mecha doesn't seem to be very high. Although it was his first flight, he quickly got the hang of it. He was very excited to fly to the sky for the first time, and flew over New York in different ways. Sometimes an S is drawn in the air. Sometimes a B is drawn in the air. It was a joy to fly. He was really cool, but he scared a lot of the citizens underneath, thinking that aliens had invaded the United States. Stop playing and get to work. Su Yang flew up with Pepper, Caban knocked a chestnut on Pi Daxing's head, and then stopped him. Immediately, the three rushed to Area 16 under the arc reactor. The director, the shop owner and Tony's assistant Pepper, and a mech, flew towards the Stark building. What they didn't notice was that Phil Coulson, who had been discharged from the hospital, was watching them somewhere as they headed for District 16. "Understood, I'll go right now." After saying a few words to the phone, Phil Coulson put the phone away, started the car, and followed towards the Stark building. "When will these glove days end?" In the car, Phil Coulson sighed slightly, looking at his hands holding the steering wheel and the thick pair of deerskin gloves above. District 16. Underground Laboratory. At the moment in the abandoned underground laboratory is already brightly lit. "Mr. Stein, we've studied it. Although we made the armor according to your drawings, but we don't have the right energy to drive this big guy." In front of a sophisticated electronic instrument, a bald staff member carefully explained to Obadiah. He is a senior researcher at Stark Industries and presides over the manufacture of Iron Overlord armor. As a pure technical person, he was very excited when he first got the design drawing of the battle armor. Because no matter from which perspective, this armor is an epoch-making invention. Being able to preside over the research and development of this kind of work will undoubtedly add a lot to his career resume. So, he worked hard. After getting the design drawings, he has completed the manufacture of the battle armor in less than a month. But when the armor was completed, he found a very unsolvable problem. That is, there is no suitable energy source for the drive. Obadiah's Iron Overlord mecha is very huge, it is simply a giant killing machine, and correspondingly, the energy it needs is extremely huge. According to the existing energy conditions, let alone flight, it is impossible to even make it walk a few steps. Obadiah nodded to the question raised by the researcher, as if he didn't care. "Good job." He complimented the other party. "Your work has been completed, leave the following to me." Huh? The researcher was a little confused. Obadiah did not explain, but walked to the Iron Overlord's armor. He stroked the circular groove on the chest of the armor. Then, from the paper bag he was carrying, he took out a prototype device glowing with blue light. "It is a small arc reactor." This is. The researcher was stunned. The blue light is full of the breath of technology. And in terms of shape, this is a scaled-down version of the arc reactor. That's right, this is the small arc reactor that Obadiah found from Tony's house. Put it into the groove on the Iron King's chest. Click. The eyes of the Iron Overlord's armor lit up, as if he had life. Boom. At this moment, a sound like something heavy fell to the ground suddenly sounded outside. "It's coming so fast." Obadiah's eyes sank. He thought it was Tony coming. "Pepper, is this what you're talking about?" Unlike the huge sound of Pi Daxing's landing, Su Yang did not make any sound when he landed. Looking at the tightly closed irons in front of him, under the dim light, he let go of Pepper, who had been hugging him. Looking at Su Yang with a complicated look, Pepper straightened his hair that was blown by the wind. She originally thought that Su Yang was just an ordinary friend of Tony, but the other party's ability to fly made her realize that the man in front of her was not simple. "Yes, it is here. This is District 16 as shown in the Obadiah database. You stay here." Hearing this, Su Yang nodded and walked towards the iron gate. "Hey!" Pepper called out suddenly. "Okay." Su Yang turned her head. Pepper opened his mouth, only to find that he seemed to be thinking too much. She originally wanted to remind Su Yang to be careful. "From the information I obtained, Obadiah may also have the same armor as Tony." But the scene of flight just now told him that Su Yang was not an ordinary person. The reminder to be careful seems a bit redundant. Nodding to Su Yang, Pepper didn't say any more. "What a strange woman," Su Yang murmured. but it also brought him back to his senses. It is Pai Daxing who is going to fight with Tai Ba Wang. What is his strength? Just watch the fun. Pai Daxing winked. Immediately, Pai Daxing walked in. It's dark in the basement lab. The lights that were on just now have all gone out. But Pai Daxing was advancing in the dark, and it seemed that his sight was not affected by the darkness at all. Pai's Star War armor has its own infrared vision, and the dark environment does not affect his vision. Jellyfish, where is the baby jellyfish? A pair of eyes were looking everywhere, and Pai Daxing was still muttering something in his mouth. He thought that this trip was a game of catching jellyfish. Ha, found you. Soon, through infrared vision, Pai found a life form. He thought he had found a jellyfish that was hiding. Roar. Pai Daxing was so excited that he immediately flew towards the jellyfish. However, boom. Before he could get close, suddenly a huge amount of power came. Faster than flying over, in the blink of an eye, Pai Daxing was beaten and flew out. Tony, such a reckless start is really not your style. Thump. Thump. Tai Ba Wang walked out of the shadows with dull steps. In the battle armor, Obadiah looked down at the Tony who was knocked to the ground by him, and his expression was a little carefree. He wanted to say something to continue taunting Tony. You've beaten Pai Daxing. Pai Daxing, I'm very angry now. However, what came out of the mecha was a silly voice that seemed to be provoked. Not Tony. Obadiah was stunned for a moment. Jellyfish nets. Raising his hands, Pai Daxing shouted and launched an attack. Swish swish. However, the attack launched was actually 2 pairs of fishing nets? Asterisk. Chapter 20 Starfish knows martial arts, who can stop this? Chapter 20 Starfish knows martial arts, who can stop this? He was stunned for a moment because of Pai Daxing's voice, and Obadiah failed to react in time to avoid the attack of the jellyfish fishing net. On the spot, he was covered by 2 layers of fishing nets. Being hit by the attack of the big star, Obadiah was really taken aback. But soon he was stunned. What the hell? Jellyfish nets? That's it? Isn't this just an ordinary fishing net? Neuropathy. With such an advanced armor, you would actually be equipped with such a backward weapon. I'm afraid this special brew is not really used to catch jellyfish, right? Obadiah was in a mess. The details of this battle are completely different from what he expected. But that's fine, the attack isn't strong. It doesn't look like an attack at all. If that's the case, then don't worry. It's a waste of you to put such a backward toy on such a good armor, since that's the case. Leave me your armor. Obadiah, who wanted to bombard the opponent, became greedy at the moment. The opponent's armor looks really good. He wants to grab it. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand to remove the fishing net from his body, and immediately started to walk towards Pai Daxing. Hey, what a stupid jellyfish, fooled. However, Pai Daxing suddenly laughed twice. Tsitsize. The next moment, a sudden electric current sounded. Click. Obadiah, who had just raised his foot, stumbled and fell to his knees. The fishing net on him was flashing blue arcs and was firing high-intensity electric shocks. Damn. In the Iron Overlord armor, Obadiah controlled himself to stand up with difficulty. Although he was protected by the armor, the high-frequency electromagnetic shock did not hurt him, but it still made him feel a little uncomfortable. He stood up laboriously and forcibly removed the electromagnetic fishing net from his body. This time, Obadiah had lingering fears. He dared not underestimate each other's fishing nets. Pai Daxing continued to launch electromagnetic fishing nets, but they were all dodged by Obadiah. However, the terrain of the research room was still too narrow for him, who needed space to escape. If this continues, there is still a very high possibility of being hit by electromagnetic fishing nets. Without much hesitation, with a burst shot, he rushed out of the research room and flew into the air. Pi Daxing thought that the jellyfish was going to run, and immediately followed. Out. Not knowing what was going on in the research room, Pepper was a little anxious. He was about to convince Su Yang to go in with him, when he found out that Pi Daxing was already with Obadiah. That's right, it's Obadiah. This armor is exactly the same as what he saw on the computer. Seeing the two come out, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Pi Daxing has not been defeated. Air. The huge space without hindrance gives Obadiah confidence. Although he still needs to be careful to avoid the attack of the electromagnetic fishing net, but in such a large space, he can already dodge it very easily. Taking advantage of the fact that Pi Daxing only knew how to launch fishing nets foolishly on the spot, Obadiah bombarded with fire and kept hitting. We'll send the big star to fall directly. Is this the only way to attack? If that's the case, then you're too weak. Obadiah looked proudly at Peta Star, who was shot down by him, and even opened the mask of the battle armor to mock him. Pi Daxing finally got angry. Although the best function of his armor is defense. But this round of attacks still made him a little bit painful. Bad jellyfish. You hurt me. With a loud cry, send Daxing to the sky again. And this time, he stretched out his hand to dig it behind his back. A short stick mounted on the back of the armor was held in his hand. The short stick rises in the wind. With Pi Daxing's intention, the short stick instantly became longer, and in the blink of an eye, it became a long stick. Swinging a long stick, send a big star to fly towards Obadiah. Bang bang bang. For a time, countless stick figures were outstanding in the air. And the Iron Overlord armor that is hit will have some shape-shifting when it is hit once. The power of the stick is so terrifying. FK, Tony gave this to him. Su Yang was stunned. He naturally knew what the stick in Pi Daxing's hand was. Ruyi stick, the props from the world of Dragon Ball can be enlarged or reduced at will, without any superfluous effects. The biggest feature is hardness. It's one of Tony's 100 jars. Unexpectedly, he was actually put on the battle armor of Pi Daxing. No, not just wishful thinking. In addition to the Ruyi stick, Su Yang found that Pi Daxing's strength seemed to have gotten a lot stronger, and, heck, Pi Daxing can actually stick. Seeing that Pi Daxing made a move similar to the carbine in marksmanship, Su Yang was completely speechless this time. The hardness of the Ruyi stick, the strength of the powerful pill, plus the experience book of stick skills. Tony also made a fart armor for Pi Daxing. Starfish knows martial arts, who can stop this? Su Yang. Su Yang was speechless, while Obadiah was completely stunned. Doing yarn? What about the battle armor hot weapons? How to start playing close combat? Obadiah was stunned. Although he usually pays attention to fitness, he doesn't know anything about fighting. Bang bang bang. In such a close personal battle, Obadiah couldn't aim, and his positioning system had been broken, and this time it was completely reduced to a sandbag. The bombardment of a stick, the shape-shifting of the Iron Overlord, and some weapons mounted on the outside were smashed. Boom. The last stick, sent Daxing to the head. This time, Tai Ba Wang completely stopped. He was shot down heavily from the sky and landed on the ground, unable to move anymore. Yeah. Caught. Seeing that the jellyfish was shot down by himself, in the air, Peta Singh let out an excited roar. The visor was lifted, revealing his big pink face, smiling like a fool. I go. And Phil Carlson, who just arrived, happened to see Obadiah being shot down. When he saw Pi Daxing's face appear in the armor, his legs trembled in fright. Mom, this starfish is too good to fight *. Chapter 21 I am Iron Man. Hammer from the sky. Chapter 21 I am Iron Man. Hammer from the sky. Phil Coulson just wanted to come over to observe Su Yang and the situation of the armor. I didn't expect to see Chang Wei is calling Lefu when he got out of the car. And this Chang Wei is actually a starfish. Pai Daxing, you also said that you do not know martial arts. Kneel down completely. Phil Coulson now feels like the whole world is messed up. Obtaining an identification technique has more terrifying side effects than anti. When you see a starfish, why do you still know martial arts? Can the world get better? Or did I live for decades to finally discover the truth of this world? Phil Coulson's expression changed a bit when he remembered the raccoon cat he had inadvertently identified in the director's office. The world may not be as simple as it seems. Phil Coulson's thoughts were flying, and he even began to think about the grand proposition of the truth of the world. On the other side, Su Yang and Pepper also came over after seeing Pai Daxing knocking Tai Ba Wang into Tai Han Han with a stick. Obadiah. Pepper looked at the injured Obadiah lying in the Iron King with a complicated expression. Why are you doing this? Tony is your friend and he even considers you his mentor all the time, you know. Obadiah looked up at Pepper weakly and smiled. He knew Pepper was asking why he wanted to kidnap and instruct the 10 Commandments to kill Tony. Why? I've dedicated my life to Stark Industries, damn it, Stark Industries. You know how much I hate that name. Obviously it's me. It's me who makes Stark Industries brilliant. But the goddamn glory, the goddamn wealth, was all taken away by that playboy Tony. I just want to get back everything that belongs to me, everything I have, you know. With the last bit of strength, Obadiah roared wildly, telling that he had been unwilling all the time. Pepper shook his head. She was about to say something when a voice came from behind him. You are wrong, Obadiah. Pepper turned his head. Then his face showed surprise. Tony. Tony is here. Glancing at Pepper and nodding to Su Yang again, Tony looked at Obadiah with an indifferent look. Stark Industries, it was built by my father himself. It doesn't belong to you. No one can take it out of my hands. A battle that took place in District 16. Although it is not a bustling area in the city center, it is because of the loud noise and the reason why the big star was flying over New York before. The mysterious flight armor has caused a very heated discussion on the internet. And everyone invariably put their questions to Tony. After all, the 16th district where the battle took place was their Stark Group's territory. Tony has nothing to hide from this situation. Because he originally planned to announce the advent of steel armor. Stark Group, in the same hall where the last press conference was held. Backstage in the hall, Pepper was carefully helping Tony adjust his tie. Tony, do you really want to reveal the truth? Tony said, what, do you feel bad? I just. Pepper paused. I think there might be another reason to prevaricate it, like a drone or something. She felt that Tony had revealed the truth and that it would be a lot more dangerous to say that he was the user of the armor. It's scary now that no fool will believe the excuse of drones. Tony smiled. Yesterday, many people photographed the scene of sending a big star flying around in the air. Besides, he didn't think about the haze at all. After announcing the closure of the arms deal, his company's stock price fell a lot. I am preparing to use this armor to pull back the stock price. With his tie fastened, Tony stepped into the front room. Just walked to the release stage, but haven't spoken yet. There was a female reporter below who spoke first. Mr. Stark, I guess you wouldn't say yesterday's incident was caused by a drone accident or something. And as she opened her mouth to say these words, many reporters next to her began to respond. Yeah, Stark, that's a shitty excuse, you don't think we'll believe it, do you? Mr. Stark, it's you who was in the air yesterday, isn't it? Mr. Stark, did you close the weapon trade before? Is it related to the fact that you developed a war armor weapon? Before Tony could speak, the reporters couldn't wait to throw question after question. When they came to the press conference this time, they all came here with a slap in the face. Tony gave everyone a small smile. Instead of answering the question, he became interested in the name Iron Man proposed by a reporter. Iron Man? I think the name seems a little too bad. Perhaps. Tony glanced at the crowd. Perhaps Iron Man would be a better name. Su Yang did not come to the scene, but watched the live broadcast of the press conference at home. His eyes lit up when he heard Tony say the name Iron Man. Immediately, on the TV, Tony took off his sunglasses. Say that classic line. Yes, I am Iron Man. Boom. As Tony confirmed his identity, the reporters in the audience stood up frantically. And the news media behind them heard the news. In a few minutes, the reports of Tony being Iron Man came out one after another. Iron Man's first public appearance in front of everyone, and it exploded right away. Director, are we going to 3 Curved Wing Building, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? Fury and Phil Coulson at the moment were also watching Tony's press conference live. Phil Coulson glanced at Chief Braised Egg when he saw Tony reveal his identity. Are we going to take him in? Phil Coulson knew that the Chief was running a superhero alliance recently. However, Fury didn't answer. Instead, he pondered for a while. Then he stood up and turned to look at a screen behind him. On the screen, there are several bright spots. New Moses, New York, Greenland, Norway, Africa. On the left side of this map, there is also a video news broadcast. In the video, a huge green monster wreaked havoc, finally breaking through the encirclement formed by a group of soldiers and breaking out. After staring at the screen for a few seconds, Fury said, "The matter of contact with Stark is temporarily left to Natasha Romanoff, and now you have a new task." Phil Coulson raised an eyebrow curiously. Fury said, "You go to New Moses, where is there a hammer that fell from the sky? I need your identification technique to see what that is." Having said that, Fury gave Phil Coulson a meaningful look and reminded, "By the way, don't forget to bring a medical team." Phil Coulson. Mad, what should I do if I suddenly have a bad premonition? Phil Coulson felt bad when he heard Fury use the word fall from the sky to describe what he wanted to identify himself. But he could not refuse the mission of the director. What to do? I don't have anything to save my life, I feel like I'm going to burp this time. Phil Coulson struggled for a while. Life-saving things, that's right. His eyes suddenly lit up. You can open the jar. In addition to the Meow Meow hammer in New Moses, what do the other locations represent? Do you understand me? As a reminder, these episodes all take place at the same time. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Business is booming, Phil Coulson's scalp is tingling. Chapter 22 Business is booming, Phil Coulson's scalp is tingling. Phil Coulson has continued to open many jars since the last time he opened the identification technique from Su Yang's small shop. At that time, he wanted to prescribe something that could solve the side effects of the appraisal technique. But after finding out that wearing gloves can temporarily block the identification technique that can be activated at any time, the urgency in his heart has eased a lot. But now that he heard Fury want him to continue to use the ability of appraisal, he immediately panicked. He had a hunch that if he couldn't find a solution to the side effects this time, it might be really cool. Immediately, he expressed his concerns to Fury and his intention to continue to open the jar. Open the can. Fury said, if that's the case, then I'll go with you. He is also very curious about the mysterious pot shop that Phil Coulson mentioned. I've been wanting to see it for myself, but haven't had the time. Now that Tony's matter has come to an end, and several other places have also sent people over, there is just a little time to pass. Immediately, the two left the Tri-Bend building and headed to Su Yang's small shop in Queens. And at the same time, In the small shop, Su Yang was sitting behind the counter, and there were already many fragments of clay pots on the counter in front of him. Damn it! Su, your clay pot is getting rotten now. I've opened it a lot, but there's still nothing good. You brought me these broken jars on purpose. Tony smashed open another jar with a snap, harvested a slender and strange knife, and sighed in frustration. I don't even know what's in the jar, it's all taken at random. Man, you're out of luck, and I can't help it. Su Yang is also helpless. Early this morning, Tony came to him in high spirits to open the jar. Just like last time, there are 100 clay pots in one breath. But I don't know if it's a back or how to do it, and there is still not much gain. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly doubt. This may be the ghost of the system. After seeing that Tony is rich and has made up his mind to visit for a long time, he has never shipped. The profiteer system is gone. Definitely, it is not accurate to say that it is not shipped. For example, this imitation natural tooth is a good prop. Born Tooth, the sword of Sesshomaru in Inuyasha. It is a healing knife that cannot kill dead man, but can heal life and bring people back to life. However, because it is imitation, the effect is not as great as the original. Can't bring decedent back to life, leaving only the ability to heal. However, it has a disadvantage, that is, when the wound is healed, the wound left by the natural tooth cannot disappear. It's probably a new type of stab wound while healing. Really tasteless. Something Tony's had opened a jar before was probably about the same as this. Definitely, there's something better, really good stuff. However, after Tony decided to go to the war armor class, he didn't care about other things. I want to open up some treasures that can make my battle armor more powerful, such as turning the armor into particles, or turning it into a living body. The preciousness of this kind of thing is already very strong just by listening to it, so how can it be so easy to get? Naturally, Tony felt that the current jar was not good enough. 99 out of 100 jars were opened, only the last one left. Tony had a meeting in the afternoon, complained a couple of times and then snapped open the last jar. Fairy Bean, a magical food from the world of Dragon Ball, cultivated by Kallen Fairy, Cat Fairy, who lives in Kalenta. As long as one eats one, the injury can be quickly recovered, and it can be used in the shortest time, nearly instant, in extreme fatigue, to restore stamina and energy. As the jar was smashed open, a green bean appeared at the bottom of the jar. Hey, this stuff is good. Without Su Yang's introduction, Tony happily picked up this fairy bean. It was finally something that he had given good reviews before. This thing can save your life when you're dying. With the fairy beans, Tony is satisfied with today's can opening trip. 1 million for a fairy bean, no loss at all. Gladly, Tony said goodbye to Su Yang. After sending Tony away, Su Yang was thinking about taking a nap. At this time, the door of the shop was opened again. What day is today, and how is business doing? Well? Su Yang, who had just stood up, muttered a few words, sat back, and looked at the door. Two acquaintances came. It was Phil Coulson and Nick Fury. Phil Coulson has seen it once, Fury has never seen it, but has seen it countless times on the screen. Welcome. Professional integrity is still required, and Su Yang recruited Roar to take a seat. Phil Coulson is well versed in getting to the counter. Fury, on the other hand, glanced left and right, looking around. Obviously curious about this little shop that looks ordinary, but is not ordinary to Phil Coulson's mouth. Let Fury observe, Su Yang and Phil Coulson say. Are you here to open the jar again today? Yes. Phil Coulson nodded. Bring me 10 clay pots. No problem. Su Yang swiped his card to collect the money, and with a flick of his hand, 10 clay pots appeared on the counter out of thin air. Fury's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. This boss is really not ordinary. Taking Fury's reaction in his eyes, Su Yang calmly handed a small hammer to Phil Coulson. "You know how to open a can, open it yourself." With a nod, Phil Coulson took the hammer. "Move a jar in front of you and you're ready to open it right away." And as Phil Coulson was about to open the can, Fury came up curiously. "Such an ordinary pot, such a magical skill of identification, is it obtained from here?" Snapped. The jar burst as Phil Coulson hit the hammer. Something appeared at the bottom of the jar. Seeing this, Fury and Phil Coulson both craned their necks to look at the bottom of the tank in curiosity. "Congratulations, it's shipped." Su Yang received the message of this thing and congratulated Phil Coulson with a smile. It's just that there's something odd in his smile. Looking at the smile on Su Yang's face, Phil Coulson's heart sank for no reason. The boss is smiling so weird. It just made his scalp go numb. Shouldn't it be another thing that is as tricky as identification? Asterisk. Chapter 23 Heaven's Weeping Collection, Blood Collapse plus Tear Collapse, How Do You See People? Chapter 23 Heavenly Cry Collection, Blood Collapse plus Tear Collapse, How Do You See People? Seeing Su Yang's face that couldn't help but want to laugh, but was trying to restrain himself, Phil Coulson's scalp tingled. "Boss, drive, what's the drive?" he asked bravely. Su Yang didn't sell off the crying collection, it's a very good thing. After that, Su Yang continued to introduce Phil Coulson as he was still confused. The crying collection is from the same world as the identification technique Phil Coulson obtained before. However, this Heavenly Cry collection is not the original one, but an improved imitation version by the system. The ability of cultivation is erased, and there is only one ability left, which is healing. That's right, the healing ability Phil Coulson has always wanted. Therefore, it is not so much a collection of practice books as it is a simple skill book. Although its healing skills take effect in strange ways. After listening to Su Yang's introduction, Phil Coulson was stunned. "Are you happy to get the coveted healing ability?" It's natural to be happy. But why is he still so weird? Phil Coulson suddenly blacked out. Because the way the Heavenly Crying Book can heal ability is actually, cry. Yes, just cry. Heavenly Weeping, not crying, how can it be worthy of such a name? After a little depression, Phil Coulson quickly picked himself up again. It's a little weird, but it's still a good thing that can save lives. There is not much hesitation, just use and absorb the Heavenly Weeping collection. Phil Coulson, how does it feel? Nick Fury asked curiously. After listening to Su Yang's introduction, his first reaction was, "There is such a bizarre thing, shouldn't this boss be a liar?" But he was excited again after watching the Heavenly Weeping collection turned into a streamer and penetrated into Phil Coulson's body. This is simply amazing. There really is such a magical treasure. Phil Coulson closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them blankly. As if nothing was different. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Yang, hoping that he would clear up his confusion. Su Yang was too lazy to say more and waved his hand directly. A flash of light was fleeting, and Phil Coulson's arm was immediately marked by a striking wound. It was 7 or 8 centimeters long, dripping with blood. FK. Phil Coulson froze for a moment, then felt the pain, and roar made a sound. Covering the wound, he couldn't help but feel sad. Big tears dripped from the corners of his eyes. Woohoo! It hurts. Why am I so miserable? It's been a long day without bleeding, and today. Woohoo! Hey, why am I crying? Crying and crying, Phil Coulson was stunned. A wound was broken, although it hurt a little, but it didn't touch his tears. Woohoo! Thinking of this, Phil Coulson felt even more sad. People are not a small tear bag when they encounter setbacks. Woohoo woohoo! Looking at Phil Coulson, who was crying more and more sadly, and his tears were overflowing. Nick Fury was speechless. "How did you do it?" "Phil Coulson is his gold agent. Since entering this line, it is not the first day that a lot of bullets have been injured. What's up today? How could such a small injury make him cry so outrageous? Could it be that there was something strange about the Heavenly Crying collection just now?" Nick Fury was thinking. Suddenly discovered. The wound on the arm was touched by tears, and it began to close quickly. "Heck, it really works." Nick Fury's eyes widened in surprise, a look of disbelief on his face. "Good guy, it turns out that the healing of the Heavenly Crying collection relies on tears." Perhaps as the wound healed slowly, Phil Coulson's cry gradually subsided. At this moment, his heart was also bewildered. And then the first thought that came up was, "Done. The bleeding isn't over yet. Tears coming again now? Blood collapse plus tear collapse, do you want to see people in the future?" Thinking of this, Phil Coulson couldn't help crying again. This time it wasn't the cauldron of the Heavenly Crying collection, it was purely because he wanted to cry. Really tearful scene. Okay, though. But anyway, you've also found a cure for blood conjunctivitis, isn't it good? After a long while, Phil Coulson finally stopped crying. Nick comforted him. Phil Coulson nodded blankly. Then he stared at Su Yang with red rabbit-like eyes that were swollen from crying. "Boss, go on." His voice was hoarse from crying. But the voice was very firm. "It seems that the problem of blood collapse has been solved, and now what needs to be solved is the problem of tear collapse. 1 out of 10 jars opened and 9 left. The opening of the can in the system is that each hammer corresponds to a can, and the hammer disappears when it is used up." Su Yang immediately handed him the remaining 9 hammers. Clap clap. In one breath, Phil Coulson opened 3 clay pots directly. An oily cassock. A brooch. A collar. Phil Coulson glanced, then looked at Su Yang questioningly. Su Yang explained one by one. "Jasper cassock, a Buddhist treasure, it has a good defense, and it has a blessing effect on the undead's transcendence, which increases the success rate of transcendence. Shape-shifting brooch, disposable item, can change appearance after use, duration, 3 minutes. Ordinary pet collar, after wearing it, it can increase the pet's loyalty a little, and it only works for ordinary pets." After telling the details of the 3 awards one by one, Su Yang didn't look at them again. In its view, the value of these things is not high. The Jasper cassock is a little better, and still has some use for Phil Coulson. After wearing it, it can even withstand the damage of some small firepower such as pistols. But what about the styling? Whose agent doesn't wear a suit and cassock? The ability of the shape-shifting brooch is actually okay, but the time is too short, and it may be effective in some special cases. As for the last collar, not to mention, spicy chicken. The primal eater in S.H.I.E.L.D. is no ordinary pet, but one of the most terrifying creatures in the universe. 3 things were of little value, and Phil Coulson wasn't discouraged and didn't give up. Ding 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 bang, he continued to open the can. But the next few jar shipments were even more unbearable. In a blink of an eye, the last of the 10 jars was left. "It's up to you." Phil Coulson held his breath, even prayed silently, and then solemnly and ritually knocked down the hammer. Snapped. The jar burst with a sound. And this time, what appeared in front of him was an egg. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Lin, Dad, Bei, grew up in the grasslands, poultry. Kneeling and begging for a reward for flowers. Chapter 24. Lin, Dad, Bei, grew up in grasslands, poultry. Not an ordinary egg duck egg. As the jar burst, the egg swelled in the wind, and in the blink of an eye it was bigger than a basketball. The whole body is milky white, and there are special lines on it. However, the strange thing is that the texture on the egg is not complete, it seems that part of it has disappeared. But even so, at a glance, you can still see that it is not ordinary. This is. Phil Coulson glanced at the geek, then looked at Su Yang. The first time he opened an egg from a jar, Su Yang was obviously more interested. He glanced at it a few times, and that was what puzzled Phil Coulson. If you're lucky, Phil Coulson, you're going to make a lot of money this time. Good luck. Phil Coulson was puzzled. What do you mean? Su Yang sorted out the language before speaking. This egg is not an ordinary egg, but a monster egg. Beast egg. Hearing this, Phil Coulson's eyes lit up. There are fictional creatures like Warcraft in many netizen games and novels. He naturally knows what Su Yang is referring to by Warcraft. So, when he heard Su Yang say that it turned out to be a monster egg, he immediately got a little excited. Yes. Su Yang nodded, this is a griffin egg. Griffin is a very powerful monster with very powerful destructive power, and also has the ability of flight. If you're lucky, a baby griffin may hatch from it. Griffin. It turned out to be a griffin. Phil Coulson was really excited this time. The griffin was originally the creation of their Westerners. It can be said that most of the stories that Westerners came into contact with when they were growing up contained griffins. It is the dream of many people to have a griffin as a partner. Phil Coulson is no exception. At the moment I heard Su Yang say that he might get a baby griffin. Maybe. At this time, he noticed that Su Yang's word just now was maybe. Boss, you just said, maybe, hatching a griffin. Phil Coulson asked in a daze. Su Yang nodded, that's right. Without waiting for Phil Coulson to ask further questions, he continued. Although this egg looks very good, it is a pity that he is defective. Pointing out the lines on the griffin egg to Phil Coulson, Su Yang's tone also sounded a little regretful. Normal griffin eggs have complete textures, but look at this egg, the textures on it are defective. This means that the egg has become incomplete for some reason. And the probability that defective griffin eggs can hatch successfully is not high. Moreover, if it can really hatch successfully, it may not necessarily be a griffin, or something else. After finishing speaking, Su Yang jokingly said again, perhaps it is precisely because of this reason that the griffin mother abandoned it, and this is why it appears here. Phil Coulson. Sure enough, this kind of good luck doesn't belong to me. An identification technique is prescribed, and the side effect is blood metrorrhagia. A cure is prescribed, and the side effect is tears. This opens a griffin egg, well, it's simply incomplete. What the hell am I lucky? Phil Coulson's excitement suddenly went down by more than half, and he seemed to be a little lethargic. Boss, can I change the jar? Phil Coulson lost interest in the egg and even wanted to reopen it in a different jar. Sorry, once the jar has been opened, it cannot be returned. Just kidding, if you want to change the jar and reopen it as soon as you open something you don't want, your business will not be done. Phil Coulson, you don't want this egg. After Su Yang said he couldn't replace it, but at the moment Nick Fury was interested. Director, what do you want? Phil Coulson gave Nick a surprised look. Yes, why not? Nick smiled and said, you may not believe it, I dreamed of being a Griffin Knight when I was a child. Then I'll give it to you. Without giving up, Phil Coulson gave Nick the Griffin egg directly. In his opinion, this is already a bad guy who will definitely not hatch a griffin. Although I don't know who put the contents in these jars, but after opening the jars several times, Phil Coulson felt that the person must be full of bad taste. According to the urine of his, it will definitely not be so easy for customers to do so. Nick didn't shirk and took the griffin egg. And then, he paid for another jar and gave it to Phil Coulson. It's like helping Phil Coulson open a can all over again. I hope there won't be another wonderful thing like the Heaven Crying collection or the defective griffin eggs. I muttered, smack. Phil Coulson opened his last jar. The jar burst with a sound. Something appeared at the bottom of the jar. Gun of kindness, as the name suggests, it's a gun of kindness, and no matter how many ammunition it is loaded, it can't hit the dead man. Phil Coulson. He was completely speechless. Dude, can't shoot deadman's gun, is it still called a gun? Toy guns are more useful than you. Feeling that his luck today may have been used up on the Heavenly Crying collection, Phil Coulson temporarily gave up looking for a solution to Liban. Boss, how does this egg hatch? Phil Coulson's jar is finished and Nick starts asking Su Yang. Although he also wanted to open the can. But I didn't forget that I didn't know how to hatch griffin eggs. After all, it is a monster egg, can't sit on it like an old hen to hatch, right? This is a griffin egg, not an egg. It's very simple, just drop a drop of blood on it. Su Yang instructed Nick to hatch the eggs. If the hatching is successful, the little guy inside will automatically recognize you as the master. If it fails, he shrugged, then there is none. Nick nodded. It was easier than he thought. Just a drop of blood, simple. After asking Su Yang to borrow a utility knife, Nick just scratched a cut on his finger. Blood quickly seeped out. Nick dripped blood on the griffin eggs, and he couldn't help but look forward to seeing the blood absorbed by the griffin eggs. Griffins, can they really hatch? However, as the blood was absorbed, the griffin egg remained silent. Did you fail? As time passed by, there was still no response to the griffin egg, and Nick, who had thought he could succeed, began to feel a little disappointed. Broken egg. Sure enough, it is still difficult to hatch successfully. Shaking his head, Nick intends to leave this egg alone. He turned his head to open the can. At this time, click. A slight sound suddenly sounded. Although the sound is not loud, it is very quiet in the store, which is very clear. Nick turned his head immediately. Immediately, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Success. I saw a crack suddenly appeared on the griffin egg, as if something was drilling out of it. I'm going, did the hatching really succeed? Su Yang was also surprised. He didn't expect Nick's luck to be so good. The broken egg actually allowed him to hatch. In an instant, the three of them stared intently at the egg, just watching its shell break little by little. As time passed, the egg's movement became louder and louder. However, Su Yang was a little puzzled when a piece of the eggshell fell off and the inside could be seen slightly. It doesn't seem right. A little red exposed. This red doesn't look like any body part on a griffin, but, like a coxcomb? I'll go, I won't hatch a chicken. It turns out that Su Yang guessed right. When the creatures inside came out completely, not only Su Yang, Nick, and Phil Coulson were stunned. My God, what about the griffin? How did it become a fowl? Phil Coulson came back to his senses earlier than Nick, and said in surprise. And after hearing what he said, the poultry turned his head and looked at Phil Coulson with a very, very dissatisfied look. You, Lin, Dad, Bay, and I, grew up in grasslands, poultry. Poultry raised a fleshy wing. With a snap, it slapped Phil Coulson on the head. Can you see what it is? Asterisk. Chapter 25 S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Time Chicken, in place. Chapter 25 S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Time Chicken, in place. You, Lin, Dad, Bay, and I, grew up in grasslands, poultry. Phil Coulson was slapped in the face. A chicken hatched from a griffin egg? And it's a chicken that can talk and beat people. What the hell is the setting? Phil Coulson was instantly speechless. And the poultry was still talking. Young, Xiao, Year, Lian, Lang, I will tell, Ga, you, Li, A, Gong, Roar. You, Lin, Dad, Bei, and I, oh, grew up in the grasslands. I drank dew when I was thirsty, and ate grasshoppers when I was hungry. Poultry. Chicken, when the surname is Light Chicken. When Zeus fought the Titans. Slap. Before Time Chicken could continue babbling, Su Yang interrupted him with a slap. He was speechless. I didn't expect this guy to come out. Sure enough, he is a chatterbox, and his mouth started to blow when Zeus fought against the Titans. If this is not interrupted, can't we talk about next year? Being slapped unceremoniously by Su Yang, Shi Shiji scratched his coxcomb, a little frightened. He dared to shoot Carlson just now, but facing Su Yang, he couldn't even resist at all. Weird feeling. It seems that he is just an ordinary person, but it makes him feel inexplicably close. Su Yang ignored him and said to Nick, the griffin is gone, but this thing. Pointing at the Time Chicken, Su Yang said, but this thing is much stronger than griffin or something. The Time Chicken is the reincarnation of the sun god La in the words, and it is not a little bit stronger than the griffins. I think it's not as good as a griffin. Phil Coulson murmured, there is a scar on his face, maybe it was cut off by someone who lost a fight. Time Chicken's ears were sharp, and Phil Coulson's whisper was still heard by him. Dissatisfied, Akimbo, Xiao, Xiao, Nian, Lin, Lang, do you know the origin of my scar, when Pangu opened up the world? Su Yang. Good guy, Zeus just fought against the Titans, and now Pangu is starting to break new ground. Time Chicken rambled about the origin of the scar on his face, but Nick naturally didn't believe it. But thinking of what Su Yang said just now that this chicken is much stronger than a griffin, he couldn't help but even came up with a bold idea. Could it be, what he said was true? Boss, what you mean by saying he is stronger than griffin? He asked Su Yang. Adhering to the tenet of customer first, Su Yang's after-sales service is in place, and immediately said the ability of Time Chicken. However, there is no mention of him being the reincarnation of the sun god Ra. Reverse time and space. After listening to Su Yang's introduction, Nick finally moved. Unexpectedly, such a strange-looking free-range chicken would have such a terrifying ability. Phil Coulson also looked at the Time Chicken with a look of surprise. Time Chicken was a little embarrassed to see, and scratched his head shyly, actually, they are not as good as you said. Su Yang. Nick. Phil Coulson. Time Chicken's words are not modest. But it's really not as good as Su Yang said. Because after breaking the shell out of the egg, he found that his ability to reverse time and space was no longer useful for some reason. In other words, now he's just an ordinary poultry. This is a bit strange. Could it be that the texture on the egg is the cause of defectiveness, so the ability of the Time Chicken has disappeared strangely? Su Yang looked resigned. Nick and Phil Coulson were disappointed. White was happy. Seeing their reaction to the disappearance of their ability, Time Chicken was a little anxious. Hey, this is the attitude of shrimps and rice. Stupid Huan. This is normal, isn't it? I'm not familiar with this time and space. It's normal for the ability to disappear temporarily. I told, Ga, you, Li, Gong, Roar, let me get used to it for a while, and my ability can still come back. Hearing this, Nick's eyes lit up. Are you saying that your ability is only temporarily unavailable, or can it be restored? That's for sure, I can be a Time Chicken, a Light Chicken, a chicken. Go up. At this moment, a sudden screeching sound rang out. Time Chicken bowed his head a little embarrassedly. That, do you have anything to eat? Suddenly I really want to eat, chicken wings, why don't we order a takeaway? Nick was speechless. Saying that you are a chicken yourself, eat chicken wings. Why don't you take a bite of your own wings? Although there are 10,000 grooves in his heart, Nick realizes that this is a good opportunity to incorporate flicker time chicken. We have chicken wings, hamburgers, cola fries, and everything. Our bureau is now recruiting agents. Real. Before Nick could finish speaking, Time Chicken raised his head excitedly and looked at Nick with bright eyes. Definitely true. Nick patted his chest and assured, "Follow me, Time Chicken, let alone chicken wings, you can eat everything you want, our S.H.I.E.L.D. benefits are great." Okay. Time Chicken raised a chicken wing and snapped his fingers, "Then I'll reluctantly go to your neurological bureau to be an agent." After all, it was hatched by Nick's blood. Time Chicken had any doubts about Nick's words, and chose to join S.H.I.E.L.D. without hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Time Chicken, in place. "Boss, bring me 20 jars too. There are time chickens that can reverse time and space." Now Nick completely believes in Su Yang's shop. Very lavish, Nick directly paid 20 jars of money to take care of Su Yang's business. Su Yang spread the cans all over the counter in one breath, took out the hammer, and enthusiastically taught Nick how to open the cans. After learning, Nick held a hammer, slapped a can in front of him, and knocked it down. Snapped. The jar burst with a sound. A booklet appears at the bottom of the jar. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Director, your braised egg is glowing. Chapter 26 Director, your braised egg is glowing. What's this? Instead of picking up the jar's brochure, Nick turned to ask Su Yang. After watching the scene in which Phil Coulson uses the Book of Tears, he was afraid of absorbing the booklet as soon as he touched it. Then, like the Heavenly Weeping Collection, it also activates a wonderful ability. Then there is nowhere to regret. Su Yang glanced at the booklet and said casually, "It's a diary." Diary. Hearing this, Nick was a little disappointed. "Don't underestimate this diary," Su Yang said. "This is not an ordinary diary, but a record of an ascetic who records his ascetic process. After reading it, he will have the opportunity to activate an ability." Having said that, Su Yang gave Nick a meaningful look. What's the matter? How did Nick, like Phil Coulson, also drive something from the world of Squirrel Air? Could it be that the two of them were in conflict with the world of Squirrel Air? Didn't notice Su Yang's strange gaze. After listening to the introduction, Nick came to be interested. Unlock an ability at random, just read the diary, which makes him want to try. Without thinking much, he immediately picked up the diary and began to look through it. Buddhist Calendar 311, July 20th, today The diary was opened, and the ascetic experience recorded from the ascetic's first perspective appeared in front of Nick's eyes. And very strangely, these words seemed to have a special magic, which made him feel like he was there. Ascetic monks set off against the rising sun and embarked on a journey of asceticism. Nick seemed to see himself carrying a simple backpack and embarking on the journey. It feels so weird. It's almost like a VR mode with all 5 senses turned on. In the diary, the ascetic went all the way west. Thirsty, drink mountain spring water. I'm hungry, like a fasting meal for someone I meet. There is no mountain spring water, and there is no fast food to beg for alms, so I endure starvation and endure this kind of suffering with a strong will. Nick felt dry for a while, and hungry for a bite. He just didn't even want to watch it anymore. But at this time, he was very stunned to find out that he couldn't get out. Ming Ming had the diary in his hand, but no matter how hard he tried to close it, he couldn't. And he can't even control his eyes from falling on the diary. It's over. Nick's heart suddenly tensed. Take all precautions, or be fooled. Isn't this letting yourself experience the life of an ascetic from start to finish? Nick was getting more and more flustered. When I saw the ascetic walking to a place where no one was inhabited, and preparing to enter the desert, I felt even more sad in my heart. Don't die, don't die. Don't die in this desert. He was in a hurry. Wouldn't that be fatal for a man who brought almost nothing into the desert? If the ascetic died in this desert. If you are involved in the whole process, will you burp too? But the more flustered Nick, the more realistic his immersive feeling became. When the ascetic in the diary stepped on the hot sand, Nick grinned in pain. When the dervish in the diary shivered in the desert night, Nick was shivering with cold. When the ascetic in the diary became confused due to hunger, Nick couldn't help shaking his body and sweating. Roar. Finally, not long, but in Nick's eyes an unusually long record of asceticism ended. Nick took a long breath and hurriedly dropped the ascetic diary in his hand. Director, what did you see? Seeing Nick's haunted expression, Phil Coulson became curious. Although Nick was reading the diary next to him, he couldn't see a word on the diary. This made him very curious. What did I see? I almost died in it. Nick was terrified. At the end of the diary, although the ascetic hadn't died yet, in his opinion, he was not far from death. Fortunately, perhaps because of this, he couldn't keep a diary anymore, so Nick was proud to get out of that dying state. But it also made him terrified. I almost died in it? Hearing Nick's unexpected answer, Phil Coulson was even more stunned. Okay, I just read a diary, how come I almost died? He didn't understand Nick's words. But thinking of Nick's shivering and sweating reaction just now, he felt that Nick might have almost died because of a diary. After all, the things in this jar are so pitiful. Then what ability did you get, director? It is said that if you don't die, you will have good luck. After Nick has gone through such hardships, Phil Coulson thinks he must have learned a good ability. Ability. Nick looked down and looked around, then closed his eyes for a while. It doesn't seem to have any ability. He didn't feel that he had any ability to activate. However, as he said that, Phil Coulson's eyes widened in surprise. Pointing at Nick's head, he opened his mouth and said incredulously. Bureau. Director, your braised egg is glowing. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Nick, in the future, please call Roar my name, Master Yideng. Chapter 27 Nick, in the future, please call Roar my name, Master Yideng. Braised eggs, what braised eggs? Nick doesn't know why. He scratched his head, somewhat incomprehensible. And as he turned his head and saw Phil Coulson staring at his head in shock, he understood what Phil Coulson was talking about. With sweat on his face, a group of grass and mud horses dashed past in his mind. What a marinated egg! This is Laozi's bald head. What's wrong with the black people, what's wrong with the bald head, should the bald head be a braised egg? Nick blushed, and was about to scold the subordinate who gave him the nickname. But, wait, glowing. Before he could speak, he suddenly remembered that Phil Coulson said that the braised egg was glowing. There was a bad premonition in Nick's heart. Although not selling clothes, Su Yang still set up a mirror in the store. Su Yang is very thoughtful. If someone prescribes any costume props, he can also look in the mirror to see how it looks. This is where the mirror comes in handy. FK. As soon as Nick saw his own image in the mirror, Roar uttered a SHT. Don't care how someone from the United States would say SHT, anyway, there was no more suitable word for his reaction at this time. In the mirror, Nick was wearing a black leather jacket and a one-eyed blindfold, looking full of suffocation. What's very inconsistent is that on his head, there is actually a circle of milky white halo. Live like a special Buddha. Boss, what's the situation? Nick was stunned. Not just him, but Su Yang was also stunned. He has never seen this before. It was promised that after reading the diary, you would understand an ability, but I have never heard that it will make the braised egg shine. Is it possible? This ability refers to the COS light bulb. In this way, Nick's house will not need to install lights in the future, which will save electricity bills. FK. Nick Fury is a S.H.I.E.L.D. director, and he doesn't miss the electricity bill at all. Su Yang was also speechless. By the way, what did you see in the diary? Since I don't know what ability this is, I can only find the answer from the contents of the diary. Nick recalled what he saw in his diary. It was a diary written by an ascetic, and it recorded him. Immediately, Nick repeated what he had seen in his diary. In fact, it sums up how ascetic monks endure hardship and die. Yes, in Nick's view, this monk is killing himself. Serious people who don't bring anything will go into the desert. Do you drill? I don't drill anyway. That makes some sense. After listening to Nick's retelling, Su Yang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Monk, Buddha light, Buddha, this is right. However, just being a blinding Buddha's light is not an ability, is it? Anything else? Su Yang continued, during the process of asceticism, is there anything special about the ascetic? He felt that if he comprehended a certain ability, this ability should have been mentioned in the diary. It is impossible to give an ability that is not related at all for no reason. Special place. Nick starts to recall. Not to mention, such a memory really reminded him of some different places. It turned out that on the way of the ascetic, in addition to the devout rush, the ascetic also met several families who were doing white affairs, and did a few rituals to save the dead. It should be this. After listening to it, Su Yang felt that the ability Nick obtained might have something to do with this undead transcendence. Because he knows the origin of this diary, this is what belongs to the world of Squirrel Air. In that world, didn't that foreigner fake monk comprehend the transcendence art from this diary? If I'm not mistaken, the ability you realized should be this ability to save the undead. Rescue the undead. Nick was a little puzzled. No way. I don't even know how to transcend it now. If you really understood that transcendence technique, you should at least tell me the steps and methods of transcendence. There was no information in his mind about how to save the undead. Nothing at all. Maybe it's because you haven't encountered a situation where you need to transcend, so you don't know how to do it? Su Yang guessed. US.H.I.E.L.D. should be exposed to a lot of criminal cases in normal times. When you go to see the next time someone dies somewhere, maybe you will remember how to get over it. No, no, no. However, Nick waved his hands again and again. He didn't want to learn that transcendence technique. Good S.H.I.E.L.D. director quit. Do you really want to be a monk? If you're afraid of being discovered, you can disguise and go. Su Yang thought he couldn't let go, worried that he would be embarrassed by being seen by his subordinates, so he suggested warmly. Didn't Phil Coulson just prescribe a cassock that can bless the super effect? You put on a batch of that cassock, and then put on a monk's robe. No one will recognize you as the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. If you are still worried, you can ask Phil Coulson to cooperate with you and introduce you to the outside world as an eminent monk invited by him. I have already thought about the name for you. Just call it Master Yideng. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Su Yang couldn't hold back his laughter. With Nick's gleaming brain, which can brighten the eyes in minutes. Master Yideng, he is absolutely amazing. Isn't that a big light bulb? Nick. He was instantly speechless. Good guy, even the law number has been arranged for me. Monk, what a monk. I don't want it anymore, I don't want it, can it be okay? Nick secretly made up his mind that he must stay far away from where a murder happened in the future. I'm afraid that if I can't control it, and I start to play with excess on the spot, then the character design will be completely broken. Director, I think what the boss said makes sense. However, Phil Coulson was very excited after listening to it. Holding the jasper cassock that he had drawn earlier in both hands, he looked expectantly, and he was about to give Nick props. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Thousands of Troops, and One Fly. Chapter 28 Thousands of Troops and Horses, and a Fly. Phil Coulson, I remember your prize money this year. Nick's face darkened, he gritted his teeth and threatened. Swish. Hearing Nick's words, Phil Coulson quickly hid his cassock behind his back. Eyes look at the nose looks at the heart, and a serious expression on his face. As if the person who was going to give Nick a cassock just now wasn't him. He also pointed to the bonus and continued to open the jar. In the end, Nick was still moved by what Su Yang said. Su Yang is very bad. He wanted to see the appearance of Nick wearing a cassock and cos Master Yideng, so there was no limit to blowing the transcendence technique and the bright light of merit on the back of his head. Under the temptation of a powerful force, Nick still couldn't hold back and was moved. However, although he had the idea of giving it a try in his heart, on the surface, he still had a look of disdain and even resistance. Quietly enter the village, do not shoot. He didn't know that Su Yang and Phil Coulson must have wanted to see him go to sleep in a cassock, so he decided, even if he went, he would go quietly alone. The topic of superhumanity came to an end for the time being, and Nick picked up the hammer and smashed the remaining jars open. Perhaps because the system knew that he was rich, the rest of the jars were filled with gadgets and nothing big. The only thing that can be said to have some value may be the Dragon Ball. But this thing needs to collect all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. Needless to say, it must be the temptation given by the system to hang Nick and continue to open the can in the future. Director, then let's go. Leave Su Yang's small shop. The group parted ways. Nick took the time chicken back to S.H.I.E.L.D, while Su Yang was planning to go to New Moses with Phil Coulson. Thor's Meow Hammer, he has long wanted to see it. After saying goodbye to Nick, Phil Coulson drove towards the airport with Su Yang in his car. Boss, are you saying that the director really won't use that transcendence technique? In the car, Phil Coulson talked again about Nick's supernatural technique. Obviously, he was still very moved to see Nick wearing a cassock. Don't worry, I bet Nick can't help it. Su Yang affirmed. Although Nick concealed it well, he still found the light in Nick's eyes when he talked about the various magical uses of the light of merit. With that, he closed his eyes and leaned back on the seat. Phil Coulson thought Su Yang was a little tired and was going to rest, so he stopped talking. However, Su Yang was not sleeping, but silently opened the system mall and started shopping. Today, I did business with 3 people in a row, but I made a big profit. If you have money, you will definitely spend it. Plus before Tony bought 100 jars and contributed 1 million trading points. Now Su Yang's trading point has broken through the 2 million mark and reached 2.5 million. How to spend the 2.5 million trading points, he has long thought about it. He has been browsing the mall in the past few days, and he has already selected the item to be purchased: Origin Wing. This is a pair of pure white, exuding a sacred atmosphere, as if it is a treasure like angel's wings. According to the system introduction, this pair of wings contains the origin of the world, from which you can comprehend and master the rules of this world. Su Yang once heard a story. In that story, the protagonist is a teenager who is addicted to the internet. He was hooked on a national war game. In the game, he fought day and night, accumulating strength and developing his power. Finally, his country became the most powerful one in that game. With his own army of thousands of horses, the teenager gallops freely in the game. He saw, he conquered, he swept over any country, any monster he saw. Invincible, became the only impression he left on everyone in that game. But one day, when he was taking his army to open up the territory as usual, he suddenly saw a black shadow on the map. The black shadow seems to be a monster that has just been refreshed. The boy clicked on the shadow with the mouse and roared past with the army roar, intending to kill him. But no matter how he charged, he couldn't get even the slightest distance from that shadow. The boy was a little dazed, but at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew up. The young man was stunned. It turns out that this is not some monster just refreshed, but a fly parked on the screen. Yes, a fly. A weak, easily crushed fly. But it is such a trivial fly, but there is no way for thousands of horses to do anything. I can only stand there blankly, watching the fly leave the screen, flying farther and farther, farther and farther. When I saw this story for the first time, Su Yang's heart was pierced. In the game, the world is invincible, but it is helpless to a fly in the real world outside the game. How sad this is. So when seeing the pair of wings, Su Yang decided to buy them. Understand the rules of this world, and even, jump out of this world. Be that fly in the upper world, that teenager, or even the developer who created this game world. This is the most powerful force. Check, buy. The wing named Origin Wing appeared in his system space. Boss, the car is here, let's go. Somewhere in New Moses, Su Yang and Phil Coulson got off the plane. The car arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived. Phil Coulson sent the driver, got into the driver's seat, and took Su Yang to the location shown in the document. The car drove out of the airport and went west all the way. After passing several small towns, it finally stopped in a small town. Andiput. A modest town in New Moses. Because of its location next door, the town is peaceful and quiet most days. But in the past week, the town has suddenly become very lively. All this is related to a strange hammer. Hey, old York, your hair is gray, do you still want to go to work? Watch out for ripping your waist off. Sheet. I'm born with white hair, you're the old one, you're much older than me. In the town's only burger joint, two white men were very loud. A table next to them. Phil Coulson and Su Yang had a light lunch and listened to their conversation. Looks like there's a lot of people in Hammer. Su Yang understood. That guy named Old York is also going to pull the hammer, a local big tyrant has spoken, whoever pulls out that damn hammer will get his $50,000 reward. The people here in S.H.I.E.L.D. don't know how to do things. How can this kind of hammer that doesn't know where it came from can be touched by anyone? Phil Coulson's face was slightly displeased. Then he took out his phone and made a call. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Odin's Spell, Green Code. Chapter 29 Odin's Spell, Green Code. Phil Coulson's call worked. When Su Yang and Phil Coulson came to the place where the Meow Meow hammer fell, they gathered around here to revel, pull the hammer, and all the people eating barbecue had been dispersed. There is only one piece of garbage left, which proves that this place was once lively. The staff of S.H.I.E.L.D. were cleaning the site, and at the same time building a temporary camp quickly. They knew that the hammer couldn't move, so they could only build a camp for research on the spot. Boss, do you know the origin of this hammer? Looking around the hammer and trying to pull it out with his hands, Phil Coulson found that he couldn't move the hammer even an inch. Su Yang was very mysterious in his eyes, and he felt that Su Yang might know a little about the origin of the hammer. Su Yang definitely knows what this hammer is. But he shook his head, also pretending to be curious. I am not sure as well. As he said that, he rolled his eyes and suggested, how about, can you try to identify it? Just kidding, if I said it, how would I see you bleeding? Phil Coulson waved his hands again and again, no, no. This hammer is not ordinary at first glance. If this is an appraisal technique, what should I do if I don't wait for the heavenly crying collection to take effect? Phil Coulson hastily refused. Su Yang continued to bewitched. Don't worry, with me by your side, it's okay, you dare to identify. Hearing Su Yang's assurance, Phil Coulson was a little moved. Although I haven't seen the boss take action, but there are so many magical pots in his hand, if he doesn't have any magical ability, Phil Coulson won't believe it if he is killed. How about, let me try. Phil Coulson raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't worry, do it boldly. With me here, there's no problem. Su Yang patted his chest and assured. Should, maybe, probably not just hang up, right? As long as you can't die on the spot, it's a matter of a fairy bean, and it's not a big problem. Su Yang muttered. Good thing Phil Coulson didn't hear it. If Phil Coulson knew that Su Yang's so-called guarantee was actually believing that he would not die directly, he probably would have slipped as far as he could, and would not believe even a single word from his mouth. Remove gloves. Phil Coulson's expression turned serious. Although Su Yang's assurance was one of the reasons why he made the decision to identify the hammer, more importantly, he himself wanted to know the origin of the hammer. During this time, he saw more and more magical things that he had not seen before. Including clay pots from Su Yang's store. Including the countless starfish. Including the director's ordinary-looking civet cat. Also, the magical identification technique and the heavenly weeping collection. All these make him feel that the world is not as simple as he sees it. More unknown magical powers and existences are more and more exposed before his eyes. Think back to the original purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D, to deal with such supernatural events. Why was such a huge S.H.I.E.L.D established for this reason in the first place? Could there be an enemy who controls this supernatural power? Although he didn't know where the enemy came from, Phil Coulson vaguely felt that the day when the enemy came might not be too far away. And the master behind this strange hammer, is it the enemy? For these reasons, Phil Coulson felt he had to figure out where it came from. Gently place your hand on the handle of the hammer. Not yet. Mjolnir, the weapon used by Thor, consists of the central part of the declining planet and the world tree. Immediately upon contact, the flow of information about the hammer flooded Phil Coulson's mind. And at the same time, swish swish. Like a sack with countless holes, strands of blood arrows shot out from the countless wounds on Phil Coulson's body. On the spot, Phil Coulson turned into a blood man. FK. What fark? Oh my god. The S.H.I.E.L.D staff who were cleaning the site were taken aback by this sudden scene. Countless people were shot in the face by blood arrows. There was even a hapless guy who was directly shot in the eye by a blood arrow, and his eyes were red as if they had been splashed with fuel. They were stunned for a moment. Who has seen this scene before? Phil Coulson agent, what's up with this? High blood pressure? Popped a blood vessel? But this blood vessel explosion is not so outrageous, right? No spiked porcupine shoots arrows like this. The staff were dumbfounded until they woke up when they watched Phil Coulson fall straight back. In a hurry, he hurried up and rushed to the rescue. Doctor, doctor. The quick responding staff immediately shouted roar and called the doctor in the medical team to come over. Sir, please let me go. The doctor rushed over, saw Su Yang squatting beside Phil Coulson, and politely asked him to make way for him to make room for treatment. He knew that Su Yang was a friend invited by Phil Coulson, so he was very polite. Su Yang took a look at Phil Coulson's situation. It turns out that he didn't die on the spot as he expected. Well, it seems a bit cruel. It was only because of excessive blood loss that he temporarily fainted, and tears began to drip from the corners of his eyes, so he was relieved. Immediately, the medical staff carried Phil Coulson into the camp that had just been set up for treatment. Su Yang did not follow up. Rather interested, he turned his head to look at Mjolnir. A meow hammer made Phil Coulson faint. It is indeed a weapon made from the core of the planet and the branches of the world tree. Knowing that Mjolnir was crushed by Hela with one hand, Su Yang was curious about the meow hammer, but he wasn't too concerned about it. But at the moment, seeing how much damage he caused to Phil Coulson, it reminded him that the material of this thing is too strong. Although it is not as good as Infinite Gems, it is also a good treasure in Marvel. He wanted to see if he could hold it. Moreover, I just happened to try the things I learned from Yuen Wing. There was just no one around. He reached out, gripping Mjolnir's hammer handle with one hand. Drink. Su Yang gave a low drink and exerted a little force, but Mjolnir didn't move. He felt a force resisting him to lift Mjolnir. Not Mjolnir's original will, but an external force attached to it. Without letting go of the hand holding the handle of the hammer, Su Yang stared at the hammer. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The green codes in his eyes kept flashing. Correspondingly, Mjolnir has also changed in Su Yang's eyes. Mjolnir was decomposed into green code symbols, and the source was all revealed. It turned out to be Odin's spell. Su Yang saw the spell above. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he raised his hand slightly. Swish. This time, there are no obstacles. Mjolnir was light, and was held by Su Yang in his hand. And with Mjolnir being picked up. Distant Asgard. In the splendid Asgard. Odin on the throne. Suddenly opened my eyes. No one should be able to guess which world the pair of wings and the protagonist's ability to decipher the essence of the world came from. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Tony's new assistant, Monaco Racing. Chapter 30 Tony's new assistant, Monaco Racing. As the king of Asgard, the king of God. Odin is already an old man entering his twilight years. Although he claims to be a god, Odin knows that he is just another life form that is slightly stronger than other beings. He will also grow old and fall. So after his own days were numbered, he set about training his successor, the next king of Asgard. This man is Thor. Although he is Thor of Asgard, and his strength is unparalleled, Odin is very dissatisfied with Thor's status quo. Yes, dissatisfied. The name is Thor, but he has no idea where his power comes from, and instead is overly obsessed with Mjolnir's power. Odin is determined to make Thor understand all this. So Tol Mingming just made a minor mistake, and Odin chose to expel him. And sealed his divine power, and the power to pick up Mjolnir. He hoped that Thor could see all this clearly, and rely on himself to regain the power that should belong to Thor. But to be on the safe side, he cast a spell on Mjolnir. Guaranteed to pick up Mjolnir when Thor is in a real crisis. Having done so much preparation, Odin can be described as having bad intentions for his son. But now he suddenly finds that the spell he cast on Mjolnir has been broken. Was abruptly erased. This woke him up immediately. Midgard, isn't that an ordinary world? In that world, there are people who can crack their own spell ability. Thinking of this, Odin's eyes couldn't help but turn a bit stern. He regretted it a little. I regret that I didn't investigate Midgard's situation first before exiling Thor. But it's not over yet. Heimdall, come to me. Violently breaking the spell left by Odin, Su Yang looked up at the sky and waited for a while. There was no special movement. Su Yang couldn't help but wonder. Isn't an old guy like Odin already fed by Loki? The spell was broken and you didn't realize it yet. He was waiting for Odin to find him. There were so many treasures in the King of God's treasury that he even thought about how he would use the clay pot to extort the treasure in the treasury once Odin found his way. Damn, Thor is still on Earth anyway, so it's the same to find Thor if you can't wait for Odin. Phil Coulson hasn't woken up yet. There is no point in Su Yang continuing to stay here. Definitely, Mjolnir he's still going to stay. That's what drew Thor here. After relaying Mjolnir a layer of code, Su Yang put the hammer back. Instruct the staff to wait for Phil Coulson to wake up, and let him pay attention to a strange man. Su Yang staggered, and left the camp. Hey, Su, I called you here. Monaco, A racing circuit. Tony gave Su Yang a big hug warmly. It's so boring to stay in your small shop every day. The world is so big, it's fun to play more, man. Su Yang said, I'm just an ordinary person, not like your rich Tony. After leaving New Moses, Su Yang received a call from Tony, inviting him to come to Monaco to watch the car race. Speaking of racing cars, Su Yang immediately remembered the whip, and naturally agreed, and flew over. Stop kidding, you've made at least $2 million with me. Although compared to me, you're still poor, but it's enough to make you happy for a few days. Listen, $2 million is only enough for a few days, this is the unpretentious lifestyle of the big guy. Su Yang smiled and didn't speak. Walk into a room with Tony. Come on, let me introduce you, this is my new assistant. There are already many people in the room. Men's suits and leather shoes, women's jewels, a person like a dog. Tony took Su Yang directly to Pepper and Happy, and introduced him to a woman with burgundy hair. This is my new assistant, called, by the way, Natasha Romanoff, right? Tony shrugged at Natasha Romanoff. Sorry, your name is too mouthful. Natasha Romanoff didn't respond to Tony's insincere apology, but suddenly looked at Su Yang with a very alert look. It's him. After Phil Coulson's first bloodshed, Natasha Romanoff took over from Phil Coulson and briefly watched Su Yang for a while. Naturally recognized Su Yang at a glance. However, Su Yang didn't seem to feel any discomfort with Natasha Romanoff's gaze, and extended his hand with a smile. Hello, I'm Su Yang. Interesting. Black Widow was eventually sent by Nick to Tony's side. It seems that history is still moving forward according to his original trajectory. Tony, who has money, ability and battle armor, is still optimistic about Nick despite his personality flaws, and is ready to be absorbed into his superhero alliance. Natasha Romanoff and Su Yang nodded, shaking hands as a gesture roar. Didn't notice anything wrong between the two. Tony glanced at his watch. To several people, you guys are watching the game here, I'll go out first. With that, he walked out of the room. Asterisk. Chapter 31. A dangerous person appears, Whiplash Yvonne. Chapter 31. Dangerous characters appear, Whipsaw, Yvonne. Tony left the room. Pepper thought he was doing something old again and went out to hook up with the little girl. But little by little, as time went by and the car race was about to start, and Tony hadn't come back, Pepper was in a hurry. It was Tony who proposed to come to Monaco to watch the car race. The race was about to start. He didn't come to see it. Where did he go? Happy, hurry up and find Tony. Pepper stood up and looked around, but did not find Tony, and then urged Happy, who was eating and drinking, competing with the big lobster on the table, to find it. However, after Happy stood up, he froze in place. Pepper was confused. What's the matter, Happy? You should go. 2. Tony is on the field. Pointing to the big screen behind Pepper, Happy's eyes widened. Pepper immediately turned his head, with a ghostly expression on his face. What fark? Tony, what is he doing? I saw that on the big screen of the live broadcast, the racers were entering the field. And the one racing driver being captured on camera is Tony. Pepper was in a hurry, and stood up with a rub. What a joke, racing, what a dangerous race it is. As the boss of the Stark Group, how could Tony end up participating in this kind of competition in person? He's not a professional racing driver, in case something goes wrong. Pepper immediately walked out of the room and headed for the field, trying to stop Tony from playing in person. Happy and Natasha Romanoff followed. Pepper, Happy, and the others all left, and Su Yang didn't have much interest in staying here alone, so he followed. Pepper hurried to hurry, but it was still too late. On the field, the track has been closed, and all the racers have entered their chariots. Tony, Tony. Pepper yelled at Tony inside, through the protective net on the arena, trying to get him down. But Tony thought she was here to cheer him on, but instead gave her a thumbs up and a reassuring look. 3, 2, 1. Boom. As the flag for the start of the race fell, several cars started at the same time. The roar of the accelerator drowned out everything. The audience in the stands also roared excitedly, cheering for their favorite racers. Definitely, as a player who suddenly joined, Tony, who just announced his Iron Man status, at the moment also received a lot of cheers. Hearing the cheers for Tony all around, Pepper was helpless. With such a boss at the stall, she really has nothing to do. Okay, the game has already started, let's watch the game with peace of mind. Happy didn't feel anything about Tony playing, nor did he feel Pepper's concern. If it weren't for the lack of money, he would have wanted to go up for a few laps. Immediately, Pepper and the others could only helplessly watch Tony gallop on the field, surpassing one player after another. But Su Yang's attention was not on the field. Instead, he stretched his neck and looked around, as if looking for something coming. Suddenly, Su Yang's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Across from him, several maintenance workers in yellow overalls emerged from the staff passage. Happy, do you have Happy's suitcase with you? Suddenly, Su Yang asked Happy. What? This unreasonable sentence made Happy froze for a moment. It's nothing. Su Yang looked at Happy's empty hands and turned to look at Tony on the field. He muttered, he should have a spare armor on him. Happy scratched his head in confusion. Don't think too much, continue to pay attention to the game. But when he put his eyes back on the arena, he suddenly found that there was one more person in the arena. What's the situation? Why did someone go in there? Hey, that man, what are you doing? Come out quickly. Happy shouted quickly. The speed of the game is very fast. It is very dangerous to suddenly enter a person at this time. Not only is it dangerous for the man who strays in, but it is also very dangerous for the racers on the field. Happy was worried about Tony, and shouted quickly, wanting to drink the figure back. But they were separated by an entire distance of the arena. In such a noisy place, even if they shouted, the other party couldn't hear them. And, what if you heard it? The other party, but he has no intention of leaving at all. Tony Stark, you thief. Ivan stared at a certain car galloping on the field with a grim smile on the corner of his mouth. The player in that car was none other than Tony. Holding a toothpick, while walking on the track without anyone else, he didn't care about the racing cars that whizzed past from time to time, and he took off his overalls. Tui. Spitting out the toothpick casually, he threw away his overalls, revealing a set of rudimentary armor flashing blue electricity. What's the situation? A staff member actually appeared in the arena, and he was wearing Omega. What is this? Ivan was captured on camera and placed on the screen of the live broadcast. At this time, he held a whip in each hand and swung it vigorously. Boom! A racing car that passed by him was directly cut into two pieces by the middle. The shocking voice on the commentary immediately resounded throughout the arena. And with the appearance of this scene, the audience watching the game all made a surprise roar. On the field, Tony also discovered this sudden change. Because the car that was cut in half by the middle is now the first place, and he is the second place. There was a bad premonition in Tony's heart as he got closer and closer to the dangerous man with the whiplash. He subconsciously wanted to deflect the direction and avoid this person. However, the other party seems to be running towards him. Tony turned, and he turned with him. Then, pop! The whip was lifted high, and then roared down. Head straight to Tony's car and chop off. Tony! Tony! Fake! Seeing this scene, The three people around Su Yang shouted at the same time. Pepper didn't even dare to look at the next picture, and covered his eyes. After the car in front was split, the racers inside were already dead and couldn't die any longer. Tony Pepper panicked. It's the second year of high school, and it's New Year's greetings. Happy New Year everyone. Kudos to you guys. Bang 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 asterisk. Chapter 32 Thief. Your invention is as bad as your father's. Chapter 32 Thief. Your invention is as bad as your father's. Through the footage captured by the live camera, Pepper saw the tragic death of the racer in the car that had just been split. At the moment when Tony's car was hit by a whip, she couldn't look at the big screen anymore. He was afraid to see Tony do the same thing, split in half. But, luckily, Tony survived. Because of a timely turn to reverse direction, although the car was hit by the whip, it was only the front of the car that was hit. He was safe and sound in the cab. That one direction saved his life. When even so, Tony's cold sweat broke out when he saw that his car was just a little less in front of him. So close. Almost. Fake. If the whip came just a little more, even if he didn't kill him on the spot, he would be able to cut off his legs. Tony at the moment is still thinking about life in a wheelchair without his legs. However, when he saw that strange man whipping his whip again, he reacted quickly. Quickly unbuckle your seat belt and jump. Embarrassed, he quickly got out of the car. Boom. Another whip, this time, the car completely disintegrated. The mechanical wreckage that was broken into several pieces was scattered on the track. It was difficult to see that it was originally an expensive racing car. Tony Stark. The two whips didn't kill Tony, and Ivan didn't have any annoyed or regretful expression on his face, but slowly walked towards Tony with the whip. With a playful smile on his face, he looked at Tony, who got up from the ground. You son of a thief, you're so lucky. However, that's the end of it. Boom. Raising the whip, Ivan attacked Tony again. Very close distance, this time, it looks like an almost guaranteed attack. However, it was still avoided by Tony dangerously. Thanks to the blessing of the Fighting Experience book, at the moment Tony's reaction ability has been greatly improved than before. Hey. Seeing that Ivan was about to start swinging the whip again, Tony shouted again and again. What thief? Before you kill me, at least tell me your name. It seems that the opponent only has the attack method of whiplash. Since there was only one stupid way of attacking, Tony wasn't in such a hurry. Putting his finger lightly on the ring on his right hand, Tony made up his mind and asked him his own question. He admits that although there are many opponents and enemies, such as that Hansen, but these are all enemies in business. As for the person in front of him, sorry, he never met. He also couldn't remember when he had offended such a person. And, thieves. Where does this come from? You thief. You, and your father Howard, you are all thieves, you stole my father's invention. Although the surrounding security personnel approached, but they did not dare to enter the track. Ivan was not in a hurry to continue shooting, but instead yelled at Tony. Tony was even more confused when he heard these words. Ivan was even more angry when he saw Tony couldn't remember anything. My name is Ivan Vank. My surname is Vank, arc reactor. So you're the son of that Russian guy? It dawned on me. After such a reminder from the other party, Tony finally remembered it now. He remembered that when his father invented the arc reactor, a Russian named Vank was indeed involved. However, the Russian betrayed Howard because of the money, and wanted to steal and sell the arc reactor, so he was driven away by Howard. It was for this reason. You finally remembered, you son of a thief. Seeing Tony's awakening appearance, Ivan cursed bitterly. Hey, what a thief's son, this is my father's invention, okay. Knocking on the small arc reactor on his chest, Tony looked at Ivan with disdain. If we were thieves, my father didn't kill your dead father, he just drove him away. Since he didn't die, why didn't your father build a reactor by himself? Tony smiled. Because your father doesn't know how to make it? So thieves or something, let's forget it, I think you are the thieves, and you are the ones who want to steal the arc reactor. Boom. Ivan whipped the whip, and the whip hit Tony again. He was irritated by Tony's words. Speaking of which, the truth is exactly what Tony said. If he was responsible for Howard being the thief who stole Anton Vank's invention, why didn't Anton Vank make one himself after being driven away? Knowledge is something that cannot be stolen. Therefore, the so-called thief was just made up by Ivan himself to deceive himself. He is jealous. Also the son of a scientist, his father and Tony's father were scientists who had worked together. Where's Tony? Playboy, billionaire, living a life that countless people can't. And what about him? What does he have? Poor, abject poverty. Even the alcohol you usually drink is the cheapest and sour bargain. So when Tony announced that he was Iron Man on TV, it coincided with the death of his father. Under this blow, Ivan attributed his miserable life to Tony's father stealing the life that should belong to him. Tony's life should be his. And at the moment, the truth is revealed by Tony with a ruthless taunt, and Ivan is angry. Complete rage. He wants to kill Tony, right now, right now. When the whip failed, Ivan followed with another whip. I want to bang this nasty guy in front of me. However, how could this backward attack method hit Tony after he was on guard? It's figured out, and now I'm too lazy to continue wasting time with you. Through evasion, Tony and Ivan slightly distanced themselves. Immediately afterwards, he wiped the ring on his right hand. An all-metal suitcase appeared in his hand. Your invention is as bad as your father's. Now, look at mine. Tony grabbed the two handles on the suitcase. A pull. Swish swish. A set of steel armor quickly covered Tony's body. Oh oh oh. And seeing Tony begin to transform, the audience that was still nervous also instantly boiled. Asterisk. Chapter 33 One Punch K.O. Su Yang's new target. Chapter 33 One Punch K.O. Su Yang's new target. Seeing Tony begin to transform, the audience all boiled instantly. Originally frightened by the appearance of Ivan, the audience who were rushing to flee the scene also stopped and looked at Tony on the big screen excitedly. Iron Man. Superhero. The people of the United States have been baptized by various superhero cultures. Personal heroism has always been extremely serious. In their hearts, no matter how difficult the situation is, they will be resolved by heroes in the end. So at the moment Ivan was still on the court, but as Tony began to transform, an inexplicable sense of security still appeared in their hearts. In the same way, people all over the world love to watch the fun. They don't want to miss out on Iron Man vs Whip Freak. Tony, come on. Iron Man, you are the best. Ah. Tony's starting to transform. That's awesome. I actually saw Tony transform. There were more screams at the scene. One by one, the melon-eating crowd rejoiced, standing in the stands and waving their arms excitedly. In a trance, there is a feeling of returning to the Roman arena. Ivan was a little angry. Because some people who eat melon may think that watching the show is not enough, or they go to the circus to watch a lot of performances, they even start throwing leftover melon peels and Coke cups at Ivan. If one takes the lead, there is the second one, and a bunch of messy things smashed towards Ivan. A good revenge inexplicably turned into a performance. Ordinary people who should be afraid of themselves throw things at themselves? What the hell, treat me like a beast in the arena. Ivan is angry. He didn't even care about Tony anymore, and slammed his whip into the stands. Nourishing. An unlucky spectator had nothing to lose. He just took off his stinky sneakers and was about to throw them at Ivan. He took a whip and came down. He didn't throw the sneakers in his hand, but he was chopped in half by Ivan. Huh, it works now. As Ivan's whip went down, the melon-eating crowd watching the play screamed and began to spread out. Eating melons is risky, so be careful when watching a play. Looking at the audience who fled with satisfaction, Ivan finally felt a lot better. But at the moment, Tony's armor is done. After another improvement and upgrade, Tony's Mark armor at the moment has evolved to the 5th generation. Not only has more powerful attack methods and defensive abilities, but also the wearing speed has been greatly improved. The shackles that require the help of a manipulator to wear have been requested. With one foot on a car abandoned by the driver, Tony kicked hard. The car shot straight at Ivan. Snapped. Ivan whipped the whip and directly split the car that hit him. But as the car was split open, the pulse wave from Tony's palm shot right away. Ivan's armor is extremely simple, and he has no defense at all. If he is hit, he can stop the food with just one shot. Tony also understood this, so he just shot one shot, and didn't go over and attack again. He felt that one pulse was enough. But I didn't expect that Ivan's whip was very good, and it directly volleyed Tony's pulse wave. This surprised Tony a little. But never mind. Pulse wave is his most common attack method, as many as you want. I want to see how many hairs you can block. Tony raised his eyebrows slightly, then raised his hands, ready to give Ivan a cereal package. But before he could attack, Ivan's whip arrived first. This time, Tony was a little careless because he put on the battle armor, and he stayed in place without dodging, so he was directly tied up by the whip. Swish! Another whip caught him. Ivan slammed Tony into the air with the force of his hands. Then slammed down. Although the armor removed 90% of the impact, Tony still felt a slight dizziness. He hadn't had time to break free from the shackles of the whip, when the whip slammed him into the air again and smashed it down. Oh! The melon-eating crowd stunned, and an incredible scream broke out. Iron Man! Can't beat this whip monster? They were bewildered. Just because Tony put on the armor and incarnated as Iron Man, the joy and excitement were swept away in an instant, and the fear of Ivan's whipping the man in half reappeared in his heart. Tony! At the moment, Pepper and others have also arrived at the battle side. Through the protective net, watching Tony get kicked up and smashed, he was scared to death immediately. Fake. After being smashed all over, Tony's head was a little smashed. At the moment, he regained his senses, and he quickly stretched out his hands to pull the whip, and finally he was not thrown into the air again and swung the sledgehammer. Pedal. Deng deng. Pulling on the whip, Tony took heavy steps, one step closer to the whip. Boom. After getting close, Tony unceremoniously smashed it with a punch. Ivan was hit by the circle and flew upside down, collapsed on the ground, and saw that he could no longer stand up. One punch KO. I'm very unhappy that you hit me. Snapped. Tony ripped off the energy core from Ivan's chest, glanced at Ivan who was spitting out blood, and squeezed it with one hand. Tony, you are too headstrong. The battle is over. Although Ivan was dealt with without any risk, Tony still had some bruises on his face. He hadn't put on his armor at first, and he didn't know where he bumped it when he was busy dodging. Covering the bruise on his face with an ice pack, Tony shrugged casually. He glanced at everyone in the room. Hey, where is Su Yang? After Tony's question, at this time, everyone found out. In the panic, Su Yang disappeared. Could you have left first? Happy said something. He remembered that Su Yang was still there when the battle started. Su Yang did indeed leave first. Because he had just seen someone in the audience who really interested him. New target found. I didn't expect to meet you here, and it's quite courageous to dare to come here. Unhurriedly behind the figure wearing a peaked cap in front, Su Yang pondered. Seems like you can open it again? Asterisk. Chapter 34 Your surname is Lei, is your single name a Feng? Chapter 34 Your surname is Lei, is there a single name with the word Feng? The figure wearing a peaked cap buries his head in the road in this small town of Monaco, moving very fast. It seems that he has lived here for a while and is very familiar with the environment here. Su Yang unhurriedly followed behind him, always keeping a distance. Not overtaken him, nor lost. After turning a few blocks, the man slipped into an alley. Su Yang raised his legs and followed. It's just that after entering the alley in front of him is empty, and there is no one person. Lost. Non-existent. The vigilance is still quite high. Looking at the alley where the man was missing, Su Yang showed an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth and took a step forward. Roar. Accompanied by a strong wind of roar whistling, a stick suddenly fell behind him. Who are you? As soon as Banner missed, he did not attack again, but held the wooden stick in his hand vigilantly and looked at Su Yang with full alertness. It seems that you are often followed. Su Yang didn't answer, but looked at Banner with interest. Although he did not deliberately hide his stalking intentions, he was able to perceive it in such a short period of time. It seemed that Dr. Banner's escape days were indeed very difficult. A good scientist has even been honed to have some anti-tracking skills. Yes, the man Su Yang was following was none other than Bruce Banner, the Furious Hulk. Banner didn't answer Su Yang's question, and the guard in his eyes grew a little deeper. He knows my identity. Su Yang didn't feel any discomfort or any other feeling about Banner's reaction. He can understand. Living in a life of being hunted all the time, facing the risk of being sliced and researched, if you are yourself, terror will also have a strong sense of vigilance against any stranger who approaches. I'm not from the military, nor under General Ross. Su Yang said, trust me, I have no ill will towards you, otherwise. With that said, Su Yang snapped his fingers. Otherwise, there should be a whole team of fully armed soldiers in front of you now. Looking at Su Yang who suddenly floated up, Banner was stunned. Eyes are getting bigger and bigger. Waterfark. Is this person really not under Newton's control? What about gravity? What about gravity? Heck, how did he just fly like that? Looking at Su Yang floating in front of him, Banner felt that the rigorous scientific system he had built up in his heart had collapsed. Although what happened to me is so outrageous, it can still be related to science anyway. But this, what the hell is going on here? Banner was stunned. It was the first time he saw that a human being could be freed from tools, so that he could directly break free from the shackles of gravity and achieve flight. Banner's reaction fell in Su Yang's eyes. Although his eyes were still dazed, at least his vigilance dissipated a bit. Why are you following me? After a moment of silence, Banner released the stick in his hand. He knew that in the face of such a flying guy, this ordinary weapon was no different from a toy. Why am I following him? Oh, yes, it's about developing customers. Su Yang tapped his head and remembered the purpose of following Banner. You mean, you can give me an ability like yours? After a while, Banner's temporary residence was in a dimly lit small rental room. After hearing that Su Yang found his purpose, Banner's expression was strange. This person followed him all the way, and even pretended to be a comparison in front of his own eyes, for this? That's it? Why? Banner doesn't doubt that Su Yang has the ability to grant him ability, but is curious about his intentions. Why? Su Yang grabbed his hands and rubbed his chin, and made an excuse at will. Oh, I know your experience, to be honest, I sympathize with you. A good scientist, because of an accident, not only lost his original life, but also was hunted by the military for so many years. I said I wanted to help you change the status quo, do you believe it? Banner. Your surname is Lei, do you have a single name with the word Feng? So warm-hearted? Do you think I would believe it? Hey, who is Lei Feng? How do I know about him? Banner naturally did not believe Su Yang's words. However, although he knew that Su Yang didn't tell the truth, Banner had no doubts about what he said could help him obtain ability. And he felt that Su Yang had no malice. Is it $10,000 at a time? Then I bought it? Banner wasn't sloppy either, anyway, the situation couldn't be worse than it is now. The magical jar that can get ability? Just buy it? Okay. Su Yang snapped his fingers. While taking out the POS machine that you carry with you, wave your hand. Several jars appeared neatly on the dilapidated table in front of him. So, how many do you want? Asterisk. Chapter 35 If the kangaroo decides to invade Monaco. Chapter 35 If the kangaroo decides to invade Monaco. Su Yang waved his hand, and several jars appeared on the table in front of him. This sudden move shocked Banner. But I remembered that Su Yang could do it even before flying, so he adjusted it quickly, and it was not too difficult to accept. I have to say that after going through so many things, Banner's ability to bear the unknown is much greater. Is it $10,000 a jar? Give me 10 first. Banner simply swiped $100,000 on Su Yang's machine. As a cutting-edge researcher, before the accident, his income was very high and his savings were quite generous. $100,000 is not a problem for him at all. And the reason why he is so miserable now is not because he has no savings. His small treasury is very rich, but after entering the fugitive life, he knew that his bank account had been monitored by the military, so this forced him to dare not use a penny in his account. And now the bold credit card transfer is because Su Yang has promised him just now. In this transaction, the military guarantees that it will not find any transaction details, nor will it be found here based on this clue. That's why Banner agreed to the transaction with such confidence. After Su Yang showed his prowess, Banner had no doubts that his prowess could do it. And, even if Su Yang lied to him, he doesn't care anymore. Anyway, he's had enough of a life of escape, so let's find out. After receiving the money, Su Yang went to work. Teach Banner how to open the jar, and immediately took out a small hammer and handed it to him. After doing all this, he held his hands to his chest and waited with interest for Banner to open the can. Ordinary clay pot, it looks no different. After Banner took a few glances, there was not much hesitation. Clap sound. The hammer touched the jar and the jar shattered. And when the jar was opened, a stack of what looked like some kind of paper money appeared in front of Banner. Is this money? Picking up what looked like bank notes, Banner cast a suspicious look at Su Yang. Cough, yes. Su Yang was also a little surprised. I've seen Tony and the others open so many times before, but I haven't seen anyone open the money. Unexpectedly, when Banner opened the can for the first time, he immediately paid out the money. This luck is really bad enough. It's no different than opening a stack of waste paper. Yes, it is waste paper. While this is serious currency, the problem is, this is the money in Hokage. In this world, no one recognizes him at all, so basically, no, it's more useless than waste paper. Waste paper can also wipe PP. Well, my luck looks a little bit bad. After listening to Su Yang's introduction, Banner's face showed some disappointment. However, only one jar was opened, and it was said to be disappointed, but it was not too discouraged. He adjusted quickly, and then, Banner turned his attention to the next jar. The second jar opens. This time, it's not the money of Naruto World, but a plate of liquid that I don't know what it is. Need 12 vials, each vial only has the thumb file size, exactly a dozen. What's this? Banner took out a bottle and placed it in front of him to observe. Intuition told him that this should be some kind of good thing. Otherwise, ordinary water does not need to be packaged in this way. Su Yang's face looked much better. He coughed and explained, "Your luck is not bad. This thing is called the water of the sage, and it is a good thing." Sage's water, what effect does it have? When Banner heard the words, his eyes brightened a bit. Not only does the packaging look unusual, but even the name is unusual. The water of the sage is said to be a potion invented by an alchemist inadvertently, because after taking it, there will be a hem, similar to the state of being in the time of the sage, so there is such a name. As for its effect, it's not strong, but it is very useful sometimes. After taking it, the user's facial features will be greatly improved and become extremely sharp. It may not be of much use in normal times, but it will have a very obvious bonus in battle. Keep your head clear. After saying the last sentence, Su Yang looked at Banner with a faint smile already in his eyes. Sure enough, when he heard Su Yang say "keep your head clear," Banner's seriousness suddenly burst into a light. It suits him so well. After each transformation, he lost his mind and was replaced by the irritable Hulk's mind, which was what troubled him. Idle water keeps the mind sane, and it's literally tailor-made for him. Thinking of this, Banner couldn't contain his excitement. Does it have any side effects? Before eagerly wanting to experience it, he did not forget to ask one more question. Be cautious, this is a habit that Banner has developed after fleeing for many years. No side effects, non-toxic and harmless. Okay. Hearing Su Yang's words, Banner no longer hesitated, opened the bottle cap with a pop, raised his head, and poured the sage's water directly into his mouth. A small bottle of sage's water was only a few milliliters, and it immediately entered Banner's stomach. And as the water of the wise enters the belly. Opening his eyes, Banner suddenly felt that the whole world was different. There are lights in the room, but it is very dim. In this case, many places that were not illuminated by the light were originally blurred areas that could not be seen clearly. But in the eyes of Banner, at the moment has become exceptionally clear in these unseen places. It can't be said that it is completely visible, but it is already very clear. Vision, enhanced. And as the angle of view was strengthened, there were a lot of voices in Banner's ears at the moment. The place he rents is a very old apartment. There are many tenants living upstairs and downstairs. The sound insulation effect of this broken building was originally poor, and after the hearing was strengthened at the moment, the movement in Banner's ears became very clear for a while. Fake. Fake. No red card for that, damn Germanique, ton ton ton. Upstairs, this is a beer watching a football game. Hum hum, HS. Downstairs, it's a man and a woman doing some kind of exercise. You're right, but Monaco has a population of only 38,000 people, but Australia alone has 47 million kangaroos. If kangaroos decide to invade Monaco, each Monaco will kill 1,215 kangaroos. You don't know, you don't care, you only care about yourself. Next to, well, this could be a drunken alcoholic worrying about the possible threat of a kangaroo invasion in Monaco. Vision, hearing, smell, all five senses are strengthened. And what excites Banner the most is that at the moment, he felt that his mind was full of clarity, as if he had been doused with ice water from scratch in the dog days. His heart was cold and his heart was flying. How is it? It works well. Seeing how Banner sometimes listened, sometimes closed his eyes, Su Yang knew that Banner at the moment had already experienced the magic of the sage's water. Awesome. This is simply the best thing I've ever come across. It's amazing. Banner is excited. Although he didn't transform, the clear feeling of the spirit platform made him feel that after he transformed, he might not lose his mind. May actually work. Tisk, the best thing. Don't rush to boast, You've only opened 2 jars now. Su Yang pushed a jar in front of Banner. Trust me, when these jars are all opened, you will find yourself saying this too early. Banner was attracted by the jar in front of him. What's next? Pick up the hammer in your hand. Holding a bit of anticipation, Duan sounded. Banner smashed it open. And as the jar was opened, sudden, a dazzling golden light burst out from it. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Banner, starved to death today. Jump from here. Outside of death, it will not. It smells good. Kneeling for freshness. Chapter 36 Banner starved to death today. Jump from here. Outside of death, it will not. It smells good. A dazzling golden light burst out from where the jar shattered. Shining on Banner's face, against the shock on his face, it is particularly eye-catching. Wow, the golden legend. As more and more jars were broken, the golden light became denser and brighter. By the end, Banner could no longer look directly at the golden light and could not help but close his eyes. What is this? Why is there such a magical golden light? Banner's curiosity grew stronger and stronger. He felt like he must have delivered some kind of super powerful item. Otherwise, it would not be worthy of such a forceful appearance. After a long while, he noticed that the golden light began to slowly dissipate, and he opened his eyes again and looked at the things that were opened in the jar. Surprised face, however, when he saw the contents of the jar clearly, the excitement on his face instantly faded like a tide, and it was replaced by capitalized ignorance. Because there is no golden legend in that jar, but a bowl of ordinary fried rice. Yes, a bowl of fried rice. Served in a ceramic sea bowl, the rice was sprinkled with chopped green onion, and it was still steaming. This is clearly a bowl of fried rice? What an outrageous plot this is. Such a dazzling golden light, what you gave me is a bowl of fried rice? Speechless and bewildered, Australia's 47 million kangaroos galloped past Banner's heart, punching him from time to time. Banner clutched his chest, his liver trembling with anger. I've been looking forward to it for so long. That's it? That's it? Said Golden Legend, said Good Power. Huh. Wrong. Since there is such a blinding golden light effect, and the way of appearance is so unusual, how can this fried rice be just ordinary fried rice? Thinking of this, Banner's eyes lit up again. Isn't the water of the sages just plain, and it looks no different from ordinary water? This fried rice looks just ordinary fried rice, but it must be the same as the water of the sage, not ordinary. Boss, does this fried rice also have some magical effect? He is not an ordinary fried rice, right? Banner suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Yang excitedly. He wanted to get a positive answer from Su Yang's mouth. However, yes, this is just a normal bowl of fried rice. Su Yang glanced at him, mercilessly shattering his last hope. Hearing this answer, Banner couldn't help covering his chest again and took 2 steps back. Mad, your liver hurts. Seeing Banner with a constipated expression, Su Yang shook his head. Don't look at him as just an ordinary bowl of fried rice, but it's actually quite unusual. It's not normal there. Banner was still listless. If it's not normal, isn't it fried rice? It doesn't have any special effects. Different. Su Yang said, he has a very powerful effect, that is. What is it? Banner's curiosity was piqued. That's, ahem, delicious. Banner? Stunned.jpg. What the hell? After laying the groundwork for a long time, one sentence is delicious, and it's gone? Unable to bear it, Banner wanted to flip the table again. Even if it's delicious. Bruce Banner, starved to death today. Jump out of here. I'm dead outside. I can't eat. Hey, it smells good. Moving his nose, Banner smelled a special fragrance. The unfinished second half of the sentence was immediately swallowed back into the stomach. A moment later, Banner held the bowl of the sea with no more grains of rice in his hands, with a contented expression on his face. "It's delicious. Su Yang. Good guy." Sure enough, no one can escape the power of the true fragrance law. "I was disgusted just now. No, I almost ate the bowl for you." "How about it? A bowl of fried rice for $10,000 is unusual, isn't it?" "Not ordinary, not ordinary, this is simply the best meal I have ever eaten." Banner is very satisfied. It's not a loss for $10,000. Isn't that necessary? Golden fried rice, not only will it shine, but it can also be delicious to the point where your tongue is knotted. Su Yang was not at all surprised by Banner's reaction. "This stuff is also sold in the mall." He had already tasted it. In other words, I don't know if the cooking skills of the young master are already so high, or they have been modified by the system. It's not outrageous at all if it's really fragrant. Eat and drink well. Banner's previous dissatisfaction with the golden fried rice was instantly swept away. This time, he started to open his third jar. There aren't any fancy special effects, nor any weird movement. Unremarkable, the jar burst with a sound. "Boss, what is this?" Looking at the thing at the bottom of the jar, Banner asked Su Yang again. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Value completely depends on the face, memory scroll. Chapter 37 The value is completely face-to-face, memory scroll. Shape-shifting brooch. Su Yang glanced at the contents of the jar and said, "A prop that can temporarily change the shape." Change the shape. Su Yang's words are light, as if the shape-shifting brooch is just an ordinary gadget, not worth mentioning. But when it fell into Banner's ears, he couldn't help but let him scream roar. Shape-shifting. This ability is too important to him. Facing the endless pursuit of the military, Banner's biggest headache now is how to hide his identity and survive. Because he was afraid of being exposed, he usually kept his hat on when he went out, and easily prevented others from seeing his face. And with this brooch, completely change the shape, maybe you can start a new life with a new identity. Banner was instantly excited. Seeing his expression, Su Yang couldn't guess what he was thinking now. He chuckled lightly. "You may be disappointed. Because this shape-shifting brooch is a one-time use item, and it only lasts 5 minutes. Hearing this, Banner was immediately stunned. The excitement on his face instantly faded like a tide, leaving only a piece of consternation. Can only shape-shifting for 5 minutes. Disappointment in his eyes. But just after he finished speaking, he suddenly moved in his heart. 5 minutes may be enough. Banner remembered the invitation that Dr. Lan had sent him not long ago. Dr. Lan, an expert in life sciences he met on the internet. After the transformation problem, Banner and Dr. Lan have contacted many times on the internet, and he has sent Dr. Lan his own blood samples more than once, hoping that the other party can find a way to cure his transformation. Not long ago, Dr. Lan told him that a potion had been synthesized, which might help him understand this uncontrollable transformation, and invited him to treatment. Facing Dr. Ian's invitation, Banner was really moved. Although the other party said it was possible, even if there was only hope, he really wanted to give it a try. But what bothered Banner was that the address sent by Dr. Lan was in New York. General Ross is in New York, and it goes without saying that he must be very well staffed there. If you go in the past, the risk of exposure will be very large. Maybe as soon as you enter New York, you will be discovered by General Ross and taken away by him. Banner has been suffering from headaches recently. Should he continue to live like a rat in a stinky ditch, or take a risk and find Dr. Lan under the nose of General Ross? At the moment, although knowing that the shape-shifting brooch can only last for 5 minutes of shape-shifting, Banner was moved. Even if they are discovered, 5 minutes, should be able to get rid of their tracking. It's one more chance. Fight. Banner's expression changed several times, and finally he made up his mind. In a few days, no, go to New York tomorrow to find Dr. Blue. Putting away the shape-shifting brooch carefully, Banner let out a sigh of relief. Then look at the remaining jars. Better have a few more shape-shifting brooches. With this thought in mind, Banner smashed open a clay pot again. Ordinary MP3, 512M memory, Hwaking Unisplendor product. Before Banner could ask a question, Su Yang informed Banner of the contents of the jar. A very ordinary thing, without the slightest value. Although it was the first time that useless items were offered, Banner was not discouraged in the slightest. Anyway, there are still a lot of jars, just keep opening it. Doin'. Soon, several jars were opened one after another. Unfortunately, Banner never got another shape-shifting brooch. When the last jar is opened, inside appeared a scroll. Memory scroll, a scroll with some memories sealed. After use, it can be used in the first perspective of the owner of the memory to relieve the past. Memory provider. Seeing this scroll appearing in the jar, Su Yang's expression fluctuated slightly. The value of this thing can be high or low. If the memories of some big shots are sealed in it, such as Yetiandi, then walking the road he has traveled from his first point of view, the rewards may be beyond imagination. But if the seal is something, for example, it is a senior official of Ximen, then it may be seen on the spot. Oh, no, it is just a blockbuster experience. In short, it is a prop that depends very much on luck. Memory provider has already explained that the memory inside is completely random. Informing Banner of the information obtained, the same expression appeared on Banner's face as Su Yang did. Obviously he also saw the value of this prop. Prayer is a big shot. After asking Su Yang to understand the method to use, Banner didn't have the slightest hesitation, just opened the scroll. And as the scroll opened, his eyes suddenly turned black. Open your eyes again. A boy with white hair wearing a black mask appeared in front of him. Asterisk. Chapter 38 The Ultimate Strongest Body Technique. 8 Gates Dungia Formation. Chapter 38 The Ultimate Strongest Body Technique. 8 Gates Dungia Formation. Banner felt like he had a dream. He in the dream became a thick-browed boy with a watermelon head and a green tights all year round. He lives in a very strange village, where there are ordinary people, but at the same time there are many ninjas with strange abilities. These ninjas can spray water, they can breathe fire, and they can even summon huge amounts of slugs and toads. After seeing all this, Banner was excited. He felt that what he had entered was the memory of a big shot. And this world with powerful force value may really find a way to heal his transformation. Living in the village day by day, although he can't control his actions and can only experience it from the perspective of a bystander, Banner quickly learned that there is a special group of medical ninjas here. Banner was instantly overjoyed. He desperately wants to get in touch with medical ninjas and get a cure for his uncontrolled transformation. But unfortunately, he can't interfere with any action of the big shot. I can only be forced to experience the pain of cultivation every day. Hiss. Another afternoon in my memory. As he punched the stake with punch after punch, Banner couldn't help but his face twitched in pain. Mad. What a madman. You don't learn so many powerful ninjutsu, and you don't learn medical ninjutsu. Why do you choose to learn this kind of tormenting taijutsu? Banner was simply speechless. Although it only enters the memory of the other party, it is very strange that not only the perspective has been shared, but also, the pain has not been missed at all. Every time the other party practiced, he had to experience the same kind of crazy practice. Pain is already the torture that Banner has to experience every day these days. But luckily today, not long after the practice started, a man with a watermelon head and thick eyebrows came over and stopped him. It looks almost exactly like the original body in memory, and Banner knows that this is the father of the original body, named Matt Dye, a tough guy with blood that is almost a sophomore. Kai, well done, you are stronger today than you were yesterday. However, this level of training can no longer help you continue to become stronger. From now on, I will teach you really powerful physical skills. Matty put on a pause, gave a thumbs up, and showed a smile. His neat white teeth shook Banner for a while. Great. Dad. Let us work hard together. Yuan Shen jumped 3 feet high on the spot in excitement, with little stars in his eyes. Banner was speechless. What a pair of father and son who can't work in middle school. Just as he was about to rant about something, he suddenly groaned in his heart. Oops. Learn more powerful physical skills. Doesn't that mean that the days to come will be more painful? Banner suddenly felt bad. Although the original body learns ninjutsu and taijutsu, he also participated in the whole process, but for some reason, these memories of learning are all blurred. Obviously I have experienced it myself, but I am so confused that I can't get in touch with it at all. Can't learn at all. On the contrary, every pain experienced by the practice after the event was not absent, and he died of pain. For this study, he did not have any expectations, only the fear of going through more cruel and painful feelings soon. More powerful physical techniques, how painful it is. Exit. Exit. I don't want to experience this bad memory again. Banner wants to exit, but it has no effect. It seems that these memories will not end until he can read them all. So, teaching began. Now the physique I want to teach you is called the 8-door Dungia formation. It is the ultimate and strongest physique of a rank in the human body. They are the door to open, the door to shut down, the door to life, the door to injury, the door to do, the door to jing, the door to shock, the door to death. The 8 gates will set a limit on the amount of chakra in the body, control the chakra. Matty taught the Banner very seriously. Yuan Shen listened very carefully. Huh. I can actually hear it? However, Banner at the moment was also stunned. Because he found out. This teaching is different from the past. In the past, whether it was learning ninjutsu or taijutsu, it was as if they were being coded, and they could not see clearly or hear clearly. However, this time, he turned from cavalry to infantry, and the blue light was super clear. And the most amazing thing is that when the original body began to mobilize chakra to try to open the door, he actually felt the chakra in his body. Banner's face suddenly had a ghostly expression. Is this what I can get from this memory? Banner remembered what Su Yang had said before, and had the opportunity to comprehend a skill in this memory. Thinking about the situation at the moment again, he realized that maybe this was what he had gained. In the days that followed, the body of memory, Mate Kai, devoted himself to even crazier cultivation. This time, the pain caused by cultivation was more than 1 point stronger than before. And although Banner was forced to sink to his practice every time, compared to before, he complained a lot less this time. After all, this physique is something he has a chance to bring out. Pain and joy, that's probably what Banner at the moment feels like. How do you feel? The memory is long, but in reality it is only a moment. When the memory of Matekai, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu left the village and were surrounded by the 7 ninja swordsmen from Kirayan village, Banner was detached from his memory at a close call. When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness had returned to his body. Su Yang looked at Banner with curiosity. Because he felt a special energy from Banner's body. And this was not there before the reels were opened. Feeling. Banner murmured. Close your eyes. Okay. He felt it too. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Goal, Gabang College, Samuel Stern Laboratory. Chapter 39 Target, Gebang College, Samuel Stern Laboratory. The energy flowing in the body like a trickle, this is the fluctuation that Banner has felt more than once in Kai's perspective. Chakra? I actually have chakra. Although there was a faint suspicion in his memory that he might be able to generate the energy of chakra, when this scene really happened, Banner still felt very incredible. Etc. With chakra, the 8-door Dungia formation that I learned. Banner's eyes suddenly lit up. The 8-door Dungia formation, called the strongest ultimate physique by Matt Dai, he has learned the whole process. Thinking of this, Banner couldn't hold back any longer. According to the method in his memory, he tried to control chakra and moved towards the first door of the 8 doors, the door opened and rushed over. And the other side. As Banner began to try, Su Yang, who had been watching Banner's movements, raised his eyebrows. He also discovered the abnormality in Banner's body. It seems that Banner's memory has really gained a lot this time. It turned out to be Mehdi's memory. After listening to Banner retell the memories he had seen, Su Yang nodded. No wonder Banner burst out with several times his own strength just now. It turned out that he went to the world of Hokage, and he even learned the awesome physical skills of Bayman Dungia formation. Then the energy in his body, it seems to be chakra. Su Yang somewhat lamented Banner's good luck. This is really lucky, so many ninjutsu taijutsu in Hokage did not let him learn the general stuff of those bad streets, but brought this good thing out. I have to say, this luck is indeed a bit top. And, in a way, it might also be the best for him. After all, the 8 gates Dungia formation can allow the user to explode several times the power. Improve physical strength, and speed. If this is used in the Hulk state after transformation, oh, it's super scary just thinking about it. Are you still opening the jar? After sighing, Su Yang continued to sell. But after a bumper harvest, Banner was very satisfied with today's harvest. No, I'm very satisfied with these 10 jars today. Banner waved his hands again and again. With Bayman Dungia, his combat power soared, which gave him a stronger resistance to the pursuit of the military. With the shape-shifting brooch, he can hide his traces, which makes it possible for him to find Dr. Ian's healing transformation. You can advance or retreat. Whether you continue to flee or go to New York, both options are more flexible. Banner is very satisfied, and he doesn't need to open more jars for the time being, so naturally he doesn't want to open any more. Well, my store is in New York. Next time you want to open a jar, you are welcome to come to New York to find me. Having said that, Su Yang also intends to leave. But when he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said something. Actually, I think, you don't need to regard the Hulk in your body as a virus at all. Believe me, the world will need you very much in the future. Taking a meaningful look at Banner, Su Yang didn't stop there, and immediately opened the door and left. In place, I was confused by Su Yang's unreasonable words. Banner scratched his head in confusion. The world needs me. The next morning, Banner is out. After thinking about it all night, he still decided to go to Dr. Lan to solve the Hulk in his body. As long as the transformation problem is solved, there should be no reason for the military to continue arresting me, and I can return to my normal life. Banner's idea is naive. In his opinion, when he has no value in the eyes of General Ross, his life can return to peace. But will life really be as peaceful as he wants it to be? General, the target has left Monaco. From interception to communication analysis, the place he is going to should be Dr. Samuel Stern's laboratory at Gebang College in New York. Just as Banner was leaving Monaco for New York. At this time, somewhere in the military base, General Ross is standing in front of a screen. After listening to the report from his subordinates, his face sank. Brinsky agent, target, Gebang College, Samuel Stern Laboratory. This time, Make sure to catch Hulk alive. Yes sir. Behind him, a very strong man with a short stature but a face of vicissitudes responded immediately. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Bronsky lost control and hatred was born. Chapter 40 Bronsky loses control, and hatred is born. Emil Bronsky, the former Yugoslavian agent, is a veteran with rich experience, who was ported by General Ross, and was responsible for the capture of Hulk. In an operation to capture Hulk in Brazil, Bronsky was defeated by Hulk, so he developed a strong desire for power, and took the initiative to accept General Ross's super soldier serum injection and became a super soldier. Bronsky became a super soldier with a burst of self-confidence, but was later defeated by Hulk in a capture at Culver College. Unwilling to lose to Hulk, he had another injection of super soldier serum. 2 injections of serum, although his strength increased more than before, but this also made his thinking become more and more manic and crazy. There is only one thought in my head, that is to kill Hulk, kill Hulk. What Banner at the moment doesn't know yet, the secret communication channel he and Dr. Lan established has been deciphered by the military, and even the laboratory of Dr. Lan that he is about to go to has been targeted by General Ross. A few days later, Gabang College, outside the building where Dr. Stern's laboratory is located. In a dark corner, looking at the lights in the research room, Banner was a little hesitation. Although he has been on the run all these years, he has tried to find a way to release his uncontrolled transformation more than once. But when the day really came to him, he suddenly had some hesitation. Definitely, there are also reasons for Su Yang's words. The world needs my strength. The mystery about Su Yang made him feel more and more meaningful the more he thought about it. This made him faintly feel that the power of transformation in himself, the Hulk in his body, might be better if he kept it. Would you like to go? Banner hesitation. Banner wandered downstairs, unable to make up his mind. At the time of hesitation, in the building, Bronsky was already a little impatient. Report. He pressed the headset. Location number 1, no target found. Location number 2, no target found. Location number 3, no target found. The subordinate's answer from the headset made Browns's little patience even more sparse. He took off the headset in his ear and hung the gun behind his back. It doesn't matter, I don't know how long it will take to wait like this. Go to Samuel's laboratory first. But Captain. One of his soldiers stopped. The general meant that we should stand by here. The Hulk will probably show up in the next 2 days, we can't act rashly. Facing the advice of his subordinates, Bronsky seemed ignorant. Still striding towards Dr. Stern's research room. Seeing that his words had no effect, the soldier was a little anxious. Taking a step forward, he reached out to block Bronsky. Team leader. Click. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Bronsky suddenly burst into flames. Squeeze his neck with one hand, lift him up with a little force, and lift his feet off the ground. You are the captain. Again, I'm the captain. Bronsky's heart grew more and more irritable. After finishing the sentence, he threw the soldier directly to the wall with a snap. It slid down the wall, silently. Obviously passed out. In the research room, Dr. Stern is studying something in front of a device. Kaka. The sound of the door of the research room opening sounded. I didn't say I have guests tonight, so don't come. Dr. Stern turned his head in displeasure. However, halfway through speaking, he stopped. He frowned as he looked at the heavily armed soldier who pushed the door and walked in, with a hint of caution on his face. Who are you? This is a private research laboratory, please come out. Click. Before Dr. Stern could finish speaking, Bronsky grabbed him by the neck again. Tell me what you're going to do to Hulk. Bronsky knew that Hulk was coming to find Dr. Stern, but had no idea why. What Hulk, what are you talking about? Dr. Stern's face flushed, and he spoke with difficulty. Looking at Dr. Stern's puzzled look, Brinsky smiled. By the way, Hulk is the name of the big guy inside him. So, what about Banner? Banner? Bruce Banner? Hearing the name, Dr. Stern understood. It turned out that the other party came because of his meeting with Banner tonight. Seeing the sudden realization in Dr. Stern's eyes, Brinsky knew he was right. The strength of the men immediately increased a bit. I said it. Dr. Stern slapped Bronsky's hand around his neck. Heck, I'm running out of breath. If you want me to speak, at least let me go, let me speak. Cough cough. Finally, Brinsky let go. Dr. Stern took a few deep breaths and looked at Brinsky with a little more fear. He, an ordinary person with no power, dare not make jokes about his own life. So, very simply, he told him about his connection with Banner and all the reasons why he wanted to meet here tonight. How dare he drive away Hulk? Brinsky roared angrily. His goal has always been to kill Hulk. At the moment, when he heard that Banner wanted to drive Hulk away, the tyranny in his heart suddenly soared. The eyes that looked at Dr. Stern also became more and more terrifying. No, don't do it. I won't do it for him. Dr. Stern was taken aback by Brinsky's gaze. Even if he didn't know why, he could see it now. The other party didn't want him to help Banner heal. So busy guarantee. While talking, he also found out the prepared healing potion and threw it into the trash can to show his position. Wait, what is that? At this time, as Dr. Stern took out the healing potion, Brinsky saw several tubes of green blood displayed on the shelf. That's Banner's blood sample. Dr. Stern at the moment was so frightened that he naturally dared not hide it. Hulk's blood. And after hearing Dr. Stern's answer, Brinsky suddenly remembered the operation in Brazil. That time, Banner was working in a beverage factory in Brazil. Because at work, he accidentally dropped his blood into a bottle of drink, which was discovered by them. A drop of blood can make an ordinary person soar several times the strength. If these blood samples are injected into their own body. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Bronsky's eyes. General, Captain Brinsky has entered Dr. Stern's laboratory. At this time, the soldier who had been knocked out by Brinsky finally woke up. As soon as he woke up, he quickly reported the situation to General Ross. And General Ross, who was sitting in a command car disguised as an ordinary car outside the building, heard the news, and his beard shook with anger. Brinsky, what he wants to do? Fack. After cursing angrily, he immediately ordered, the first team, immediately enter Dr. Stern's laboratory and bring Bronsky back to me. The first team received it. The first team closest to the research room received the information and set off immediately to go to Dr. Stern's research room. However, just as they were about to enter, boom! There was a sudden explosion. The door of the research room suddenly burst open from the inside. Immediately, a ferocious giant monster rushed out of it. Abomination was born. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Hulk. Hulk. Chapter 41 Hulk. Hulk. The ferocious monster appeared in front of him, which surprised several members of the first team immediately. At the same time, they responded quickly. Although I don't know what this monster is, I still pulled the trigger for the first time. Da-da-da. The gunfire roared and swept away all the haters in an instant. After the transformation, the hatred after amplifying the negative emotions such as irritability and madness in his heart was extremely irritable, and the attack of the first team immediately caused the anger in his body to be completely ignited. Roar. With a loud roar, hatred picked up a member of the first team. Use him as a weapon and swept past the few people in front of him. Bang bang bang. A few swept away, huge amounts of power swept these people out of the mouth and vomited blood, and flew out. After getting rid of these ants, Abomination then threw the weapon in his hand. Compared with the team members who were swept away, this team member who was used as a weapon was undoubtedly the worst. It was thrown onto the wall and slipped down. It was already tattered, and it seemed that it was not alive. Report, report. A monster suddenly appeared outside the research room. The first team was wiped out. Whether the firepower is covered, please instruct. The research room is the target of key surveillance. The movement here was soon discovered by other teams. The news was immediately sent to General Ross' command vehicle. Mysterious monster? Is it Hulk? Is it Hulk? When General Ross heard this, he was startled. He immediately sat up straight, and asked loudly. Not Hulk. Not Hulk. This is a monster that has never been seen before. It came from the research room. The soldiers under him basically participated in the previous siege against Hulk, and it was obvious at a glance that this ugly big thing was not Hulk at all. Not Hulk. But another monster that has never been seen before. And it came out of Dr. Stern's laboratory. This information made General Ross's heart skip a beat. He thought of Brinsky, who had entered the laboratory before. Brinsky. Brinsky. Did any of you see Brinsky? Thinking of this, he immediately asked on the walkie-talkie. After the battle, other soldiers rushed to the first team soon. After observing the scene and rescuing the soldiers of the first squad who were not killed, the others entered the research room to check. There was no sign of Brinsky except that Dr. Stern fell unconscious on the ground. No Brinsky found, no Brinsky found. Soldiers who observed the situation immediately reported the information. After hearing this reply, seeing the hideous monster that had already rushed out of the research building and entered the block to wreak havoc, and was still screaming Hulk, a rare expression of horror appeared in General Ross's eyes. Isn't it Brinsky that this mother-in-law is? Damn. What did he do in there just now? Hulk. Hulk. Get out of here. I know you're here. Abomination bursts into the block. Although it was already nighttime, the streets were like weaving rivers, coming and going. He destroyed cars, destroyed buildings, kept calling Hulk's name, trying to force him out. On the side of the road, Banner watched all this clearly. He was also bewildered. What's the matter? This is it? I actually exposed. Also, where did this monster come from and why is he looking for me? Banner didn't know why he was facing the sudden scene, but the alarm bell in his heart was also an instant hit. Although I don't know what's going on, I have already exposed myself. Even this monster knew he was nearby, so General Ross, wouldn't he know? Maybe, he was lurking in a nearby corner, with hordes of soldiers. As soon as he appeared, he would fire on himself. Thinking about it, Hulk wanted to retreat. He knew that it was impossible to go to Dr. Stern's laboratory today. No, not just today. Not sure, the communication between myself and Dr. Stern has always been exposed. Can't get in touch anymore. For a moment, Banner thought a lot. For his own safety, he decided to leave. But haven't turned around yet. Looking at the crowd of people who were attacked by hate, the flames splashed, and the crowd was in chaos, he suddenly stopped again. These people. Why, hatred is looking for you, why don't you go out? At this moment, a voice sounded beside him. Banner was taken aback. He quickly jumped back to distance himself, and at the same time reached into his arms, ready to take out the baseball bat he had prepared for self-defense. But when he saw the speaker clearly, his movements stopped. Boss. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. It was none other than Su Yang. Su Yang glanced at Banner with a smile. It's not bad, the response is very fast. Banner's alarm is lifted, and the alert is lowered. Boss, why are you here? He was a little curious. Well, I came here to watch the fun, and I happened to see you. Banner nodded. He thought Su Yang was attracted by the movement of disgust. But in fact, Su Yang had already come over. Hulk vs. Abomination, how could he miss this good show? Abomination is looking for you, aren't you going out yet? Su Yang repeated what he said before. Abomination? Boss, do you know him? Banner didn't answer, but noticed that Su Yang called Roar's monster's name, and asked a question instead. Su Yang laughed. I don't know him, but you do know him. I know him. Banner thought for a moment in confusion. No, I've never come across such a thing. Su Yang saw his doubts and explained. Before in Brazil, oh, and at Culver College, you played against each other. Although the appearance has changed, the person is still the same person. He is, Brinsky. Brinsky. Banner was stunned when he heard the name. But soon, he recalled. In those two battles in Brazil and Culver College, there was one soldier who was very strong. Is his main opponent. And from the name Roar of General Ross at that time, the other party seems to be called Brinsky. Is it him? But, how did he become what he is now? Su Yang didn't look at Banner, but stared at the hatred that was still destroying in the street. His voice was not loud, as if he was talking to himself. After being defeated twice by you, Brinsky received 2 injections of Super Soldier Serum. Ross's Super Soldier Serum is incomplete. Although this thing can improve the physical attributes of the injected person, it can also amplify the negative emotions in their hearts. And Brinsky's amplified negativity is the desire to kill you. Just now, he got your blood sample from Dr. Stern's laboratory and injected it into his body. Because he already had Super Soldier Serum in his body, as you can see, he has now become this monster. Bronsky has become a monster who just wants to kill you. If you don't show up, I can guarantee that this block will be killed by him soon. What, do you want to see so many people die because of you? It's not like something you can do. This definitely doesn't look like something Banner can do. After hearing the reason why this monster appeared and the reason for the massacre and destruction here, his fists clenched unknowingly. A touch of green also appeared in his eyes. Stare at that ugly abomination. Little by little green climbed up Banner's physical performance. Abomination. Since you want to find me, then I will. As you wish. Roar. The body that is not tall immediately skyrocketed. Clothes are torn inch by inch. Green is all over the body. With a roar, Hulk appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 42 Konoha's Blue Beast. Burn it Hulk. Chapter 42 Konoha's Blue Beast. Burn it Hulk. Although Hulk's transformation was small, his huge body was exceptionally conspicuous in this chaotic situation, and was soon discovered by hatred. Hulk. Disgust smashed a car that was holding up in his hands to the side, and let out a grin. Accompanied by the screams of the mother and son in the car, they kicked hard on the ground, and then they charged directly towards Hulk like a cannonball. Facing the hatred rushing towards him, Hulk's anger finally couldn't be restrained. Roar. With a loud roar, facing the huge fist of hatred, he directly punched and rushed forward. Boom. The two fists collided, and a huge amount of impact erupted. This. General Ross was paying attention to Abomination the whole time, and at the moment it was a real surprise to see Hulk suddenly appear and fight with Abomination. Hulk, he is indeed nearby? Damn it! And what followed was uncontrollable anger. The siege of Hulk today would have been foolproof if not for Brinsky's actions. However, now that Bronsky is out of control and has become a monster, the scene is suddenly out of his control. General, who should we attack? General Ross's men were stunned. According to the plan, their target was supposed to be Hulk. But the appearance of hatred, and the massacre, made their target hatred. It's battling hatred, and suddenly Hulk reappears. And they are still playing together. This one is the original target, and the other is the target that has just killed his comrade in arms and is attacking. The two tigers fought each other, and all of a sudden, they didn't know who to shoot against. "Don't fire yet." General Ross quickly calmed down. In this case, no matter who is attacking, it is possible to attract the other party to attack oneself. The best way is undoubtedly to wait and see what happens. Waiting for them to decide the winner and loser, then, take advantage of the fishermen. It's better to catch them alive and take them back to study. Clear. The subordinates who received the order immediately conveyed the order to temporarily cease fire. The streets that had been unusually chaotic just now suddenly became quiet at the moment. It is inappropriate to say that it is quiet, because all that has disappeared is the sound of the roar of the military's gunfire. All the soldiers stared at Hulk and Abomination in battle, waiting for them to decide the winner. On the side of Hulk and Abomination, the battle became more and more intense. But as time went on, it became clear that Hulk couldn't hold on. After all, Brinsky is a super soldier who has been injected with the super soldier serum twice, plus he is a veteran with extensive combat experience. The original fighting skills are all there, coupled with the strength that is not inferior to Hulk. The oppression brought to Hulk is very strong. On the other hand, Hulk's side. In order not to lose his will, Banner became an indiscriminate destroyer and hurt the innocent, so he took a bottle of sage's water before transforming. As he expected, the water of the sage made his mind clear, and he did not lose his mind like the previous transformation. But this also caused his combat power to decline rapidly. The original transformation, although the will was replaced by the crazy personality Hulk, but that Hulk's fighting style is all driven by instinct, although primitive, but the effect is very strong. But now that his consciousness is clear, Banner's original will drives this powerful force. This also makes his combat effectiveness not as good as before. After all, Banner is just a scientist, so how can he fight? Bang bang bang. The hatred punched to the flesh, and the Hulk beat back again and again. Hit me. Hit me. Aren't you hard to beat? Come on, kill me. Boom. Abomination found an opportunity to throw Hulk into the air with a punch, knocking him out of the way. Hulk. Attack me with all your strength. You weren't so weak last time. Not chasing after the victory, Abomination stood there, looking coldly at Hulk who fell to the ground. His goal has always been to kill Hulk. How could he tolerate such a weak Hulk being defeated? To kill, you must face Hulk in his most powerful state and kill him. Damn. Hulk wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand and slowly got up. Although the series of attacks was under his strong defense, it did not cause him to be seriously injured. But this feeling of being pressed and beaten is really too embarrassing. Shaking his head, with strong unwillingness, Hulk once again rose to the challenge. However, this time, he came back faster than he rushed out. Boom. With another punch, he was knocked upside down by hate again and flew out. You are too weak. Suddenly, Abomination laughed. Hulk, no, maybe I should call you Banner. Banner, release Hulk. This power does not belong to you at all, only Hulk is worthy to use it. You are not worthy of being my opponent. The hatred was seen. Although the appearance of the Hulk in front of him has not changed, his eyes are clear and not crazy. Although I don't know how the other party did it, it is certain that this is Banner, not Hulk. It was Banner who was in control of this power. General, that monster, won the battle. In the command car, General Ross's deputy saw that Hulk was knocked out twice, and this time, he simply fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. He felt that the opportunity that General Ross said earlier had come. They've already won. Hulk was defeated. Now, as long as they kill the Abomination, they can harvest two monsters that can be used for research. The voice came to his ears, but General Ross hesitated. Should not be Hulk shouldn't be this weak. If there is anyone who knows Hulk best now, General Ross is probably the first. From the first time he discovered the existence of Hulk, he has listed Hulk as the first target of his work. How many times to study the opponent's ability all night, how many times to fight, let General Ross feel that Hulk should not be so weak. But the reality is so unbelievable. Hulk, he couldn't beat the transformed Brinsky? Although I can't believe it, the facts are in front of me, and General Ross has to believe it if he doesn't believe it. He waved his hand. He decided it was time to take over the fight. To hate. However, just as he was about to issue an order to fight. At this time, on the walkie-talkie. However, there was a weak, but very firm whisper. The blue beast of Konoha. Crazy Hulk. Burn Hulk. Bayman Dungia, open the door, open it. Asterisk. Chapter 43. 3 doors open, head shut. Ross is heartbroken. Chapter 43. 3 doors open, head shut. Ross is heartbroken. Hulk has a walkie-talkie by his side. I don't know which soldier it fell from in the chaos. And it was this walkie-talkie that sent Hulk's not loud voice to General Ross's ears. And because of the proximity, this voice was also heard by Hatred. For no reason, Hatred suddenly had a bad premonition. Hulk's voice was faint, but not weak. Obviously, he just fell to the ground and didn't get up, not because he didn't have the strength to get up, but something was brewing. Looking at Hulk standing up slowly. Hate the alarm bells ringing in the heart. A bad premonition suddenly took over my heart. Hulk, Hulk. Hulk is the strongest. Roar. At this moment, Hulk shook his head, and with a roar, he rushed straight towards the Hatred. The 8 gates of Dungia, the door to shut down, open. 8 gates Dungia, life gate, open. Boom. During the run, Hulk opened 2 more doors. The muscles, visible to the naked eye, bulge rapidly, and a powerful force is filled with them. The body is congested and the body surface turns red. The Hulk has a new color added at this moment, and the surface of the body also begins to emit green energy. Open the door, lift the brain restriction, and exert 100% of the physical ability. Overload consumes body energy to increase attack speed. Take a break, lift the physical fatigue restrictions, and squeeze the body's energy from overload to restore physical strength. Shenman, further increase the attack speed, the body begins to congeal and turn red, and the strength and speed are improved in an all-round way. All-round upgrade of Hulk with 3 doors in a row. Boom. With just one punch, it spit out blood from the mouth of the hated punch. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Hatred was instantly stunned. In the battle just now, Hulk's strength was obviously similar to his, but this, how can there be so much strength this time? Feeling that Hulk's fist contained an inexplicable amount of power that was far greater than before, the Hatred was completely stunned. However, how did he know that Hulk's increase was more than power? Boom. 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 As if it was a dense drum beat, Hulk waved huge amounts of fists, punching and punching non-stop towards the abomination attack. Fast enough to fly? There was no chance for the hate reaction to evade at all, and even after images were drawn in the air. Click. Suddenly, an unusually crisp sound of broken bones appeared. What? In the command car, General Ross rubbed a little and stood up directly. The shock that came just now because of Hulk's sudden force, at the moment completely turned into a stormy sea. Because, Hulk's punch directly broke the neck of Hatred. Yes, completely broken. Abomination's eyes widened in disbelief. An ugly head shrugged crookedly over his shoulders. His eyes gradually faded, apparently completely helpless. General Ross was really frightened this time. The quick turnaround in the situation caught him off guard. Hulk, who was still being beaten just now, Actually, has his hatred headshot with one punch? Waterfark. What the hell is going on in this world? Hulk, he obviously doesn't have this kind of power. General, let's fire. At this time, the deputy beside him saw that the hatred was K.O, but his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately suggested. This time it was really a winner. Although hatred is dead, at least the body is still there. As for Hulk, his strength is stronger than before, which also shows that his value is greater than before. Oh my god. How strong would this be if it caught Hulk and used his blood to create a new super soldier serum? Facing the eagerness of his deputy and the undisguised greed of Hulk in his eyes, General Ross seemed a little speechless. Is this guy a pig brain? You hit a hate just now, and you almost didn't get wiped out by the other party. Now facing a more powerful Hulk who can instantly kill the hated with one punch, where do you come from the confidence that you can take him down? In the end, it was the old man who had been with him for many years. Although General Ross did not express his thoughts, his deputy understood at a glance. He leaned over and said, General, although Hulk doesn't know what method he used to increase his strength, this powerful method must have consequences. I'm sure. It won't be long before these powers that Hulk has increased now will definitely disappear, and maybe the power will drop to a point where it is worse than before. As long as we buy time and keep him, we can easily take him down. The deputy spoke very confidently. Although he is just an ordinary person, he has not been exposed to these strange powers. But thanks to the fact that he usually reads some novels like Rebirth and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger on some magical oriental websites, he feels that there must be a limit to this kind of power. It has to be said that the deputy's guess is still something. But he missed a point. That is, the other party is Hulk. If an ordinary person opens the 3 doors, it is indeed possible to collapse after the end. But with Hulk's physical fitness, this little problem is not a problem at all. Don't talk about 3 doors, as long as you don't open the last dead door, Hulk's opening the door is like playing. What side effects, what prostration, does not exist. General Ross did not know this. So, he was moved. Definitely, this is also related to the fact that Hulk is too attractive to him now. As long as it is possible, he does not want to give up this powerful body. Waved. The lieutenant understands. Immediately, the soldiers who had been repairing for a long time quietly surrounded him. Okay. Hulk didn't expect that General Ross was so afraid of death. No, he didn't cherish the lives of his soldiers. After seeing his current state, he actually dared to let his hands down and attack him. Hulk was a little PD. After being chased for so many years, he was indeed a little impatient. Let's settle everything today. He muttered to himself in a low voice, and then, swish. Banner suddenly disappeared in place. The next moment, he rushed directly to the command car of General Ross. In such a big battle, ordinary people had already fled the scene by car, and General Ross' command car was too conspicuous. Hulk suddenly rushed in front of him, and General Ross was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the speed of Hulk is so fast. Such a flexible fat man. At a critical juncture, General Ross even had the leisure to express a sigh of emotion. But the next moment, he didn't have time to think about it. Because, swoosh, accompanied by a piercing metallic screeching sound, Hulk directly lifted the roof of the command car. The command car becomes a convertible in seconds. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Hulk's Warning, Barton is coming. Chapter 44 Hulk's Warning, Barton is coming. The steel roof of the command car was almost indistinguishable from cardboard in Hulk's hands, and was easily torn to shreds. Hulk. Hulk opened his mouth wide at General Ross, and howled loudly like a vent, as if to tell the humiliation and torture he suffered during his escape all these years. With the green light escaping from his body, at this moment, Hulk brought a great visual impact to General Ross. General Ross was completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, Hulk broke out of the soldiers' encirclement and sabotaged his command vehicle. Just now, the confidence that I felt that I could win Hulk was swept away in an instant. Hulk, stronger than he thought. General Ross was stunned. And here in Hulk, there are some who don't know how to continue. Although it was decided to completely solve General Ross's endless pursuit of himself today. But after he really rushed up, he didn't know what to do. After thinking about it, he simply divided 2 by 3 and 5, and directly transformed into a violent saboteur. In the blink of an eye, a command car was torn apart and shattered in his hands. There were only 2 intact seats left, and General Ross and his deputy were sitting on them, looking dazed. *2. After all this was done, Hulk gave General Ross a warning look coldly. Then don't stop, and between a few jumps, quickly move away. General, what does Hulk mean? The deputy was still a little out of his mind. What's the meaning? Seeing our command car not pleasing to the eye? Run away? General Ross was too lazy to pay attention to this deputy with an abnormal brain circuit. Looking at the direction Hulk left, there was an unnamed light in his eyes. He knew, Hulk, this was a warning. This time it was just a command car that was torn apart. And if he continues to hunt down, then what he will shred, may be his own head. I didn't expect Hulk to have an idea. Su Yang was speechless. He didn't expect Hulk to give General Ross such a special gift before he left. But this way. General Ross should not pursue him persistently, right? With the departure of Hulk, Ross left quickly with the people. The mess left at the scene will naturally be cleaned up. The first time after the battle ended, a detailed report on the battle was sent to Nick. One Light Master Nick Fury frowned and read the report. After being knocked down by the monster that Brinsky transformed into, Hulk suddenly exploded with more powerful strength, and even broke the opponent's neck with a punch. Barton, are you sure this report wasn't written on purpose by the military to deal with us? Director, by comparing the probes around the scene, it can be determined that there is no problem with the content of this report. Barton, who was wearing a black leather coat, replied grimly. People from the military were chasing Banner, and the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally didn't stop. It's just that they have always observed Banner's strategy secretly, neither actively contacting him nor taking any actions that would arouse Banner's disgust. As the main person in charge of the Banner incident, Barton checked the truth of the content as soon as he got the report. So for the questions raised by Nick, we can answer them immediately. Then that's weird. Nick was a little puzzled. Barton, has Banner experienced anything special during this time? The special thing Nick was referring to was nothing more than exposure to a condition similar to gamma ray exposure, which once again caused the body to mutate. No. Barton didn't even think about it, replied affirmatively. Banner has been hiding in ordinary residential areas in order to avoid the pursuit of the military. He does not have the conditions to be exposed to gamma rays. Then that's even weirder. Nick is even more confused. If there is no special situation, how did Banner's sudden explosion in the battle appear? Director, do you need to keep monitoring Banner? No, Nick said. There's no need to continue with the previous plan. Take the initiative to contact Banner and send him an invitation. Nick said with certainty. Invite. Barton was stunned when he heard the words. As a high-level agent within SHIELD. Naturally he knew what Nick was talking about. It was the plan to form the superhero alliance. Now, he and Natasha Romanoff are the only ones who have been approved to join the program. Tentatively, only Tony Stark is the only one. And now the fourth place, the director wants to give Banner? Director, are you sure? Nick nodded. Find Banner and invite him to join our alliance. I think that helping him solve the military's troubles should make him like this condition. Clear. Seeing Nick make up his mind, Barton made no objection. He naturally welcomes the addition of such a powerful combat force as Hulk. By the way, before going out to contact Banner, you must go to a place. Barton is getting ready to go out on a mission. Then Nick stopped him. Anything else to do? He thought Nick was going to give him another assignment. But instead of giving him a new assignment, Nick gave him an address. Holding the note with the address on it, Barton didn't understand what Nick meant. Queens. A store? Chief, are you asking me to buy something? Barton looked up. That's right. Nick nodded. Immediately introduce the magic of the store to Barton. Including himself, and everything Phil Coulson has been through, said it. The address he gave was exactly Su Yang's pottery shop. Walter. There is such a magical place. Barton was immediately taken aback by what Nick said was magical. Nick informed Barton about the existence of the pot shop for a variety of reasons. And the most important reason is that he feels that Barton's strength should be strengthened. After seeing Tony's strength, and Pi Daxing's strength. Although Barton is not weak, he can become stronger and naturally better. Hopefully Barton will drive something really good, not like me and Phil Coulson, ugh. Watching Barton leave excitedly, Nick was looking forward to it, and at the same time there was a little, faint worry. Hopefully don't open up that kind of pit ability. Barton leaves S.H.I.E.L.D to go to Su Yang's shop. And at the moment Su Yang's store, there happened to be a customer. Asterisk. Chapter 45 A bold idea to send Daxing as CEO. Chapter 45 A bold idea to send Daxing as CEO. There is another person in Su Yang's small shop at the moment. It was Comrade Tony, who had just been a racing driver in Monaco and nearly killed himself in the race. Su, what do you think of my idea? Isn't it great? After some chatter, Tony gave Su Yang an expectant look. And Su Yang looked at him with a neurotic look. Tony, I think you'd better go to the doctor and see, here. He pointed to the position of his head. Honestly, not great at all, even a little, some anti. Sorry, hope I don't make you angry by saying that. Su Yang was speechless. Because the idea that Tony told him just now turned out to send Daxing to be the CEO of Stark Group. Look up to the sky. How big of a hole does it take to come up with such an outrageous idea? Okay. Tony wasn't angry at Su Yang's words, just a little disappointed. After all, Pepper's reaction before was more exaggerated than his. Although he thinks that Pi Daxing's learning ability is very strong, being a CEO is not a problem at all. It's so annoying. Hey, without Obadiah, I only now realize that there are so many bad things in the company, and I have a headache. The opinion was denied, and Tony was a little lethargic. At the moment, he misses Obadiah so much. After all, at that time he only needed to spend money, sleep with a woman, spend money, sleep with a woman, and leave the rest to Obadiah. But now that the Obadiah is gone, the company's courage is all on his shoulders, and he has to decide all the trivial matters. Life becomes boring after a while. Perhaps. Su Yang had an idea. Huh. Tony glanced at him. Do you have any ideas? Seriously, I'm fed up with signing meetings every day. Su Yang naturally knew that Tony had a temperament to manage the company without resting his mind. In the original plot, after Obadiah, it was Pepper who did the trouble for Tony. Since you want to find someone to accept this stall, is there a more suitable person than Pepper? Su Yang immediately said his suggestion. And after listening, Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes indeed. Almost forgot about Pepper. Although it is only his assistant, the task of the work is not complicated, but Tony knows that it is completely overkill to be his assistant with Pepper's ability. Since you are looking for a CEO who has the ability and you have to trust, is there a more suitable CEO than Pepper? Thank you so much. Su, Your suggestion is really great. Excited Tony wanted to hug Su Yang, but was avoided by Su Yang. Su Yang smiled. There was a playful expression on his face, as if he had seen through something. It seems that the problem of palladium poisoning has made him a little desperate. Su Yang thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to figure out why Tony was so eager to find a CEO for the company to take over his job. I was so anxious that even Pai Daxing wanted to push it up. Without him, increasingly serious palladium poisoning has begun to disintegrate his self-confidence. It is estimated that Tony has given up on himself now, thinking of simply enjoying the last period of his life. Otherwise, the last time I went to Monaco, I wouldn't have suddenly jumped into the car. Tony, what is the level of palladium in your blood? Su Yang asked suddenly. 40%. Tony blurted out without thinking. But after speaking, he suddenly froze for a moment. Looking at Su Yang in surprise, how do you know about the palladium element? Su Yang spread his hands, pointing to the small reactor on Tony's chest. With such a bright time bomb hanging on you, do you think I don't know what consequences it will bring to you? Tony was startled for a moment, but quickly put on a stunned expression. Su Yang is mysterious, and it is not too surprising that he has these skills. Looks like you already knew. With a wry smile, Tony had a rare look of helplessness on his face. Su, you should also understand why I was so anxious to find someone to take over the company. Damn, it won't last long anyway. I can't let the last phase of my life have no fun at all. Who said this is the last stage of your life? Su Yang interrupted. Hearing this, Tony's eyes widened. He came close at once. You mean you can save me? His first reaction was that Su Yang could help him solve the palladium poisoning. This gave him a glimmer of hope. No. But Su Yang shook his finger. It's not me who saves you, it's your father. My father? Tony was a little confused. His father? I guess he can use his bones to play drums now. How did you save him? Without waiting for Tony to ask, Su Yang continued, the solution to palladium poisoning is actually quite simple. That is to find another element that can be replaced and become the new core of the reactor. I don't think you don't know this, do you? I definitely know. Tony said, but among all the known elements, there is absolutely no existence that can replace palladium as the core of the reactor. Maybe there is such an element in nature, but it is too difficult to find it. 1 year, 2 years, or 10 years. Maybe I have the ability, but... Tony gave a wry smile, but I don't have that time anymore. If there really is an element in nature that can be used to replace palladium, Tony is confident that he can find him. He's a genius, Tony, after all. However, time was too much of a luxury for him. I think you may have misunderstood what I said. Su Yang shook his head. I didn't say you need to find this element yourself. All you have to do is synthesize it. You should have time for synthesis, right? What do you mean? I think that the person Su Yang said before who can save him is his father. Suddenly, Tony had a bold idea. No way. My dad can't really be so good, can he? Asterisk. Chapter 46. There are no difficult jobs, only brave dogs. Wang. Chapter 46. No hard work, only brave dogs. Wang. Su Yang told Tony what he meant inside and outside the words. Howard left him a very precious legacy that could even save his life. But reason told Tony. No, it's not possible. Although his father is also very talented, well, maybe a little smarter than himself. But decades in advance, under such backward scientific conditions, a new element could be discovered. This is too incredible. Su, are you telling the truth? Tony asked quickly. Su Yang nodded very simply. You should still have the videotape from the 1974 Stark Industry Fair. Go back and see. Oh, by the way, remember to see the end, there is a surprise left by your father behind. Swat. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. Tony, who couldn't bear it any longer, put on his armor in seconds and shot out into the sky. I'm going, what? Tony almost bumped into someone at the door in a hurry. Fortunately, the other party was responsive and avoided in time. This person is none other than Barton. Welcome, Light. Hey, is that you? When a guest came to the door, Su Yang showed a sign on his face, and even seemed to have a perfunctory professional smirk. But before he finished speaking, he was slightly stunned. He recognized Barton. Su Yang's reaction was to make Barton a little curious. Judging from the reaction of the other party recognized him. Isn't this Barton's agent? What, your chief is looking for me? Sure enough, the boss knew himself. Barton wasn't too surprised either. After all, in the introduction of the director, this boss is not an ordinary person. Excuse me, how do you sell the jars here? Barton cut to the chase, glanced at the jar on the counter, and asked for the price directly. Sure enough, as the director said, this is a shop that sells clay pots. Can these ordinary-looking pots really make all kinds of magical things? He was a little curious. Small business, fair price, $10,000 apiece. Walter. Barton was taken aback by the price. $10,000. This amount of money has already allowed an ordinary person to be comfortable in New York for quite a while. And here, you can only buy one jar. What? Too expensive? Barton's reaction didn't make Su Yang's expression fluctuate too much. I think Nick should have told you that the value of my jar is $10,000. To be honest, I think this price is very cheap. Su Yang once communicated with the system. Because of the price. In his opinion, $10,000 is indeed very cheap. After all, look at the things that have already been opened, the magic stick that can be transformed into Tiga, the design drawings of Mark No. 1, the fairy beans, the 8-door Dungia formation. These things are 100 times 1,000 times more expensive on that $10,000. The system valued these things at $10,000, which is undoubtedly already very cheap. Su Yang also communicated with the system because of the price. But the system's answer is yes. Price, just a symbol. 10,000, 1 million, or even hundreds of millions are equally meaningless to the system. What he needs is the bond between them that was originally generated through this transaction, or, in other words, the connection that is inextricably linked. Perhaps it is more appropriate to say cause and effect? So, $10,000 is not a loss at all. After Su Yang's reminder, Barton also remembered what Nick said before. If it's really like Nick said, there is a lot of power in these jars, and the price is really expensive. Then give me, 2 first. After thinking about it, Barton didn't have much hesitation and paid for 2 directly. Looking forward to your luck. Su Yang took out 2 jars and placed them in front of Barton. After handing him the hammer and teaching him how to open it, he stood aside with his hands down, waiting for him to open the can. Just like when others opened the can for the first time, Barton stared at the jar in front of him and observed it carefully before picking up the hammer and smashing it down. It didn't take much effort, but the jar shattered quickly. Inside revealed a round yellow bead. There are also 3 shining 5-pointed stars in the middle of the beads. What's this? Barton picked up the bead, which didn't look like much of a precious item, and asked curiously. Dragon Ball, a wish-making bead, okay. Su Yang said. Wish. Su Yang's voice didn't fluctuate, it was very casual, but when it landed in Barton's ears, his eyes widened instantly. This is a treasure that can be wished, and only exists in legends. But in the mouth of this boss, it was just a sentence, okay. Cough cough, you don't have to be so happy. Su Yang began to pour cold water. Although its ability sounds powerful, it can make a wish. But you must collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. It's just one, nothing to be happy about. So this is Barton was a little disappointed. No wonder it's okay. It turns out that it takes 7 to make a wish. Hey, Bai is happy. Although a little disappointed, Barton carefully put away the Dragon Ball. What if it comes together later? With the first harvest, Barton's character is significantly larger. Without waiting for Su Yang to clear the jar debris on the countertop, he opened the second jar with a snap. Inside the jar is a bright red potion. This doesn't look like a good thing, does it, boss? Barton frowned. For no reason, he felt tyranny, darkness, madness, and other negative emotions from this bottle of potion. This made him feel that this must not be a good thing. On the contrary, it's very good stuff. However, Su Yang has the opposite opinion. Dragon Demon Potion, made from the blood of extraterritorial dragon demons, and evenly spread it all over the body, can greatly enhance physical fitness. Such a good effect, do you think it is a good thing? Improve physical fitness. After Su Yang's explanation, Barton's eyes moved slightly. He is interested. However, it has a small side effect, which is harm. You will know after you use it. In short, it is not a big problem. Compared with its effect, this small side effect is completely insignificant, and you should not care about it. Won't it be harmful to the body? Barton asked. No, absolutely safe and harmless. Su Yang assured. That's it? After listening to Su Yang's assurance, Barton did not continue to ask. In his opinion, compared with the ability to enhance physical fitness, the side effect of a little smile is nothing. Come on, buy 5 more, no, give me 10 jars. Open the can twice, and it was a small gain. Barton was intrigued now. At the moment, I spent the money to buy another 10 jars. Repeat the previous action. He skillfully opened another clay pot. Wang wang wang. Wang wang wang. And this time, as soon as the jar was opened, the barking of a group of dogs rushed into the eardrums. Barton hasn't responded yet. Suddenly fell to the ground. He felt like a bunch of furry things were holding him down. There are no difficult jobs, only brave dogs. Woo woo wang. Before being overwhelmed and blocking the view, the last sight in the eyes was no, it was a group. A pack of talking dogs. Asterisk. Chapter 47 The new members of the Superhero Alliance, the Big Star, the Time Chicken, and the Barking Team. Chapter 47 The new members of the Superhero Alliance, the Big Star, the Time Chicken, and the Barking Team. Wang wang wang. The incessant barking of dogs rang out in the store. Su Yang was completely stunned. Dalmatians, Mau Mau. Bulldog, Pebble. Sheepdog, Archie. Mixed breed dog, Gray. Labrador Retriever, Luma. Cocker Spaniel, Everyday. And their equipment, trucks, construction vehicles, fire engines, planes. Oh my god. What kind of luck is Barton, he actually summoned the Bark Team. The only woman in the barking team, adorable Tian Tian, piloted the plane, and didn't fall into the same ball as her comrades, pressing down on Barton. Instead, after driving a small plane around the room, he said in confusion, Mau Mau, Xylee, Archie, Hui, Luma. Where are we? After a while, the dogs of the barking team finally quieted down. At the same time, I also accepted the reality that I came to a strange place. Tian Tianxiang is a little sad. Ryder, Captain Gu Weishi, Captain Abeo, and Mr. Potter, woo woo woo, they are not here. Tian Tian misses them. Xiaoli is Tian Tian's best friend and a brave dog. He quickly accepted this fact that could not be changed, and comforted Tian Tian. Don't be sad every day. Although this is not Adventure Bay anymore, I think the people here also need the help of the barking team. As long as there is difficulty, there is a need for the barking team, isn't it every day? That's right, maybe the people here need our help more, don't they? While Mao Mao spoke, he was looking at Barton and Su Yang curiously. Hello, did you guys need the help of the bark team and called us Roar? Barton glanced at Su Yang. He has no experience with dogs. Su Yang smiled and said, I don't need your help, and... With that, he pointed to Barton. And he was the one who called your Roar over. Immediately, all dog heads turned towards Barton. Barton. Sir, do you need help? Compared with other dogs, Mao Mao is more mature, so he is equivalent to a small captain in the barking team. No, I don't need your help, and I'm not in any trouble, Barton replied daringly. For the first time dealing with dogs, he was really not used to it. That's it? Mao Mao felt a little disappointed. Since these people do not need their own help, then they have nothing to do. In that case, goodbye to the two gentlemen. I think there are other people who may be waiting for the rescue of the barking team. Wang Wang Wang. After that, Mao Mao drove his red fire truck and was about to leave with his friends, etc. And at this time, Su Yang stopped them. Then he tugged at Barton, pulled him aside, and whispered. I said, Barton, you made these dogs, wouldn't you just let them go? Isn't it? Barton frowned. This is the Great Melikian, Su. They are free, and no one can restrict their movement. Although they are just dogs, there is no doubt that they are no different from normal humans except for their appearance, capable of independent thinking and intelligent. They are free to choose what they want to do. Su Yang glanced at him like a fool. You know they're just dogs, too. Don't you think it's too dangerous for a group of dogs who can talk and drive planes suddenly appear outside? This. After such a reminder from Su Yang, Barton realized that he had ignored this question. Then what should we do? Barton frowned and thought for a moment. Send them back to that Adventure Bay? But I don't know. No. Before Barton could speak, Su Yang interrupted him. Not what we should do, but, what should you do? Me. Barton's eyes widened. Su Yang nodded definitely, definitely. Don't forget, these dogs were all summoned from the jar by you, and they are here because of you. Barton didn't know what to say for a while. Let these dogs go out on their own, at risk? I didn't expect this one to be fine just now, but now that I think about it, he naturally wouldn't do it. But send them back. Sorry, he doesn't have ability either. Do you just take it with you? Please, I am an agent, not a pet store owner. And these dogs are intelligent beings, how can they be treated like ordinary pets? Su, what do you think I should do? Without thinking of a good way, Barton could only ask Su Yang for help. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. By the way, isn't your director forming a superhero alliance? Barton was a little stunned. You mean? He pointed to the dogs who were obediently waiting by the side. Let them join the superhero alliance. Give me a break. The superhero alliance we formed is not the Super Pet Alliance. Barton shook his head like a rattle, thinking Su Yang's suggestion was unrealistic without even thinking about it. Su Yang glanced at Barton lightly. But you have a better way to allow them to live normally in this world. Do you have one that can protect their identities? Saying that, Su Yang seemed to remember something again. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. You're not the first to pop a non-human intelligent creature like them out of a jar. Tony, and your chief Nick are just like you, and they've had buddies out of the jar. Tony seems to have been discussing with Nick to let their non-human partners join the superhero alliance. It's definitely not impossible for these dogs to join. The chief. Barton opened his mouth in surprise. He had already guessed that Nick must have opened the jar here too. I just don't know what he's getting. It turns out, it's the same situation as the Wang Wang team. Since the director has decided, then, well, I think this method is feasible. Su Yang didn't lie to him. He had known from Tony for a long time that Nick had decided to bring both Time Chicken and Patrick into the superhero league. After all, in terms of their non-human identities, one can master martial arts and has his own armor, and the other has the ability to reverse time. Such a person is not a superhero, so what else is? Moreover, this is also the best way to solve their identities. It's time to talk about the identities of alien life. Anyway, aliens will only land in the United States, which has long been ridiculed by everyone's stock. Can we leave? Archie, who was a little anxious, couldn't help but want to go out. Barton found a way to put them here, and quickly put on a bad uncle tricking a kid. He smiled and rubbed Archie's head. Archie, I have one thing here, maybe I need your help from the barking team. What? Upon hearing this, all the dogs, including Archie, raised their heads and became excited. Helping others or something, the Paws team likes it the most. Come here, let's arrange a place for the Wang Wang team. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Imitation Artifact, Jijuluahu Instant Prison Arrow. Chapter 48 Imitation Artifact, Jijuluahu Instant Prison Arrow. That's it, we're going to. Barton made it clear in a few words. Quite simply, in his words, the Superhero League is a team similar to the Barks, providing help to those in need. And now this team has just been established, and it needs experienced dogs like the barking team to join. So, formally send them an invitation, invite them to join. And maybe it's because the Bartons came into the world because of Barton. The dogs are very fond of Barton. After hearing that Barton needs their help, and the content is also very suitable for them to help others better in the future, it is naturally full of promise. Didn't stay much. After getting a positive answer from the barking team, Barton said nothing, and drove them all back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, just in time to go back to be with director Nick's Time Chicken. Boss, go ahead. After handing the barking team over to Chief Nick, Barton rushed back non-stop. He didn't forget that there were still several jars left unopened. Su Yang nodded and gave him the hammer to open the can. Taking a deep breath, Barton, solemnly, knocked on another jar. And maybe because of the proper placement of the dogs, they have accumulated a lot of character. This time, Barton is a big hit. Congratulations, this time it's really a good thing. Su Yang also rarely said a congratulations with such a high evaluation. Jijuluahu's Shun Prison Arrow, imitate the legendary artifact made by the legendary god, has the power to destroy everything. Although this is only an imitation, its power cannot be underestimated. Jijuluahu's Shun Prison Arrow, this is a piece of equipment that Su Yang is very familiar with. From the demon world. In that world, it belonged to the strongest level with other artifacts such as the Moonless 5 Light Armor and the Tier Light Crystal Pendant. In the game, that is a proper T0 level. And although it is just an imitation, as an imitation of an artifact, its original power is naturally not that simple. And Barton didn't know its origin, but it didn't prevent him from falling in love with this imitation artifact at a glance. The silver bow body is bent back like a meniscus at both ends, and there are sharp inverted blades on it. It can be seen that this bow is not only a long-range weapon, but also has a good melee ability. Barton looked and looked, touched and touched, holding the arrow of instant prison in his hand, with a face full of love that could not be concealed. Boss, where's the bowstring? But soon, Barton realized something was wrong. Although the shape of this bow looks very lethal, but it has no bowstring. Without a bowstring, isn't this just a waste bow? The artifact does not need a bowstring. Although it is just an imitation, it also has this feature. Su Yang smiled and directed Barton to put his hand on the bow. Put it where there should be a bowstring, but it's empty. And as Barton's hand went up, a transparent bowstring that didn't seem to belong to this world suddenly appeared. Crystal clear, although I don't know its material, it is obviously not a common product. Come on, shoot arrows at me. Su Yang, who considers himself a perfect after-sales service, wants to try out the ability of Shun Prison Arrow for Barton. He hooked his fingers and motioned for him to draw a bow towards him. Good. Barton isn't being hypocritical either. There is not only the idea of trying this bow, but also the meaning of trying Su Yang's strength. But he was still measured. Not targeting Su Yang's head. Shooting the arm should be fine. In the murmur, Barton's hand tightens slightly. But the bowstring does not move. Okay. Barton looked sideways. His strength is very great. Although it doesn't have much power, an ordinary bow and arrow is enough to be pulled into a full moon by him. But on this bow, you can't even shake the bowstring. Didn't eat Barton? Can't even draw the bow. Su Yang quipped. Hearing this, Barton's pride as a marksman came up. If he can't even draw the bow, what kind of archer is he? With enough power to suckle, Barton used all his strength on his arms, his face flushed red. And as his face became more and more red, the bowstring was finally pulled open little by little. The bow was drawn more and more open. And as the bowstring opened, an equally transparent, crystal clear arrow also emerged. No, not feather arrow. Because it has no arrow shaft, just a dazzling arrow. The arrows are so bright that you can't look directly at them. Finally, Barton was at his limit. And when the light of the arrow is bright to a certain extent, he couldn't hold on. Let go. Swish. It's like a pop. A little bit of cold light quickly shot towards Su Yang. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Phil Coulson's Call, Asgard Visitor. Chapter 49 Phil Coulson's Call, Asgard Visitor. The bowstring trembles. The faint but very dazzling arrow star shot towards Su Yang like a shooting star. Barton was taken aback by the power of the arrow. He didn't expect the power of this instant prison arrow to be so terrifying. The power condensed on the arrow star made him feel heart palpitations just by looking at it. Although he aimed only at Su Yang's arm, he could feel it faintly. If the arrow hits, let alone the arm, most of Su Yang's body will die under the arrow. Get out of the way. As soon as the arrow was fired, Barton secretly said something was wrong, and wanted to say something to remind Su Yang to get out of the way. But the words didn't have time to come out, and the thought only circulated in my heart for a moment. It came in an instant. Arrow star has come to Su Yang. Done. Barton groaned inwardly. Can't even look at it? He felt that Su Yang was going to die this time. However, the arrow star hummed and kept spinning, but it hovered just a short distance in front of Su Yang, unable to move forward even a little bit. Power looks pretty good. Su Yang smiled slightly. Then stick out a finger. Tap lightly on the arrow star. Slap. As if something was broken. Visible to the naked eye, the arrow star was broken and annihilated. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated in the air as if it had never appeared before. Barton, Sigma. Seeing that this one click was easily resolved under Su Yang's finger, Barton couldn't help gasping for air. This guy is so terrifying. For a moment, Barton was speechless. With a full stomach, I don't know where to start. Su Yang retracted his fingers, and the plain and watery expression reappeared on his face, as if the person who shot just now was not him at all. Glancing at the bewildered Barton, he smiled. Although the power is very strong, with your current strength, it's best to use it as a big move at the bottom of the box. Hearing this, Barton regained his senses. And the first thing I felt when I came back to my senses was a feeling of exhaustion from overexertion. The two arms are already limp, and they can't use any strength. As if the arrow just now emptied all his strength. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Barton sat down. He sincerely sighed, "Boss, you are too strong. I was scared when I saw the arrow just now, but I didn't expect you to actually block it." At this moment, Barton realized that he just wanted to say something to remind the other party how stupid it was to get out of the way. This arrow of his own did not threaten him at all. It's also because your current strength is too weak. If your original strength was strong enough, my terror would not be resolved so easily. What do you mean? Barton asked. Su Yang said, the Jijuluahu instant prison arrow is a very powerful artifact. Although the handle in your hand is only an imitation, its power should not be underestimated. I believe you can feel it now. After one arrow, all your strength has been drawn out, and you even feel like you are collapsing. It's all because your physique is too ordinary. If your physique is strong enough and your strength is strong enough, the power of this arrow will be beyond your imagination. And even if it's me, it won't be so easy to block. Su Yang's words made Barton's eyes widen. The eyes looking at the instant prison arrow in his hand are also different. It sounds like the arrow with all my strength just now. It seems powerful, but is it just barely enough to drive it? This, if only I had the power of Hulk. The power of my arrow, how big will that be? Inexplicably, Barton's gaze at the Shun prison arrow became frantic. Just now, his arrow was easily blocked by Su Yang. To be honest, he was already a little disappointed in his heart. Artifact imitations, but that's it? But now, that disappointment was swept away in an instant. Open the jar. Didn't the boss say that the stronger the strength, the greater the strength can make the power of the instant prison arrow increase? Then open the can. There's definitely something in the jar that enhances your strength and power. Barton put the Shun prison arrow aside for the time being, and opened all the remaining jars in one breath with hope. But it's a pity. Perhaps it was because he had already used all his good luck in firing out such a good thing as the Jijirehu instant prison arrow. For the next few jars, the harvest can only be said to be ordinary, and the contents inside are also unsatisfactory. The only gain mentioned, perhaps, is that he actually opened another Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Collection Progress, 2/7. At this point, Barton's jars are all open. Harvest, 2/7 Dragon Balls, a group of dogs from the Barbarian team, a Jijuluahu Shinyu arrow, imitation, and a few other sundries. On the whole, luck has sounded good. How about it, do you want to continue? After picking up the pieces of jars on the table, Su Yang continued to sell with a smile. Definitely, boss, can you take credit here? Barton was about to continue to pay, when he suddenly stopped talking and scratched his head in embarrassment. He is out of money. Although it is a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, the benefits are very good. But Barton has never been in the habit of saving money, and has always used as much as he has. So the money he just opened was his last savings. Sorry, our store does not support credit at the moment. This is the first time Su Yang has met such a poor customer. Well, with Tony's patronage, he seems to have overlooked that not everyone has as much money as Tony can't use up. Then I'll come back in a few days, boss. If you have a good jar, keep it for me. There was no money to continue driving, and Barton did not continue to stay any longer. After saying goodbye, he hurried out. He has already thought about it? The director asked him to contact Banner, but he did not limit the time for this task. It's not too late to pick up a few private jobs to earn some extra money, and then go to Banner. Well, just do it. Making up his mind, Barton quickly disappeared around the corner and went to pick up private work to earn extra money. Hey, Phil Carlson. In the store, after seeing Barton away, Su Yang was bored and didn't know what to do. At this time, I received a call from Phil Coulson. Target appeared. Well, I'll be right there. Hang up the phone. Su Yang looked up at the sky. Asgard's guest, here we come. Asterisk. Chapter 50 The Destroyer is coming. Make a deal? Chapter 50 The Destroyer is coming. Make a deal? New Moses. Andy Put Town. Su, those gods you speak of, are they? In the temporary camp, Phil Coulson's expression was a little strange when he looked at the strange-looking people on the surveillance screen. Su Yang stood by his side. Although he flew all the way from New York to New Moses after hanging up the phone, there was no tiredness on his face. Nodding, Su Yang said. Yes, it's them. Not one person, but them. In addition to Thor, there are 2 men and 3 women in the surveillance. It is the 3 warriors of Asgard who came from Asgard. So this is God, but it doesn't look any different from us. Phil Coulson scratched his head. Hearing this, Su Yang laughed and replied, the so-called God is just a roar. Actually, they are human, just like us, just aliens. Alien. That's right. Su Yang said, the place they came from is called Asgard. Asgard people have long lifespans, and they have a lot of magic in them. For example, their body density is 3 times that of people on Earth, and their skin is immune to a lot of normal intensity radiation, and even if they are thrown into space, they can survive for a short time. So amazing. Hearing this, Phil Coulson's pupils shrank. From these descriptions alone, these Asgards already have some shadows of mythological gods to some extent. It doesn't stop there. Su Yang continued, there is also a special race in Asgard, they are called Aesir. Every Aesir Protoss has a very long lifespan. According to our time, it is almost 5,000 years. In addition to a long life, they are also born with the ability to master a kind of divine power, such as darkness, fire, courage, strength, light, and thus have powers that ordinary people can't imagine, such as manipulating fire, flight, etc. Well, that blonde guy who looks younger than you is named Thor. He's actually been alive for 1,500 years, and he's an Aesir. And his power is thunder and lightning. That hammer in the camp was called Mjolnir, now you know why it's called that. You mean, that hammer is his. Knowing Asgard's information from Su Yang's mouth has already made a huge amount of shock in Phil Coulson's heart. And at the moment I heard that the guy in the surveillance was actually Thor, and the hammer he was guarding was actually Mjolnir. His eyes moved slightly and said, so he came here to retrieve the hammer. He was a little nervous. The other party's hammer is strictly guarded by himself, as if it has been regarded as the private property of Shield. Now that the master has appeared, is he still? Or not? Also, a little reluctant. But if you don't pay it back, you may not be able to beat it. It's not good if this one is not handled properly, causing diplomatic disputes, or friction with that alien civilization called Asgard. It's not hard for Su Yang to see what Phil Coulson is thinking. You don't have to worry. Su Yang smiled and said, he was actually exiled, and his divine power has completely disappeared. It is not so much a god, but it is no different from an ordinary person, just a little stronger. It's just a little bit stronger. That's fine, that's fine. Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. An Asgard who has lost his powers, this is much easier to deal with. But I advise you not to take Mjolnir as your own. Su Yang saw through Phil Coulson's plan and advised. Mjolnir is someone else's thing after all. When he regains the power to pick up Mjolnir, trust me, you can't beat him. And when Su Yang was talking to Phil Coulson, at this moment, in the restaurant where the surveillance was located, Thor suddenly stood up suddenly, looking shocked by something. What? My father is not dead. Who said your father died? Goddess Sif said in confusion, King, he just entered Odin's sleep and did not fall. Thor, where did you hear that the king has fallen? After getting a positive answer again, Thor was stunned for a while. Obviously, Loki clearly told him that Odin had fallen because of his recklessness and the pressure of the re-emerging war. Loki. He is lying to me. Loki. You liar. Thor shouted Loki's name through gritted teeth, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Boom. And just when Thor was full of anger, at this moment, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and then a huge amount of vortex appeared. A blast appeared out of thin air. Then, a colorful beam of light fell from the sky. The beam of light disappeared, and I saw, a silver armor more than 10 meters high suddenly appeared in the town. Destroyer. Thor and the others rushed out of the restaurant, and when they saw this armor, they suddenly swiped a clever one. Because this is the armor of the king of God Odin, it is an ultimate weapon of Asgard, and it is a complete killing machine. Loki. Thor didn't even think about it, and immediately understood that it was Loki's handwriting. Odin has fallen asleep. Needless to say, Loki must have opened the Asgard vault and released the destroyer. Loki, what do you want to do? Thor looked up to the sky and roared. He knew, Loki could hear. What do you want to do? Definitely don't want you to go back to Asgard. I'm going to deal with you here. At this moment, a voice sounded in Thor. Thor turned around. I saw a black-haired, handsome young man walking over. It was Su Yang. Who are you? How do you know Lo? Thor was about to ask. Nourishing. At this time, the metal on the destroyer's face fell, and then an orange-red high-temperature light speed suddenly shot out. Although Thor lost his divine power, his fighting instinct did not disappear. In a critical moment, he still reacted quickly. A roll on the ground, although the posture is not good-looking, it is very effective, and it is dangerous to dodge the attack of the destroyer. Sif, Fandral, Hogan, here we go. Although there were questions about why Su Yang, an earthling, knew about Asgard, Thor knew that this was clearly not the time to talk. Haha, destroyer, I haven't fought such a powerful enemy for a long time. Fandral waved the battle axe in his hand and rushed up first. Hogan was unsmiling, but he was unwilling to follow, followed by Fandral, and rushed up. Thor, you. Sif saw that Thor was doing the same, preparing to fight side by side with himself, and couldn't help but scream. But Thor shook his head. He knew what Sif wanted to say. But even if he lost his divine power, he would still stand with his partner. Besides, the destroyer appeared because of him. How could he just sit back and watch his partner go all out while he dared not fight like a coward? Nodding to Sif, Thor's footsteps were firm, and he rushed directly towards the destroyer. Boom. However, go faster, come back faster. Thor hadn't even gotten close to the destroyer. A car was hit by orange light and exploded suddenly. The aftermath of the explosion knocked him back straight away. Thor, Sif is right, you're just an ordinary person now, and you can't join a battle of this level at all. Forcing it up is just to die. Thor gritted his teeth and stood up, ready to continue rushing up, but Su Yang suddenly held his shoulders. Mortal, go away. I am the son of the great king of God Odin. Prince Asgard, god of thunder. Step aside. Thor roared, then wanted to pat Su Yang's arm away and stepped forward. However, Su Yang didn't move, his palm still on Thor's shoulder, preventing him from taking a step. How about we make a deal? Su Yang's voice just fell. At this moment, the destroyer suddenly turned his head. Sizzle. A stronger orange light than before suddenly shot out here. Loki found that Thor was standing there, obviously wanting to take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack and kill him. And because of standing together, Su Yang was also included in the scope of the attack. Okay. Feeling the wave of energy, Su Yang turned her head. Looking at the light shot by the destroyer, he frowned slightly. Subsequently, raise your hand. Didn't you see Lao Tzu talking about business? Slap. Like chasing flies. Su Yang waved. Scree. Far away in Asgard, Loki, who was sitting on the throne controlling the destroyer, suddenly stood up. This is. His eyes were full of horror. Asterisk.